The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Third Underground Floor. When Shen Feng saw zombies appearing in front of the passage, he immediately drew out his swords and prepared to attack, but after waiting for a while, he didn't find any strange movements of these zombies. After walking in, he found that these zombies had fallen into a dormant state, and now her eyes are tightly closed, and there is no reaction at this time. Shen Feng was relieved. It turned out that the zombies were all dormant, which was convenient for him. The immobile zombies did not pose any threat to him. That's right, it's okay for the Corpse King to do this. If the zombie keeps moving, it will definitely consume energy. It's better to let the zombie continue to sleep after killing the intruder. This is the most appropriate way. Shen Feng wanted to understand the reason is probably because the Corpse King felt that the intruders had almost cleared the land, so he let the zombies go dormant to save energy. Shen Feng pushed away the zombies in front of him one by one, and continued to move towards an unknown direction. While walking, Shen Feng observed the situation above his head and surroundings, hoping to find a way to the first floor. Even if he couldn't find the way, if he could, it is also good to find that the stone wall is seeping water, and I must replenish water. Chu Chaoyan was lying on Shen Feng's back, and fell into a coma at this time. She was already dehydrated. If she didn't replenish water in time, she might die on Shen Feng's back at any time. Shen Feng knew that it was an emergency, and now he had to find a water source or a way out of the second floor. Only by finding one of the two could he survive. At this moment, Shen Feng passed a fork in the road, and suddenly stopped in his tracks, because he heard a strange sound at this moment. I took a look inside, and the flashlight also shined here. At this time, Shen Feng saw clearly what was inside the fork. The eyes of this thing are rolling, its head is small and its body is big, its whole body is only the size of a palm, there are some thin beards at the nose, and its tail is long and thin. It is a mouse. Usually, if Shen Feng saw a mouse, he would be furious, because the mouse would not only steal the food at home, but also gnaw away a lot of furniture in the house. This thing should be rolled far away, to be trampled to death. But now after Shen Feng saw the mouse, he immediately felt hope that the mouse would definitely find a way out, so if he followed the mouse, he would definitely find a way out. Shen Feng ran towards the mouse. When the mouse saw Shen Feng rushing over, it immediately turned around and left. This kind of mouse is a mountain mouse and has not been mutated, so it is a very small one. When his much larger human race rushed over, he immediately wanted to escape. Shen Feng can easily catch this mouse, but if he catches the mouse, he can't find the way out. If he wants to get out of the ground, he still needs the help of the mouse. There is a saying that, well, the mouse is always the first to know that the ship will sink, which also shows that the mouse is good at surviving in harsh terrain. The mouse kept running while being chased by Shen Feng, and finally rushed into a room, which was a slightly larger room. All the walls and roof were made of mud, and there was a crack in one of the walls, and the mouse got into its head in the crack. Shen Feng followed the mouse into this room. It was impossible for him to get into the crack, but he found that there are many plastic buckets here, and these plastic buckets are filled with clean water. Shen Feng knows that now he can survive. Yes, now that there is a water source, Chu Chaoyan's dehydration can also be alleviated. Shen Feng quickly untied the rope on his body, put Chu Chaoyan in his arms, fetched water from a bottle and handed it to Chu Chaoyan's mouth, and called softly, "Chaoyan, wake up, we have water to drink." In the sound of Shen Feng's call, Chu Chaoyan temporarily woke up. Her throat felt like it was being burned by fire. The burning pain, she couldn't help opening her mouth. Shen Feng quickly poured water into Chu Chaoyan's mouth, and Chu Chaoyan could only drink the life-saving water. She looked around suspiciously, and found that she was in a strange cave. The strange thing was that there was a lot of clear water around her. So much clear water is enough to persist for a long time. Shen Feng fed Chu Chaoyan enough water first, then came to a plastic bucket, put his head in the bucket and started drinking water, although he didn't know why there was so much water here, but he didn't care after thinking about this. I am almost dying of thirst, and it is only reasonable to drink water as soon as possible. After drinking the water, Shen Feng had the time to observe the surrounding situation. Apart from storing dozens of barrels of clean water, there was nothing in this room. It seemed that the purpose of this room was just to hold water, which was obviously more than 10 square meters room, but there are no zombies guarding it. After Chu Qiaoyan looked around and made sure there was no danger nearby, she said to Shen Feng, "It's weird here. It's completely unreasonable for zombies to store so much clean water. We must leave as soon as possible." Under normal circumstances, zombies do not store clean water, because zombies just bend down to drink water when they are thirsty, and they don't care whether the water source is clean. There is no word clean in the concept of zombies. It doesn't make sense. I understand that these clean water must be stored by the Corpse King. The Corpse King has human memory, so he will only drink clean water. Even if the zombies are sick, they don't know it, but the Corpse King will definitely avoid using unclean water sources. Shen Feng figured this out. Chu Qiaoyan thought more than Shen Feng. She said in a trembling voice, "Since the water source is here, then the Corpse King must be nearby too. Let's leave quickly." Shen Feng bent down to fill a bottle of water first, stuffed the water into Chu Qiaoyan's backpack, then tied Chu Qiaoyan to his body again and left. It's a pity that it's too late now. Hurried footsteps came from outside the room, and the zombies on the second floor woke up one after another. The zombies who woke up from the dormant state obviously had a strong wake-up spirit, and rushed towards the water storage room. "Come over, there are many mutated zombies among them." Shen Feng rushed out of the room and saw many zombies appearing on both sides in the light of the flashlight. He didn't have time to think about it, so he had to kill them now, but the zombies here are obviously not to be underestimated, and it is not so easy to leave. That's it. Shen Feng kicked his feet hard on the ground, and his body turned into an off-string arrow and rushed out in one direction. Chu Qiaoyan lay on Shen Feng's back. She was dehydrated before, but now it is very weak, and it is obviously impossible to fight side by side. Shen Feng needs to face the nearly endless zombies alone, and the pressure he feels is as great as a mountain, but in order to survive, he can only rush forward desperately. The tunnel on the second floor is much wider than the first floor, enough for 5 or 6 people to pass through side by side. Even if it is 4 meters high, even tank-type zombies can barely pass through. Although the space is much larger, it also means that the number of zombies will be more when they attack. For a while, Shen Feng needs to face dozens of zombies attacking at the same time. Up to now, Shen Feng has no choice but to use Eye of the Hurricane. Although the current underground is a little spacious, the effect of Eye of the Hurricane is not good, because the Eye of the Hurricane is mainly to repel the enemy's attack. Now the tunnel is full of zombies. Even if they are repelled, they are still within an inch. Using Eye of the Hurricane is just to prevent the zombies from getting close to you. The tunnel was full of dust for a while, and the yellow sand around Shen Feng was long. The zombies were all blinded by the sand. Taking this opportunity, Shen Feng rushed out quickly. Fortunately, there were not too many zombies in the tunnel, and it only took 2 minutes. In no time, Shen Feng rushed out 300 meters away from the nearby zombies. Chu Qiaoyan was lying on Shen Feng's back, and she could see more content. She found that at a corner not far away, a zombie figure flashed past. Obviously, there is the Corpse King here. Shen Feng, there is a Corpse King hiding over there, kill him. Chu Qiaoyan said anxiously. Hearing what Chu Qiaoyan said, Shen Feng immediately reacted. No wonder he was attacked by zombies so quickly. It turned out that there was a Corpse King hiding around, so he directly directed the zombies to attack him. Dog. Thief, go to hell. Shen Feng charged directly in the direction Chu Qiaoyan pointed, and now countless zombies were blown away by Shen Feng with a strong wind, but these zombies were not injured, they were just repelled. Now the zombies got up and started chasing Shen Feng, but they couldn't catch up. The Corpse King hiding in the dark realized that he had been exposed, and immediately turned around and ran away. He was afraid of being caught by Shen Feng. Once caught, he would only end up dead, and he himself never thought that he just came to the second floor after drinking some water. I bumped into a human being with supernatural powers. 15 days have passed, but there are still human beings living in the tunnel. It's unbelievable. With Shen Feng's speed, he could quickly catch up with the Corpse King's footsteps and kill him, but at this time, after passing a corner, the Corpse King disappeared without a trace. This passage turned out to be a dead end, with only a mud wall ahead, and there is no way out. Shen Feng was chased to a dead corner by the zombies chasing behind him, and had to face the zombies. Hundreds of zombies rushed over in an instant, and Shen Feng retreated repeatedly, and was forced into a dead corner. But at this moment, Shen Feng realized that something was wrong under his feet, and his feet made a dong-dong sound when they stepped on the ground. There is still a layer of space below. The Corpse King just escaped to the bottom. Chu Chaoyan said hastily. Zombies rushed towards Shen Feng one after another. Shen Feng didn't have time to think about it. He couldn't be entangled by these zombies, otherwise he would be unable to escape completely, and now he could only go down. Shen Feng stepped down hard, and the wooden board under his feet cracked instantly. It turned out that there was a cocky board here, and the light of the flashlight was not bright enough, so Shen Feng didn't notice the blocked hole for a while. Shen Feng instantly fell into the third floor space. However, just as Shen Feng fell, he faced attacks from all directions. Countless mutated zombies appeared from the darkness and rushed towards Shen Feng. There was not a single ordinary zombie around here. All of them were mutated zombies, and Shen Feng didn't have time to think about it at this moment, so he used the move of night fighting all directions, waving the long sword with both hands continuously, killing all the mutated zombies around. Under Shen Feng's fierce attack, the zombies suffered heavy casualties. Countless zombies died under the long sword, and many zombies had their hands and feet cut off by Shen Feng. Even if they were still alive, they could not pose a threat to Shen Feng. But at this moment, the Corpse King hiding in the dark saw this scene, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Since there are still human beings alive, let me kill you. Immediately, the Zombie King controlled the mutated zombies to attack Shen Feng in an orderly manner. First, the jet zombies sprayed strong acid in the distance. Shen Feng quickly used the Wind King barrier to block the acid water, followed by the small zombies approached here, attacking Shen Feng with both fists, and these attacks were also blocked by the Wind King barrier. Even the strong zombies can't break the barrier that is difficult to break through even bullets. However, what followed was the attack of the tank-shaped zombies. The 3-meter-high tank-shaped zombie jumped up, and its obese body fell down like a mountain top. Shen Feng didn't dare to use the barrier to resist the attack of the tank zombies, so he could only use the lazy donkey roll, rolling around on the ground with Chu Qiaoan on his back, barely dodging the overwhelming attack of the tank zombies. For a while, Shen Feng fell into a situation where there were enemies in all directions. The enemies around were all mutated zombies. The pressure can be imagined. Originally, Shen Feng could barely cope, but suddenly at this time the attacks of zombies became regular. Get up, rushing forward wave after wave, with no intention of stopping at all, which made Shen Feng exhausted. If this continues, Shen Feng will be consumed alive. Fortunately, Chu Qiaoan was still awake at this time. Although she couldn't participate in the battle, she could barely see the surrounding situation clearly. She was carefully observing the surrounding situation and found that the third floor was wider than the upper 2 floors. After falling from above, there are empty rooms all around, and there are many passages in the distance. It seems that this is a special staircase for entering and exiting. Chu Qiaoyan suddenly understood the current situation, and whispered in Shen Feng's ear, after a while, quickly turn off the flashlight and hide. These zombies can't see the situation in the dark, and the Corpse King hiding in the dark now. If he wants to see the situation clearly, he will definitely use the light source, and when the time comes, you will have to kill the Corpse King in one go. For the convenience of fighting, Shen Feng fixed a flashlight on his body when he set off. Although there will be shaking in the process of advancing, both hands can be put into the battle, and the combat power will be liberated. Shen Feng hastily turned off the flashlight, and at the same time performed a company like the wind, jumping away from the heads of many zombies, and the underground space was instantly plunged into darkness. After the Corpse King discovered that the cave was instantly plunged into darkness, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect humans to have such a small trick. He turned off the flashlight at this time, so all the zombies were blind. At this time humans don't have night vision ability, and zombies are infected and mutated from the basis of human beings, and now they lose their targets in an instant, and they are in a mess, while Shen Feng has opened the Wind King barrier to hide in the dark. Chapter 227. At this time, in order to find traces of human beings, the Corpse King took out a lighter and candle that he carried with him. In order to find the trace of Shen Feng, the Corpse King needed to be able to see the surrounding situation clearly underground, and the candle was quickly lit. At this moment, the offensive and defensive situation was easy. Originally, Shen Feng was holding a flashlight, and all the zombies were attacking him. Now Shen Feng was hiding in the dark, while the Corpse King lit a candle. At this time, Shen Feng was in the dark, and the Corpse Wang's aiming. There's only one chance. Shen Feng understood this truth, so he cast Eye of the Hurricane instantly, blowing away the surrounding zombies, and then went straight to the direction where the candle was lit. Otherwise, as long as the Corpse King exists, it will definitely control the orderly attack of the mutated zombie organization. At this moment, Shen Feng blew away dozens of mutated zombies in front of him, and found the Corpse King hiding in the dark. The strong wind blew out a candle again, and the moment the light disappeared, Shen Feng had already the long sword was sent into the Corpse King's chest, and then stirred vigorously. At this moment, bright red blood spurted out from the Corpse King's chest, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Chu Chaoyan said seriously, "Shen Feng, even if there is a third floor here, we can't stay here for long. Let's rush out from where we came down just now, and then try to find our way to the first floor. If there is danger, we can leave." Shen Feng nodded, and was ready to do what Chu Chaoyan said, but the sky didn't go his way, and something happened when Shen Feng killed the Corpse King, who found himself in a stone room on the third floor. Dozens of Corpse Kings sensed it. They didn't expect that their companions were killed while hiding in the ground. This is unbelievable. There is a unique way of contact between the Corpse Kings. The Corpse Kings themselves do not understand why this is the case, but this does not prevent them from communicating through this method. Suddenly, one of the signals disappears. There is only one explanation, that is, there is a corpse. The king was killed. Under the illumination of the candlelight, Ma Jingshuang stood up slowly and said, "It seems that I muttered about the ability of human beings to survive. I didn't expect that after so many days, there are still human beings surviving in the tunnel, but he has to stop. Now, activate all the zombies on the third floor, look for traces of the enemy, bring candles, and make sure to find this hiding mouse." Among the Corpse Kings, there are also strong and weak divisions, especially Ma Jingshuang, who made the plan to besiege Yanjing this time, and his resourcefulness plans are all beyond ordinary Corpse Kings. Now that he issues orders, the rest of the Corpse Kings must also obey. In this sense, Ma Jingshuang is already the king among Corpse Kings. Take people to Pocket Valley to guard, to prevent humans from escaping from here. This exit must not be exposed. In addition, Lao Li, you take mutant zombies to protect the granary. You can't let humans approach this side. The rest of the people all set out. Drive the intruders to a dead end. It's best to capture them alive, maybe you can get some necessary information. Ma Jingshuang directed at the other Corpse Kings. At this time, the underground in the west of Yanjing began to set up a siege net, and Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan was the prey who fell into the siege. Shen Feng hid in the dark with Chu Chaoyan on his back, and didn't dare to turn on the flashlight at all. Once he turned on the flashlight, it meant that his position would be exposed. Just now the Corpse King was assassinated in this way. Shen Feng didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the Corpse King. It's a pity that Shen Feng didn't want to illuminate the cave, and the zombies started to act instead. Many mutated zombies came out from the distant passage, holding candles in their hands, and the situation in the cave was immediately revealed. Shen Feng hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the cave that fell just now, but zombies kept falling from above. It seemed that the passage above was also blocked by zombies. Mutated zombies are passing candles constantly, and the bright range is also expanding. Shen Feng can't help feeling a little anxious. He will be discovered sooner or later if he hides in the dark. If he doesn't make a decision now, he may not be able to escape later. But now it seems that there is no possibility of escape. The candles were passed around in the hands of the mutated zombies, but Chu Chaoyan observed a strange phenomenon at this time. It seemed that the flames of the candles were always biased in a fixed direction. Shen Feng quickly observed the direction of the wind. If you look carefully, the flames of these candles are all deflecting in one direction, which means that there is wind in the cave. Chu Chaoyan quickly reminded Shen Feng of this matter. Shen Feng suddenly realized that since there is wind, it means that there is an exit, and he is also upset. His own ability is to control the flow of wind, but now he needs Chu Chaoyan to remind himself. It is really shameful, but it also means that as long as go in the direction the wind blows, and you will definitely find a way out. Seeing that the lighted candles were passing continuously, and the illuminated area in the cave was also getting bigger and bigger, Shen Feng made a decisive decision, cast accompanying the wind, and rushed out in the direction of the wind. Above the zombie's head, it turned into a gust of wind, heading straight for the widest hole. The mutated zombies found that the enemy appeared in front of their eyes, and they all swarmed to attack Shen Feng. Unfortunately, in front of Shen Feng's extreme speed, the reaction of these mutated zombies was still too slow. With the illumination of the candlelight, Shen Feng could barely see the surrounding situation clearly. He only needed to concentrate on running away, and in this case he could move forward rapidly when entering the wind-blown passage. Shen Feng turned on the flashlight again to illuminate the way forward. Chu Chaoyan discovered that countless mutated zombies appeared in this passage again. In the dark cave, no one knew what was going on in the passage. How many zombies are still hidden can only be found out after entering the passage in order to block Shen Feng's advance. The mutated zombies made an unexpected move at this time, only to see countless zombies started to stack our huts, hands and feet connected to each other layer by layer. As if they did not want Shen Feng to continue moving forward, the zombies from behind also rushed over at this time, and Shen Feng was caught in a double-sided situation. For this, Shen Feng had to use Follow the Wind to forcibly blow away the rushing zombies behind him, but the ones blocking the way ahead, the zombies, did not move at all. A zombie could easily be blown away. Even a tank-shaped zombie could only retreat step by step in the face of the strong wind from Shen Feng. Suddenly and firmly blocked in the passage, completely preventing Shen Feng from having a chance to move forward. The road ahead was blocked, and Shen Feng couldn't move forward. The mutated zombies on the edge grabbed the wall with their hands and feet, and they would never let go. They didn't need to fight. Their task was to block Shen Feng's way forward. Shen Feng killed, but as long as they can slow down Shen Feng's footsteps, they have completed their task. Shen Feng was quick to wit, since he couldn't repel this group of zombies, he should do the opposite and let these zombies blow towards him. Hence, Shen Feng hurriedly told Chu Chaoyan, "Close your eyes and grab my shoulders." Chu Chaoyan quickly followed suit, and at this moment, Shen Feng used Dongfang Mighty. This gust of wind was not blowing forward from behind, but blowing towards him from the dark passage, and the zombies were tightly blocked in front of Shen Feng. It made it difficult for Shen Feng to advance an inch, but the force-bearing area formed by them also increased. After the Dongfeng Haodang was used, the long wind blew from a distance and gathered in the small cave, forming an R-HUD formation that immediately piled up the zombies. It was blown to the ground, and the wind was so strong that it also blew out the candles in the cave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng rushed forward. He could feel the wind getting stronger and stronger, which meant that the exit was ahead. Although he didn't understand why there was still wind on the third underground floor, it was no longer a problem for him to consider. No, now, he just wants to get out of the ground. Shen Feng ran for a long time in the dark passage, during which there were many mutated zombies trying to surround him, but without exception, they were all bounced off by him using the Eye of the Hurricane. Fortunately, the road in the tunnel is relatively flat, so Shen Feng has not been tripped. After running for 2 kilometers, Shen Feng finally saw a white dot in front of him. It was a ray of light in the darkness. You must be able to leave, now only a few hundred meters away. The hope of survival is in front of you. You must grasp it. Thinking of this, Shen Feng couldn't help speeding up. The closer he was to the entrance of the cave, the more Shen Feng could see the situation outside. At this time, the outside was bright, but when he looked closely, it was snowing outside. It seemed that his guess was not true. That's right, the reason why there is no water in the stone wall is because it snowed and the water source was frozen. However, there are still obstacles in front of the cave entrance. Dozens of mutated zombies are blocking the cave entrance, and what surprised Shen Feng the most is that there are 2 zombie kings at the cave entrance, and these 2 corpse kings have changed drastically at this time because their bodies are no longer thin and weak, but extremely strong. The zombie king now has the bone spurs that only speed zombies can grow, and then the muscles that strong zombies have, the fat and regeneration ability of tank zombies, and the stomach is also slightly protruding. Obviously, even the spray zombies have also learned the ability. These 2 zombie kings are definitely not the incompetent people Shen Feng saw, but the corpse kings who had gathered the advantages of many mutant zombies like Deng Jia, Haoxin and Rongcheng, and Shen Feng was just facing such a dead king, but now he needs to face 2, especially when he is carrying the burden of Chu Chaoyan. Boy, want to leave after breaking into our chassis? Do you think it's too easy? One of the corpse kings said coldly. Shen Feng didn't answer. He used a company like the wind to rush out of the ground. Even if he wanted to fight, he couldn't do it in the cave, otherwise there would be no place to dodge. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. When Shen Feng rushed forward, one of the corpse kings blocked the entrance of the cave, and the other corpse kings rushed forward to fight. Shen Feng dodged the attack of the corpse king rushing over, but at this time the corpse king at the entrance of the cave was screaming up to the sky, and the scream spread all over the cave entrance. Boundary, blocking the sonic attack. But at this time, the corpse king who was flashed by rushed forward to fight Shen Feng again. He has the speed of a speed zombie, although it is not as fast as Shen Feng's, but under the restraint of another companion, he's still able to catch up with Shen Feng. This is also due to the narrow underground passage, where Shen Feng's speed advantage is difficult to play. In order to be able to leave the tunnel, Shen Feng was already desperately trying his best. His eyes gradually turned red, and his sanity gradually disappeared at this time. However, when Shen Feng gradually lost his sanity, his speed also skyrocketed. Chu Chaoyan was the first to notice it. Shen Feng's abnormality was because at this moment, Shen Feng's whole body was hot and he was panting heavily, but his speed had increased to an unbelievable level. Originally, Shen Feng could only run on the ground, but now, in order to leave the cave, Shen Feng can actually walk on the wall of the cave, at a speed that humans cannot see clearly. But even so, Shen Feng also couldn't break through the defense of the two corpse kings and dozens of mutated zombies. Seeing that he had reached the entrance of the cave, he could already feel the cold wind outside the cave, but no matter how he hit, he would be blocked by the corpse king. If he is facing the attack and entanglement of a corpse king, Shen Feng can easily solve it. Even if he can't beat him for a while, he can rely on his speed to stay away. But now it is different in the tunnel, and it is difficult to maximize his speed. But also need to face the sneak attack that may appear at any time. The corpse king at the entrance of the cave controls the mutated zombies to form an R-HUD formation again, and he himself keeps firing bone spurs, and sometimes sends out sonic attacks at critical moments. Shen Feng can only use the Wind King barrier while fighting. His physical strength was constantly passing away. He had been fighting for a long time, but now facing the trembling of the two corpse kings, his physical strength could not hold on for too long. Shen Feng fought at the entrance of the cave for an hour, and his speed slowed down again. His physical strength could not hold on for too long. Now facing the attack of the corpse king, he could only support himself with one breath. Go! He will be easily killed by the corpse king. Suddenly, two zombie kings came out from the passage behind Shen Feng again. Although these two corpse kings were thin, they were surrounded by strong zombies and speed zombies as protection. They formed a defense line and led the zombies towards Shen Feng. Rushed over here, go! The zombie king who just appeared commanded the speed-type zombies to besiege Shen Feng, while the spray-type zombies in the distance sprayed out acid. As a last resort, Shen Feng could only dodge so many attacks. Under such circumstances, Shen Feng was gradually cornered, and it seemed impossible to leave the cave. Shen Feng looked back at the dark world outside. It was getting dark, and when the time came, he would not be able to see his surroundings clearly, and he would definitely fall into a more dangerous situation. Finally, Shen Feng made a difficult decision. First, he used Dongfang Mighty to blow the zombies in the cave to this side, and then opened the Wind King barrier to block the acid attack. He stepped on the wall and rushed into the depths of the cave. Under such circumstances, Shen Feng finally decided to leave the battlefield and look for opportunities to leave later. If he continued to entangle, he would only die from exhaustion. However, Shen Feng's wish to leave failed to come true. The mutated zombies were indeed staggering, but the corpse king was not affected too much, and Shen Feng's trembling corpse king shot out bone spurs in an instant, 10 bone spurs one after another. On the barrier, there were more and more cracks on the barrier, and finally, the 9th bone spur shattered Shen Feng's barrier. Before Shen Feng could open the Wind King barrier again, the 10th bone spur had already arrived behind Shen Feng's back, and this bone spur pierced into Chu Qiaoyan's back in an instant. His body was weak due to dehydration, and now that he suffered such a blow again, blood gushed out immediately, and he couldn't stop it at all. Shen Feng was very worried about Chu Qiaoyan's situation, but the mutated zombies were attacking crazily. He could only face attacks from all directions, and he didn't even care about the direction of escape. As long as he found a way to move forward, he kept going. However, Shen Feng did not realize that these so-called passages that could be advanced were all areas deliberately let go by zombies, so that Shen Feng can move forward. Shen Feng didn't have time to think too much. He was about to run out of physical strength. The most important thing now was to find a place where he could take a breather, and check Chu Qiaoyan's injuries. By the way, if he didn't receive treatment in time, Chu Qiaoyan would definitely die. Can't hold on. Finally, Shen Feng found an empty tunnel, where there were no mutant zombies, and it must be safe inside. But after walking in, Shen Feng realized, where's the way out here? It's a dead end. After going out of the passage, the terrain here suddenly opened up. If you look closely, you can see that there are stone walls all around. This is a naturally formed shandong, But the ground is a huge crack with a width of more than 20 meters. The crack is dark underneath. Yes, I can't see anything. This place seems to be the abyss in Greek mythology, an abyss from which you cannot get out once you enter it. Now Shen Feng finally knows why this passage is not guarded by zombies. This is a huge abyss. It is useless to guard it, because it is a dead end. Shen Feng carefully put down Chu Qiaoyan from her back, but at this time the clothes on Chu Qiaoyan's back were already stained red with blood, her face was pale, and her eyes might close at any moment. Shen Feng quickly pulled out the bone spur on Chu Qiaoyan's back, then tore open his underwear, and used it as a bandage to wrap around Chu Qiaoyan's wound. After hemostasis was done, Shen Feng sent the water bottle in the backpack to Chu Qiaoyan's mouth, but Chu Qiaoyan couldn't drink a sip of water. Shen Feng, it seems that we are doomed. I have something to tell you. Listen carefully, that is, I like you. Chu Qiaoyan showed a pale smile, and then slowly closed his eyes. Shen Feng bit his lip, tears fell down, and then slowly said, I know, but I have never dared to admit it. Now, since I am doomed to die, I can answer you, I like you too. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan have been together for a long time. Even when they are out on expeditions, Chu Qiaoyan is always by Shen Feng's side, and Shen Feng is also used to this kind of company, but he has been avoiding this relationship. He knew that he already had a wife. Although the wedding was simple and no one congratulated him, Chang Jianyi was destined to be the person he loved the most in his life. Shen Feng didn't want to transfer this feeling to others, but now, having reached a desperate situation, Shen Feng can only face his own heart, and he responds to Chu Qiaoyan's feelings. Papa. There was bursts of applause in the passage, and a corpse king came out with hundreds of mutated zombies. They were holding candles in their hands, and the applause came from this corpse king. He applauded and said, it's really touching. Two people who love each other are in a desperate situation, and they finally confessed their inner feelings. It makes me wet. Do you want to live? Surrender to me, I will spare you. As long as you provide information, I will spare your life and let you leave here. Shen Feng lowered his head and sat on the spot expressionlessly, but his eyes were flickering, as if he was thinking about whether it was worth it. The corpse king continued, my name is Ma Jingshuang. Maybe you have heard of my name, but it doesn't matter anymore. If you want to live, you can only get my consent. As long as you can provide information, I will let you know. You go, and I promise not to spread the news. After you go out, you can still become a hero who left from the zombies. How about it? This condition is very good, right? Shen Feng didn't answer. He didn't know how to choose. On the one hand, the hope of survival. On the other hand, the inevitable end of death. Once the corpse king is told enough information, then the corpse king may break through Yanjing, thereby destroying the hope of mankind. But this can save his life temporarily. If you don't make this deal, you will definitely die, and you will never see your loved ones, and everything you have earned so hard no longer belongs to you. It seems too sad to die at a young age. Chapter 228. Xiao Sheng invited Qin Qiyi, who is recuperating from his injuries. It has to be said that the recovery ability of supernatural beings is so strong, and Qin Qiyi recovered as before in just 5 days. However, Lu Xian, Jin Ziju, and Guo Pinming searched underground for a long time, but still found nothing, and all the zombies in the underground seemed to have entered a dormant mode, which meant that there were no living people underground, so the zombies entered now. Dormant state, otherwise, the zombies will definitely kill all the humans they see. Qin Qiyi was invited by Xiao Sheng to the mountain where he was stationed. This is the place Lu Xian chose. According to his own speculation, he believed that after Shen Feng disappeared, if he was still alive, he would definitely act near here. The Shen Feng he was looking for before the traces of it also disappeared around here. Qin Qiyi sighed helplessly, and said to Xiao Sheng, it's not that I'm hurting you with my words, but that Shen Feng's hope of living is really slim. I've been searching for news underground since I was recovering from my injuries in the hospital. I found that there were only 7 people who left the ground safely. Yu Hangai and I can open the passage to leave the ground by ourselves. On the side of the folk master Wang Aoi, there is also a rock manipulator who can also open the passage. Zhangju, who was the first to discover it, ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. As for Shen Feng, his ability is wind, and the underground is not a suitable place for him to fight. Qin Qiyi has already said it very euphemistically. She can't directly say that Shen Feng is dead. After all, she has to consider other people's feelings. If he hasn't come out, he will definitely not survive. Lu Xian hurriedly said, Sister Qin, Please help me. You must help us find the city lord. If we look for a few more days, the city lord must still be alive. Qin Qi shrugged, nodded helplessly, and said, okay, let's try again, but I think it's hopeless. It is still snowing in the sky. It has been falling for almost a day since last night, and the ground is covered with snow again. It is really hard work to find someone under such circumstances, but Qin Qi did not refuse in the end. When he escaped from the ground a few days ago, it was Xiao Sheng who arrived in time and killed the mutated zombies who were chasing after him. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring, so let's work hard, and it will be regarded as repaying Xiao Sheng's favor. It was getting late. Feng Qinghao and Zhang Zi were cooking for everyone, and Qin Qi felt that it was not too late, so he put his hands on the ground to perceive carefully. The material type ability will be carefully perceived during the use process to perceive, just like Guo Pinming can perceive the iron element. Qin Qi can also perceive the land. Qin Qi's maximum perception range is 50 meters, and she can't perceive further places. Although she can create several kilometers of earth walls in one go, the perception range is far smaller than the attack range. People with supernatural powers all have shortcomings in the range of perception. For example, Shen Feng can easily summon a gust of wind within a range of 1 or 2 kilometers, but his range of perception is only tens of meters, which is no larger than Qin Qi's perception range. Qin Qi sensed it patiently for a while, determined the direction of the tunnel, and then walked to the top of the tunnel, using his ability to directly open the passage leading to the bottom. Xiao Sheng threw a fireball into the tunnel, which immediately illuminated the scene below, but he couldn't see anything underground except zombies. Qin Qi did not give up, and continued to perceive the underground situation, opening one channel after another. Although this kind of behavior consumes more energy, it is the only way to do it at present. Zhang Zi couldn't help but said, "Big sister, if you can open a crack directly from the ground, wouldn't you be able to see all the scenes below clearly?" Hearing this, Qin Qi couldn't help shaking his head, and said helplessly, "You think too much? If I can do this, I can split a mountain casually. I'm too lazy to save people." Zhang Zi smiled, and while watching Qin Qi opening the tunnel, he said what he was thinking, "My dream is to be able to use ice to make a palace, but unfortunately I don't have the skills. It's so big, at most it's just controlling the ice to attack, and I don't know if it can be done in the future." Finally, the next morning, Qin Qi discovered the abnormality, because she found an upward passage in the area near the stone wall. Barely let people through ever since. Qin Qi quickly called the people around to come over. "Come here quickly, I found a clue." While speaking, Qin Qi opened up the straight downward passage, and everyone quickly looked down, only to find that there were excavation marks 10 meters down the passage. Obviously, this was a passage dug artificially. And in this area, only Shen Feng has ever gone down to explore. That is to say, Shen Feng has tried to dig a tunnel from here before. Lu Xian suddenly realized, and said, "No wonder we haven't been able to find the city lord around here. It turned out that he fell into the cave on the second floor, so we haven't been able to find him." Guo Pinming quickly walked over with the steel bars on his shoulders, and used his supernatural ability to create a ladder leading down. Everyone filed in and came to the second cave 50 meters below. Here, they found the cave where humans stayed for a short time traces, but now no one can be found on the second floor. Did Shen Feng leave here? Why didn't he continue to dig up? There are still 10 meters to reach the ground. Xiao Sheng couldn't help but wonder. In his impression, Shen Feng was not a guy who would give up halfway, but Shen Feng dug up a 40-meter passage, and finally gave up suddenly, which is really strange. Feng Qinghao saw the cracks on the stone wall, and a bowl-shaped area was dug out below the cracks. He immediately reacted and said, "There must be a lack of water. Look at the cracks here. It was sunny before, and the snow melted. From now on, it will flow down the cracks, and Shen Feng and the others can barely survive. But it started snowing yesterday, and Shen Feng must have to leave because of lack of water." Qin Qi shook his head regretfully, and said helplessly, "It's a pity. If they stay here, we can save them, but now, I don't know where they are going." Things have developed to this point. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. If the snowing time was later, Shen Feng would be able to dig out from the ground with his own strength, or if he waited longer in this dead end, Qin Qi would not. They could find Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan, but now, everyone finally found the place where Shen Feng might exist, but he didn't know where he went. Lu Xian's mood fell instantly. He thought that he could find the city lord, But now it seems that it was just a joy in vain. Xiao Sheng cheered everyone up at this time, and said with a smile, "Everyone, be happy. At least we have found evidence that Shen Feng is still alive. We still have hope to find him. Before, we thought that Shen Feng would not be able to live underground without supplies. It's been a long time, but now it seems that Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan are still alive and strong." Qin Qi knew that this was Xiao Sheng's encouragement to everyone, and he couldn't slack off just because he didn't get anything now, so he quickly echoed, "Let's all look around, maybe we can find some clues." In this way, everyone searched for 2 days from the vicinity of the passage. Shen Feng has not seen a trace, but saw a lot of zombies. Fortunately, these zombies have entered a dormant state and will not be easily awakened, but to be on the safe side, everyone killed all the zombies in the passage. They passed 17 days had passed since the zombie riot, and Yanjing's headquarters no longer believed that there were living humans underground, especially the leader of the Ability Management Bureau, who even directly dialed the satellite phone and asked Xiao Sheng to take people back. After Xiao Sheng talked about it, the leader of the Management Bureau agreed to give him another day. If he still can't find anything after 1 day, he should return to Yanjing as soon as possible. The snow has been snowing for 2 days, and it just stopped today. Xiao Sheng cheered up and led everyone to continue searching for Shen Feng on the second basement floor. If Shen Feng cannot be found today, then he had no choice but to give up. You can't act without authorization, you must obey the orders of your superiors. Both Lu Xian and Guo Pinming were depressed. If Xiao Sheng left with someone, they would be left to find Shen Feng on their own. Without the support of Xiao Sheng and others, it would be nonsense for them to find Shen Feng. It is said that once the zombies run away, they will be driven out of the underground cave. However, at dusk, Yang Chang, who was far away in Yanjing, dialed the satellite phone in Guo Pinming's hand, and said excitedly, "Don't look for it, the city lord is back, the city lord has returned safely, back." Guo Pinming wondered if he had heard something wrong. He couldn't find the city lord at all. How could the city lord return to Yanjing under such circumstances? Yang Chang said seriously, "I won't lie to you, the city lord is really back, he is safe, but Miss Chu is not well. It is hard to say whether she is alive or dead. She is still in the intensive care unit of the hospital. It is said that she is still alive. The chances of it coming down are really low." Guo Pinming didn't have time to ask too many questions at this time, so he quickly told Xiao Sheng the news. "Mr. Xiao, we don't need to look for it anymore. The city lord has already returned to Yanjing. Let's prepare to go back here as well." Hearing this result, Xiao Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shen Feng is still alive, he can still tell Shen Yu the good news. The group quickly packed up their things and drove back to Yanjing. Lu Xian went directly to the hospital where Shen Feng was, and finally saw Shen Feng on a chair outside the intensive care unit. Shen Feng was wearing a clean hospital gown, but his head was a mess, like a chicken cooperative. His feet were wrapped in thick bandages, and blood was still oozing from the bandages. Lu Xian quickly asked, "City Lord, we have been looking for you these days, but we didn't expect you to come back. What happened underground these days?" Lu Xian was especially grateful to Shen Feng for saving him. At that time, there were runaway zombies everywhere. Once he was entangled, he would die, and the earth-digging zombies kept blocking the exit. Fortunately, Shen Feng thought of a way at a critical moment and used extreme speed to kill him. They were sent out of the underground, but in the end Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were trapped underground. This incident made Lu Xian a little bit sorry, thinking that he had dragged the city lord down. Shen Feng was in a low mood. Even if Lu Xian came to his side, he didn't move at all, and his formerly clever eyes lost their luster. The current Shen Feng can only be described by the word decadent. Other than this word, there is no suitable word to describe him. "City Lord, what's wrong with you?" Lu Xian asked carefully. Shen Feng remained silent, and pointed to the intensive care unit in front of him. Lu Xian quickly walked to the door and looked in through the small window, only to find that Chu Jiao was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, densely covered with wires. Some are blood pressure and pulse detection lines, and some are plastic tubes for infusion. Chu Qiaoyan is still wearing an oxygen mask on his face. Although Chu Qiaoyan's heart is still beating at this time, it is under the action of adrenaline. Barely running, once the effects of adrenaline pass, no one knows what Chu Qiaoyan will become. "City Lord, go and have a rest, I will guard here," Lu Xian tentatively said. Shen Feng shook his head and said seriously, "No need, I'll just sit here. As for what happened these days, I don't want to talk about it, and you don't want to ask. As long as he remembered how he left the underground, Shen Feng could feel endless humiliation in his heart. At this moment, he didn't want to say anything. Chu Chaoyan's life and death were still uncertain, and he didn't want to leave here either. He just sat here blankly, motionless, only occasionally blinking, otherwise it is a stone statue. Chapter 229 Extreme Humiliation. The top of the head is a pitted stone wall, and the ground is also uneven. Large and small stones are piled up on the ground, and the most striking thing on the ground is a 20-meter wide crack. Perhaps this can no longer be called a crack, it should be in the abyss. Nothing can be seen down, only the whistling wind can be heard. The bottom of the abyss is dark and cold. Once you fall, you will never come up again. Besides the stone walls, it is a naturally formed cave. The only exit is the passage dug by the zombies, but the passage at this time is a corpse king blocked the exit, and there were hundreds of mutated zombies beside him at this time. Shen Feng was almost exhausted. These days, Shen Feng didn't eat anything seriously, and he had no energy supplement. Eating half a piece of compressed biscuit every day was just better than nothing. He would make a sound to protest. Shen Feng is also a fourth-order supernatural being after all, and his daily meal can eat 4 or 5 rabbits, but now he can't eat enough, and his body is naturally relatively weak. Moreover, Shen Feng has been fighting continuously for a day. Since he left the hiding place, he has basically not rested, and then he exposed his traces and fought against a corpse king, and finally saw the exit, but no matter what they couldn't even rush out, and the 2 corpse kings at the entrance of the cave stood there firmly, like a high wall made of bluestone. Even if Shen Feng hit it until it was bloody, it wouldn't fall down at this moment. Shen Feng hugged the weak and injured Chu Chaoyan and sat on the edge of the abyss. Shen Feng lowered his eyebrows and couldn't see the expression on his face clearly, and Chu Chaoyan could hardly even open his eyes at this moment. Ma Jingshuang continued, "Boy, haven't you thought it through yet? You can persist, but your girlfriend can't. She is seriously injured now. If she doesn't get treatment, she will die soon. As a man, you can't protect her. Is the woman you like really a man?" Shen Feng lowered his head and didn't say anything, but there was already a confused look in his eyes. He didn't know what to choose. When making a decision, Chang Jianyi always gave him advice, and he could also ask others' opinion, but now, he can only think about this issue by himself. Seeing the confusion in Shen Feng's eyes, Chu Chaoyan couldn't help but said, "Shen Feng, don't listen to the corpse king. You are human and he is the corpse king. We are at odds with each other. We can't make deals with a corpse king. This is sick skin with a tiger." Ma Jingshuang seemed to have heard Chu Chaoyan's words, and couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, boy, is your name Shen Feng? I want to ask you, what is a human and what is a zombie? What is the difference between a human and a zombie? What is the difference? Is it infected by the zombie virus? Or is it just a definition that you are struggling with? I am very trustworthy. As long as you tell me about Yanjing, I will let you go." Shen Feng didn't speak, but he raised his head to look at the corpse king. The confusion in his eyes became more and more serious. He wanted to live, and he also wanted to live with Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan smiled at Shen Feng, and said seriously, "The difference between humans and zombies is whether they are kind or not. Zombies don't do production, they only destroy. They obviously did a lot of bad things and ate a lot of work. Humans, but at critical moments, they are sophistrying, thinking that they are human beings. Since they are human beings, they should have empathy, they should learn to be considerate of others, they should not eat people, and they should not vent their helplessness on human beings' body. Do you think so?" At this moment, Shen Feng finally showed a smile. He understood. Ma Jingshuang shrugged and said with a smile, "Shen Feng, such a good woman, the woman who has been by your side to guide you, is it really okay to let her die? Besides, as long as you tell me the information, we will. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how will outsiders know? Think about it clearly, make a deal that no one else knows, and you will survive, and you can even get more. After you go back, you can brag about it. You can brag about fighting zombies underground for more than 10 days, killing countless zombies, and finally discovering the terrain on the zombie side. You will become a hero among humans. Do you want to be respected by others? Do you want to be a hero that everyone admires? As long as you tell the information, you can leave and everything will be done." The corpse king's words are like sweet poison. Although the consequences are serious, they are still desirable. Shen Feng is inevitably attracted by the content of these words. He also dreams of becoming a hero and a myth that everyone yearns for. Even if this myth is obtained through shady means, and that is enough. However, after standing up with Chu Chaoyan in his arms, Shen Feng gently shook his head and said, "Although everything you describe is so attractive, I can't help but imagine this kind of thing happening, but I reject." Shen Feng said coldly, "Once you get my information, you are likely to rush into Yanjing City, and it will be the end of tens of thousands of survivors. Although I, Shen Feng, am not a famous person, I will not betray you. Compatriots, don't even try to get any information from me. Really, do you think I can't enter Yanjing without your information? To tell you the truth, once spring comes, I will still attack Yanjing. It's just a matter of time. You seem to overestimate your own strength. It's worth it." Ma Jingshuang's voice gradually turned cold. Maybe, but it's not a question of degree, it's a question of whether to do it or not. If I do it, I'll be a traitor that everyone will punish. On the contrary, I died here today, perhaps without a name. Maybe it won't take long for others to forget me. Maybe there are only a few people who shed tears for me, but as long as I have a clear heart, that's enough." Shen Feng had a look of relief on his face. Having been underground for so long, still can't live, he finally let go of it. Life is also something that can't be done even if you work hard. Then, are you worthy of the girl in your arms? Ma Jingshuang asked. You know, her life and death are also in your hands. If you choose to die, it is equivalent to killing her. Obviously, there can be a happy ending. Do you really have the heart? If you can't bear it, there is nothing you can do. If you feel guilty, you can only go to hell and explain to her slowly. I only hope that she will forgive me when the time comes. Shen Feng said with a wry smile. Oh, it's a pity. People in the world are always stubborn. People in the world are always persistent, and persistence is obsession. Ma Jingshuang turned her head and said in a low voice, all. Of a sudden, hundreds of mutated zombies rushed towards Shen Feng. They wanted to tear Shen Feng to pieces, and it was best if they could grab some meat and put it in their mouths. They hadn't tasted human flesh and blood for a long time. Shen Feng did not resist, but hugged Chu Chaoyan and leaned back. The whole person fell backwards uncontrollably. He fell into an abyss with Chu Chaoyan in his arms. The whistling wind came from Shen Feng's ears. The wind blows past, and now he doesn't even have the strength to use the wind to support his body after falling a distance of 200 meters. Shen Feng finally exerted his abilities and propped up the Wind King barrier. This was the last thing he could do with his physical strength. He will fall to his death in the future. Shen Feng knows this. Shen Feng fell into the boundless darkness, and he could no longer see a gleam of light in his eyes. But at this moment, the two people wrapped in the Wind King's enchantment fell to the bottom of the abyss, where there were no gravel or stones. The land, but the boundless water flow. The two of them were involved in the undercurrent in an instant, rolling continuously with the water flow. Shen Feng didn't expect that there was an underground river at the bottom of the abyss. He always wanted to go up because he could only leave when he went up. However, since the zombies ran away, he led Chu Chaoyan down step by step. Walked from the first underground floor to the second floor, and then to the third floor. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the ground, he was already desperate. Who knew that in the end, he would jump into the abyss, and below the abyss it is an underground river, and the real way of life is actually underground. As long as the underground river is flowing, then the underground river will definitely be able to take Shen Feng to the outside world. It was a period of endless darkness. Chu Chaoyan lost too much blood and fell into coma. Before she passed out, there was still a smile on her face. She was very happy that Shen Feng chose to believe her words. It's a pity that Shen Feng didn't have a lighting tool. He couldn't see Chaoyan's face clearly in the darkness, and he didn't know that Chu Chaoyan didn't blame him, so he could only watch the boundless darkness and wait silently. The underground river took him and Chu Chaoyan away from here. It is rare for Shen Feng to have a chance to rest, but after searching carefully, Chu Chaoyan found that there was nothing in Chu Chaoyan's bag except a notebook, and it was impossible to replenish his physical strength. He didn't know how long it would last, and once the barrier was broken, he and Chu Chaoyan would surely die in the underground river. This is a place where sunlight cannot come in. It is cold and deep. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan were continuously impacted by the current underground, and the Wind King barrier also continuously hit the hidden reef. The barrier was broken. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan fell into the icy river. It was winter, and the underground river was icy cold. Shen Feng hugged Chu Chaoyan tightly. He could not separate from Chu Chaoyan, because once separated, he might be able to survive. But Chu Qiaoyan, who was in a coma, would definitely not survive. Fortunately, the underground river came to an end at this time. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan came out of the underground, and finally saw the light. For a while, Shen Feng could only close his eyes, his face was pale, and he was frozen in the water for a long time. He has suffered from severe hypothermia. The most terrible thing was that Shen Feng's legs hit the reef fiercely in the underground river, and his lower legs broke immediately. The sharp bone spurs pierced the muscles, and Shen Feng was bleeding continuously. It was impossible for him to continue running now. Shen Feng was constantly struggling in the river. Chu Qiaoyan's body was falling, and he himself felt unable to support himself, as if he might sink to the bottom of the water at any moment. This is a wide river, and Shen Feng, who fell into the water, could not seeing the shore. After struggling like this for a long time, Shen Feng finally found a log floating in the river, so he quickly grabbed the log, and put himself and Chu Qiaoyan on the log. Shen Feng tried his best to swim to the shore, but his legs were broken and he couldn't use his strength at all. In the end, he could only float on the river with Chu Qiaoyan, letting the drinking water take him and Chu Qiaoyan far away. When the river passed a bend, it hit the wood and made it stay on the bank. Shen Feng hurriedly brought Chu Qiaoyan to the bank. There was a patch of reeds, and the reeds were already withered and yellow. Only the broken branches and leaves were left trembling, and Shen Feng also lost the last of his strength, and fell to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had cramps after soaking in the water for so long. Shen Feng woke up in severe pain. It wasn't snowing yet, and he could still see the stars in the sky. Shen Feng roughly calculated that this must not be the night when he just jumped into the underground river. It must have been another day. He didn't expect that he just woke up now. His belly was so hungry, his whole body had no strength, and Chu Qiaoyan was lying beside him. Shen Feng hurriedly checked on Chu Qiaoyan's condition. Chu Qiaoyan's body temperature was already very low at this time. Shen Feng could only feel a burst of coldness, but she still had a pulse. She was still alive. Shen Feng couldn't stand and run. His legs were broken, so he could only put Chu Qiaoyan on his back, and kept crawling with his hands on the ground. He wanted to use the ability, but he was not physically strong enough to use it at all. Fortunately, at this time, Shen Feng discovered that there was another boat in the bend of the river. Fuel. As long as you can find fuel, you can heat it, and you can also send signals. With great difficulty, Shen Feng sent Chu Qiaoyan and himself onto the boat. It was a fishing boat, and there were blankets and coal on board. The lighter was placed in the cabin. Shen Feng quickly dismantled the things that could be burned on the boat to start the fire. Coal was not that much. If it is easy to burn, the firewood must be ignited before the coal can be ignited. On the 17th day, Shen Feng lit a pile of dead branches and leaves, billowing thick smoke into the sky. It was no longer snowing at this time, but the ground was still covered with ice and snow. Chu Qiaoyan's condition was not good, and she never woke up. Over time, her body temperature fluctuated. Once, Chu Qiaoyan's pulse disappeared for 10 minutes, and Shen Feng quickly gave her CPR. After waiting for a long time, Shen Feng could not wait for the rescue to appear. At this time, Shen Feng was completely desperate, hiding in the cabin and talking to himself. Yes, it is the end now. Where can there be rescue? Even if I send out the signal, what does it matter? What's the use? I can't save anyone. I can't do anything. Shen Feng hugged Chu Qiaoyan in the cabin to keep warm. His eyes were dull. He knew that he could still live, but if Chu Qiaoyan could not get treatment, he would die. Now, it seems that he can only watch his beloved die in his arms. However, at the moment when Shen Feng was completely desperate, a person suddenly fell from the head of the fishing boat, and at the same time a strong voice came. Do you need help? Shen Feng looked up and recognized this guy, with a pair of black wings on his back and a casual smile on his face. Immediately, Shen Feng said excitedly, Birdman, no, Angel, send me and my girlfriend to Yanjing quickly. She needs treatment. I can't go now. Please help me. Zhang Ju said, very dissatisfied. I am not an angel, let alone a birdman. I am Zhang Ju. Remember my name, but I want to make it clear that I never do things that are not beneficial. You'd better give me some personnel. Fortunately, Shen Feng has read Journey to the West and knows what personnel affairs are, so he quickly said, you send us back to Yanjing, and I will give you an evolution potion. I am Shen Feng, and I will do what I say. Zhang Ju was stunned when he heard this, and quickly bent down to enter the cabin to observe carefully. You are Shen Feng? I really didn't recognize it. Since it's what you said, of course I believe it. Remember it. Evolution potion. Don't cheat. Shen Feng didn't introduce himself, so Zhang Ju really couldn't recognize him. At the beginning, Zhang Ju had watched the live broadcast of Shen Feng and the Corpse King's duel. Back then, Shen Feng was full of vigor and heroism, facing the fierce attack of the Corpse King. Up and down the sword, Yurong Cheng killed the Corpse King, but now Shen Feng is unkempt and torn. Zhang Ju, the five-pocket elder of the beggar gang, would believe him at this time. Zhang Ju didn't have time to ask more questions, so he hurried forward to help, tied Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan together, brought them to the bow, grabbed the rope and started to take off. Zhang Ju also wanted to ask why Shen Feng was here. This place is already out of Yanjing's jurisdiction. This is the middle and lower reaches of the Yangding River. It is almost 100 kilometers away from the west of the city that Shen Feng explored before. Under what circumstances would he appear here? However, the situation was urgent, so Zhang Ju took Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan and flew towards Yanjing. In terms of combat power, none of the 10 Zhang Ju could compare to Shen Feng alone, but in terms of flying ability, he was number one in the world. Others can never think of surpassing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 An Eye for an Eye. Since the apocalypse, the air on the Earth has become much cleaner. The outbreak of zombies has caused most of the factories to be abandoned, and the exhaust gas has dropped in a straight line. For a while, the blue sky has appeared again. The blue sky looks spotless, as if it has been washed by water. Same, and a big bird flew by in the sky, but if you look carefully, you can find that it is not a bird flying in the sky, but a person. Zhang Ju flew in the direction of Yanjing with the seriously injured Shen Feng and the unconscious Chu Chaoyan. He was going to see if the zombies in the south were making any big moves. Accidentally saw a puff of black smoke, suspiciously went to check the direction where the black smoke rose, but unexpectedly saw Shen Feng. Zhang Ju was also very curious why Shen Feng appeared in the south of Yanjing, and he was in such a state of embarrassment. Calculating the combat power, Shen Feng is not one of the best, but at least he is also a top-ranked supernatural being. It is amazing that he can beat him like this. What kind of dangerous situation did you encounter? Soon, Zhang Ju brought Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan to the hospital. Chu Chaoyan was quickly sent to the operating room for emergency treatment. Although Shen Feng was conscious, he was also seriously injured and needed treatment. The most serious problem on Shen Feng's side was that his legs were broken, so after surgery to remove the bone spurs, a steel plate was nailed to his legs. After Shen Feng woke up from anesthesia, he struggled to visit Chu Chaoyan. He was most worried. What happened to Chu Chaoyan was something unexpected, which he could not accept. However, Shen Feng learned from the doctor that Chu Chaoyan is still in the intensive care unit. Her condition is not optimistic. First, she did not drink water for 5 days, her body was severely dehydrated, and her weak body was even injured by bone spurs. The hit, although it didn't hit the internal organs, caused excessive blood loss, and then fell into the underground river, where she was soaked in the icy cold water for almost a day. After such an experience, she was able to survive with a sigh of relief, which is simply a miracle. The doctor finally said to Shen Feng, "You should be mentally prepared. Ms. Chu may not be able to hold on anymore. Her blood loss and hypothermia are too serious. Now she may die at any time." Hearing what the doctor said, Shen Feng suddenly remembered the life-saving medicine he brought from Jianyi, and quickly said, "Doctor, I have a lot of evolutionary bases here, and now Chaoyan is a third-order supernatural user. I let her eat the evolution base and let her evolve. In this way, all the wounds on her body can be healed. Is that okay?" The doctor quickly shook his head, and said to Shen Feng seriously, "No. I am responsible to tell you that Ms. Chu must not take the evolutionary base now, her body can't take it anymore. The wound healed after the evolution in your mouth is actually it doesn't matter if you use this trick when you're overdrawing your vitality, but Ms. Chu hasn't eaten or drank water for a long time. The glycogen and fat consumption in her body is very serious. Her current body can't last until the evolution is complete. How did this happen? How did this happen? Why haven't I heard of such a thing?" Shen Feng was stunned. He had always believed that evolution would solve all problems, so it didn't matter if he was injured, even if he was on the verge of death. In the dead state, As long as he can successfully evolve, his injuries will recover, but now that he knows that he can't do this, he is immediately stunned. The doctor sighed and explained, "Where in the world is there a magic medicine that can cure all diseases? And the evolution of human beings is also carried out on a certain basis. The energy storage substance in human beings is mainly fat. You two stay in the ground. During the time, the sugar in the body was consumed a lot, and then the fat was also consumed, otherwise you would not be able to live at all, and if there is no enough energy storage substance, the evolution will only fail. Do you understand?" The doctor's statement is very simple. Even people who are not professionally studying medicine can understand it. That is, people with poor physique cannot complete evolution, because the body cannot bear it. It just so happened that Chu Qiaoyan was in this state at this time. His body was seriously overdrawn, and it was impossible to persist in his evolution. Shen Feng was leaning against the wall in vain. Now he is completely stupid. He thought that Chu Qiaoyan would be able to save his life when he returned to Yanjing. He thought that with the evolution base, he could make Chu Qiaoyan evolve, and then she would come back to life. But now it seems that Chu Qiaoyan is not as easy to wake up as he imagined. The doctor also didn't want to see Shen Feng being so decadent. After all, he was a character ordered by the people above to take it seriously, so he advised, "Don't be too desperate, the vitality of the superhuman is still very strong. If she can persist for a while, there is still hope of waking up. Don't be too desperate." Shen Feng sat blankly outside the ward of the intensive care unit, and began to wait for a long time. He only hoped that Chu Qiaoyan could wake up. At that time, he would say everything he wanted to say, instead of the one before the abyss. A few simple nonsense. During this period, both Xiao Xing and Yang Chang came to visit Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan, but at this time Shen Feng fell into self-blame. He blamed himself for not protecting Chu Qiaoyan well, so that he became what he is now. At this time, Shen Feng didn't want to talk to anyone, no matter what others said. He was unwilling to answer. "If I can be stronger, I can protect Qiaoyan better." Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Chu Qiaoyan in the intensive care unit was still breathing weakly, her closed eyes never opened again, and even her heart beat barely. Now her situation is like a candle in the wind, and she may continue to burn, but once when the wind howls, the candle will be extinguished in an instant, and the reason why the candle is a candle is because life is about to come to an end. The people at the headquarters heard that after the zombie riot for 17 days, there were still people who came out of the ground alive, and they immediately paid attention to it. The longer they stay underground, the more clues they can get. Once they can know where the zombies are, the layout of the ground gave them more confidence in formulating strategies, so they specially ordered the people below to take good care of Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan regarding the zombies hiding in the ground. How to attack them has not yet been able to make a decision, because everyone does not have a clear understanding of the situation in the ground. Even Yu Henggai and Qin Qi only know that there is a second-floor underground space. More things are not known, but when the headquarters sent someone to inquire about Shen Feng's underground situation, Shen Feng didn't say a word, just stayed outside the ward in a daze. No matter it was day or night, he sat outside all the time, although he also ate and slept, but never communicate with others. Luckily, Lu Xian stayed in the hospital all the time. He stepped forward to deal with the people from the headquarters. He finally let them go, but the people from the headquarters didn't give up. They insisted that Shen Feng tell the situation in the tunnel this morning, and would come to inquire every day. In the end, Shen Feng said this to the headquarters: "When Chu Qiaoyan wakes up, I will tell you whatever you want to know. Before that, don't ask me anything, because the zombies are hiding underground, and the headquarters can't solve them. As for the question, you guys should honestly wait until the beginning of spring to talk about it." Shen Feng also knows that war is the most important thing. If you can't win, the 10 million people in Yanjing will be threatened by zombies at a small scale, and it will be a joke to recover the zombie-occupied areas of the country. Therefore, this time the war must be won. But he was not in the mood to talk about it. He just wanted to wait for Chu Qiaoyan to wake up. Chu Qiaoyan's body was extremely weak. It could be said that it was exhausted. In this case, her life was maintained by daily infusions. Glucose solution was injected into Chu Qiaoyan's body every day. After a week, blood finally appeared on Chu Qiaoyan's face, and the situation gradually stabilized. When the doctor discovered this situation, he had to marvel at the vitality of the supernatural being. It is a miracle that he survived the situation of excessive blood loss and long-term hypothermia. Now the situation is stable. As long as he waits, Chu Jiaoyan can wake up 3 days later. Chu Chaoyan finally woke up. She opened her confused eyes, but found that she could only see the snow-white ceiling. She frowned and recalled carefully, but she couldn't remember why she appeared here. She turned her head looking around. I found that there are sophisticated instruments all around, and the electrocardiogram has been making beeping sounds. It seems that I am in the hospital now soon. The news of Chu Chaoyan waking up was discovered by the doctor, so he quickly notified Shen Feng, and Shen Feng hurriedly went to the bedside to check with a cane. Chu Chaoyan smiled at Shen Feng and said, "Look, come and save me, thanks for your hard work, Chu." Chaoyan looked at Shen Feng's familiar face with a smile on her face. She thought that she and Shen Feng would fall into the abyss and there would be no hope of surviving, but when she woke up, she suddenly found herself in the hospital. Then it must be Shen Feng who saved himself. Seeing Chu Chaoyan wake up, Shen Feng couldn't help but nod admiringly. He remembered the 15 days he and Chu Chaoyan had spent together underground. If it wasn't for her company, he might not be able to persist, especially Chu Chaoyan. Yan kept all the water sources for himself, which was the most memorable thing for him. Now that Chu Chaoyan woke up and her physical condition stabilized, Shen Feng finally felt at ease. "Chaoyan, you are recuperating well in the hospital, I will visit you often," Shen Feng said to Chu Chaoyan quickly. Chu Chaoyan couldn't help being taken aback when she heard Shen Feng's words, and asked, "Where are you going, Chu?" Chaoyan actually hopes that Shen Feng can be by her side. When someone needs to take care of her, everyone hopes that the person she likes can be by her side. This is the greatest comfort. There was a look of hatred in Shen Feng's eyes. The reason why he and Chu Chaoyan were cornered was because of the Corpse King. In the end, if he hadn't met the underground river by chance, he and Chu Chaoyan would have died, and this revenge must be avenged. No matter what method is used, it must be avenged. I want to take revenge. I want to eat the evolutionary base to become a fifth-order superhuman. I want to gain more power, and then kill all these zombies," Shen Feng said in cold words. Chu Chaoyan pursed her lips. She couldn't say anything to hold her back. She couldn't stop Shen Feng from doing this, because she knew very well that she couldn't stop Shen Feng from doing such a dangerous thing. Men are the most important thing. What is important is dignity, and when he was underground, the Corpse King trampled on Shen Feng's dignity to the point that nothing was left. If Shen Feng didn't even want to take revenge, wouldn't his bones be broken? Then, take care, don't run into danger, Chu Chaoyan said reluctantly as Shen Feng's woman. Chu Chaoyan could only support Shen Feng to do this. Although it was dangerous, she couldn't stop it. Shen Feng nodded and left the ward. He was still wearing 2 crutches. It is not so easy to recover from a broken bone, but Shen Feng plans to eat the evolutionary base to complete his evolution will advance by leaps and bounds. However, before that, the people in the headquarters still need Shen Feng's answer, and, according to Shen Feng's answer, they will give certain rewards. Shen Feng didn't hide anything, and said directly, "The underground zombies have 3 layers of hiding places. The first layer is basically a tunnel, more like a maze. There are not many zombies on this layer. They are all ordinary zombies, most of them are abandoned. The passage on the second floor is relatively wide, and there are many rooms. These rooms are like the ant chambers of ants. The rooms either store supplies or store food. This is also the main force of zombies. Whether it is ordinary zombies or mutant zombies, there are many of them. The third floor is also huge, but only the Corpse King and mutant zombies lie there, and they are very powerful mutant zombies, so this is also the most difficult place to enter. There is a third floor underground? No wonder the Corpse King can't be found." The people in the headquarters were taken aback. They didn't expect the zombies to have a third floor as a hiding place. Qin Kui and Yu Hangai stayed underground for 10 days before, during which time they basically searched for the Corpse King on the second floor, but they couldn't find it at all. After analysis by the headquarters, they felt that the second floor must be too vast, so the 2 men. It has been a long time since the Corpse King's hiding place can be found, but now it seems that the Corpse King is hiding in the third floor at this time. Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and quickly said, "Speaking of which, you'd better go to the Taihang Mountains to the west to find caves on the mountain wall. There are so many layers of space underground, so the reason why there is no lack of fresh air is that it is because there are caves on the mountain wall as vents." "I understand. This news is the most precious." We immediately sent a helicopter to find the vents. Speaking of which, since the west of the city is like this, the Yanshan Mountain in the north must also be like this. The east and south of the city are plain areas, So it's not easy to say. The people at the headquarters immediately reacted and returned to the headquarters with this important news. Lucian asked Shen Feng, City Master, where are you going? Return to the station? Or find a ward to recuperate? I want to find a quiet place and prepare for the 5th evolution. I want to gain more powerful power. I need to be strong enough to defeat any target. Otherwise, if something like this happens in the future, I will still be crushed. I want to have the most strong strength, so that others can no longer push me into a desperate situation. Shen Feng said his goal with firm eyes. Chapter 231 The Wind of Fury. While waiting for Chu Chaoyan to wake up, Shen Feng didn't just sit stupidly, he was thinking, why did this situation happen? Why did he lead Chu Chaoyan step by step to a dead end? If he didn't fall into the underground river in the end, it would be impossible to survive. After thinking for a long time, Shen Feng finally understood that all the reasons were that he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could kill all the zombies that dared to rush forward during a zombie riot. Chaoyan will be very safe, instead of hiding and being chased like a bereaved dog. If she can quickly dig out the tunnel while hiding on the 2nd floor, then Chu Chaoyan doesn't have to save water for herself. In an instant, he could kill 2 corpse kings, and then he could take Chu Chaoyan to leave in a cool way, but none of these scenes happened. And Shen Feng was finally forced by the Corpse King to jump into the abyss. It can be said that as long as Shen Feng can do one of these things, he will not jump into the abyss in despair. Shen Feng would have brought Chu Chaoyan out of the ground long ago, so, after summing up so much, Shen Feng discovered his only problem, which was not being strong enough. Shen Feng once thought that he was the first person in the world to become a 4th-order supernatural being, so he was very talented, and his future would definitely be limitless. Especially after Yazhao also became a possession, his mentality also appeared. Although he didn't say it clearly, the arrogance of Lao Tzu's being number 1 in the world has already begun to take shape. Until now, Shen Feng's mentality was shattered by a plan of the Corpse King. He thought that he was number 1 in the world and that he was the pride of heaven, but when the real danger came, he didn't even have the strength to protect the woman he loves. The contrast made Shen Feng experience from heaven to hell. And Shen Feng also began to transform in this situation. It is not that the strong will not fail, but they can stand up again and again after falling down. Therefore, the only thing Shen Feng lacks now is power. If he wants to gain power, the easiest thing is to eat enough evolutionary bases. Not only will his injuries heal instantly, but he can also gain powerful power after evolution. Shen Feng asked Lucian to go back to the station to find Yang Cheng to get the evolutionary base. After taking the evolutionary base in the hospital, his body recovered instantly. The doctor was also carefully checking the changes of Shen Feng. They found that the fat on Shen Feng's body was decreasing rapidly. But at the same time, Shen Feng's broken leg bone was healing rapidly. The doctors didn't expect the recovery ability during evolution to be so exaggerated. They had never seen the evolution of supernatural beings before. Now that they saw Shen Feng's evolution process with their own eyes, they were immediately happy to see Lies in. If it weren't for Lucian, they would have stayed outside the ward. The doctor wished he could dissect Shen Feng. Lucian stood outside the door and said to the doctors, "Don't even think about going in. I'm the bodyguard of the city lord. After the city lord recovers, all you have to do is remove the steel plates on his legs, understand? Don't even think about it. Go in, let's go in and check Shen Feng's body. Don't drive us away. If there is any danger, we can still help." The doctor quickly explained. Lucian thought for a while, and it was indeed the truth, so he said to the doctor, "Then you all stand aside and watch, don't touch it, or I will beat you." As a result, more than a dozen doctors gathered around the hospital bed and pointed at Shen Feng, discussing while watching, talking about terms such as energy conversion efficiency and cell-induced differentiation. In short, Lucian on the side, "Listen, I don't understand, but the doctors are talking about it with gusto. Shen Feng has lost weight visible to the naked eye. Successful evolution requires a lot of energy. When the fat is almost consumed, the energy that needs to be consumed is glycogen and protein. Fortunately, the evolutionary base itself also contains powerful energy. Shen Feng, there is no need to consume your own protein, otherwise, when you wake up, you will be skinny. How can you take revenge?" It took Shen Feng 6 hours to successfully evolve to the 5th stage, but when he woke up, he found many doctors around the hospital bed, which immediately made Shen Feng frown. What are you doing? Are you awake?" The doctors said with a smile, "Isn't this the evolution of a supernatural being before? So let's watch it. Don't be nervous, we have no evil intentions." More than a dozen doctors surrounded me. I would be nervous even if I didn't have evil intentions. Next, I will perform an operation quickly to remove the steel plate on my leg. My bones have healed. Shen Feng said hastily. The doctors nodded quickly, and then began to prepare for the operation. After the operation, Shen Feng still lay in the hospital for a day, and the incision on his leg has grown back a day later, and what he wants to do most now is to try his own abilities, and now he feels controlled. His abilities have become more powerful. Revenge is at hand, and only with stronger power can he avenge his shame. Shen Feng took Lu Xian back to the station, and at this time Zhang Ju also came after smelling it. He did not forget the conditions Shen Feng said before, and now that Shen Feng was discharged from the hospital smoothly, he came by the way asking for what Shen Feng promised. "Didn't you promise to give me a supernatural potion before? Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." When Shen Feng saw Zhang Ju, he was more grateful in his heart, and immediately stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely give you the supernatural potion, but not now, because I have a corpse king's head in my hand, which can be made the supernatural potion. I will give you one when the production is complete." When Zhang Ju heard this answer, he pouted immediately and said, "Don't pretend to be poor. The headquarters has said that you have obtained the most information among all the people, so in the detection plan, you are the first, and the evolution potion is also a reward for you. You say no now, are you just entertaining the family?" Shen Feng looked at Lu Xian suspiciously, and asked, "Is that so?" "I am number one, Lu." Xian shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Over 3,000 people went down into the cave, and only 9 survived, and you, the city lord, came out last, so you must be the first." More than 3,000 people descended into the ground for generous rewards. They originally wanted to become famous, but the final outcome was tragic. Only 9 people survived, and they couldn't even gather 10 people to receive the prize together. Now no one dares to underestimate the Corpse King. Everyone was surprised to find that from the beginning of the war to the present, human beings have always been led by the nose, even though 20 million zombies were killed during the Yanjing defense. However, the situation has been delayed. More and more outrageous. Shen Feng said to Zhang Ju, "Then you have to wait a bit, my reward hasn't been delivered yet. I'll give it to you when the supernatural potion arrives, okay?" Zhang Ju nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Of course, Mr. Shen Feng has a big family, so he certainly wouldn't care about such a supernatural potion. If you don't mind, I'm walking around, not spying on you. I just have nothing to do, just take a look around." The city lord, I forgot to tell you, while you were staying in the hospital, the deputy city lord led people to take down Yazhao, and the mutant mice saw that the situation was not good, and all after running to the wild. Yazhao is now our territory. Lu Xian said hastily, "Really? Senior sister has captured Yazhao, which is really good news." Shen Feng smiled when he heard the good news from thousands of miles away. After more than a month, senior sister finally captured Yazhao. Zhou, according to Professor Chu, is now able to advance and retreat or defend. Advance to plot the world, retreat to defend the southwest gate, and he can lead his subordinates to have a better future. Zhang Ju also came up to him at this time and said, "Mr. Shen, you are different now. You used to be the city lord of Jiangyang. I don't say too much about this kind of person, but there are at least a dozen of them in the whole country. But now, you are already the representative of one side." Shen Feng was also a little proud at this time, but he did not forget that he was in Yanjing, so he quickly and modestly denied, "Where is that? This is all achieved under the leadership of the headquarters, and we will have to face it together in the future. What about zombies and mutant beasts?" After being polite for a while, Shen Feng found an open area and began to test his own strength. Zhang Ju and Lu Xian watched from the side. They also wanted to know how Shen Feng's strength was, whether there had been a qualitative change. Shen Feng calmed down to perceive his supernatural powers, and suddenly fell into a strange situation. He found that he seemed to be able to sense the flow of the wind after closing his eyes. Can capture the trajectory of the wind. And this is not what makes him the most happy. At this moment he suddenly discovered that he can condense the wind into a solid body, like a weapon that can be controlled at will. The wind can also change the shape at will in the hand. I understand, this is the wind blade. Shen Feng suddenly came to his senses, holding the index finger and middle finger of his right hand together, Using the two fingers as a sword to instantly draw a trajectory in the air, neither Lu Xian nor Zhang Ju knew what Shen Feng was doing. Looking at it from a distance, Shen Feng was stretching out his hand and gesticulating in the air, as if drawing a ghostly talisman, and Zhang Ju couldn't help but uttered, "PFFT, is this dancing to the gods?" Zhang Ju really couldn't help laughing out loud. How can someone's abilities be so gesticulating like this? Especially Shen Feng, a wind-type ability user, should be as fast as a gust of wind, and attack fiercely, right? Question mark. At this time, he was drawing ghosts in the air, which made people laugh out loud. Shen Feng's hearing is still very keen. Hearing Zhang Ju's ridicule at this time, he couldn't help turning his head and said directly, "Throw something over here, let you see my skills." Zhang Ju looked at his body, but he didn't bring any sundries, and there was nothing to throw there. Lu Xian showed a smirk, stretched out his hand and pulled out a feather from Zhang Ju's back wing, causing Zhang Ju's back to hurt immediately, and glared angrily, "What are you doing? Are you plotting against me?" Lu Xian shook the black feather in his hand, and said with a smile, "Don't be so stingy, you see that you have so many hairs on your body, even if you pull out one, it's not a problem, and I heard that the feathers of birds fall off. In the future, the regrowth will be even tougher. Fuck, I have the nerve to talk nonsense after plucking my feathers." Zhang Ju didn't believe Lu Xian's nonsense. This guy obviously made a special excuse just to pluck his own feathers, so he was ashamed to say it. Lu Xian muttered softly, "Really, a penny-pinching guy, a cheapskate, he said. Lu Xian threw the feather vigorously. The feather itself is not easy to bear force in the air, so the feather in Lu Xian's hand will fall when thrown 3 meters away. But at this time, Shen Feng pointed and swiped, and a transparent wind blade flew out instantly, cutting the feather in the air in half on the spot. This scene fell into the eyes of Lu Xian and Zhang Ju, who were immediately surprised. This method is to kill people invisible. They can't see Shen Feng's movements clearly, but the feathers are split into two in an instant. This method is simply unheard of. Sword key. This must be sword key. Lu Xian followed Shen Feng for a while, and he also acquired some of the temperament of the second grader. Now that he saw Shen Feng's method of cutting feathers through the air, he immediately exclaimed, which is obvious. It is the legendary sword energy, which can only be achieved by people with high internal strength, so it seems that Shen Feng is still a master of swordsmanship. Zhang Ju was also very surprised when he saw this scene. He just remembered, Shen Feng's ability is to control the wind. What is the wind? The phenomenon of airflow is called wind. Now, Shen Feng's method is stronger than before. Before, Shen Feng was very fast. Feng can create wind blades with a wave of his hand, and take people's lives from a distance, which is extremely terrifying. Mr. Shen Feng's martial arts are world-class. From now on, he will definitely not be a thing in the pool. In the future, he will be the strongest among human beings. I will bow down. Zhang Ju also quickly flattered at this time. It's the best time to say good things. Shen Feng's previous depression was swept away. He knew that after learning the new skills, he would surely be able to avenge his shame. He walked slowly to Lu Xian and Zhang Ju and asked, "In your opinion, what's the right name for you? Since it's sword energy, it must be called Wanjian Gizan. How cool is this move?" Lu Xian quickly suggested, "Not good, this move is suspected of plagiarism, change it." Shen Feng thought of what he had seen. Many of the protagonists' moves had this name, and it seemed too ordinary to use the same name for his own moves, although the name is very handsome. But if everyone is handsome, you can't highlight that you are particularly handsome. Zhang Ju also came up with an idea. Why don't you call it cold wind like a blade? It just so happens that this is a skill learned in winter, and this name fits the occasion. Shen Feng frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "No, this name reveals my skills. When encountering enemies in the future, they will easily be wary of my wind blade." Lu Xian and Zhang Ju looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Since they didn't think it was appropriate, why did they ask us? Just choose a name yourself, so you don't have to pick and choose. Shen Feng slapped his head for the last time and said with a smile, "I thought of it, it's called the Wind of Fury. This is a skill I learned when I was extremely angry. Calling this name will neither reveal that I can use wind blades nor still a good name." Cut. Lu Xian and Zhang Ju showed helpless expressions at the same time. They both felt that the name of this move was not very good, but Shen Feng liked it so much. Lu Xian cleared his throat, and said seriously, "The city lord is very talented, even the name is so imaginative. The name of this move is good. I believe that anyone who hears this name will give a thumbs up and say it's amazing. Zhang Ji looked at Lu Xian suspiciously, and said to himself, where did your contemptuous expression go? Did you ignore the truth just to flatter me? Chapter 232 Unstoppable 1. After comprehending the new moves, Shen Feng was ready to set off. He wanted to use the power he had just acquired to avenge his revenge. Unfortunately, Xiao Sheng soon brought Jin Zizhi to visit Shen Feng, and he also brought rewards. The supernatural potion is not given to others easily, it must be ensured that others will not steal it on the way, so Xiao Sheng and Jin Zizhi became the bodyguards escorting the supernatural potion. I saw an armored vehicle approaching from a distance. Even the glass is bulletproof glass for military use. There are thick steel plates on the vehicle. It is impossible for ordinary bullets to blow up this vehicle easily. As escorts, Xiao Sheng and Jin Zizhi sitting in the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat, with two fifth-order supernatural beings as guards, the cardboard was immediately full. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning and asked, "Are you two so exaggerated? Isn't it just a supernatural potion?" When Xiao Sheng heard such a question, he immediately became angry. "What do you know? This is a good thing that can reach the sky in one step. We natural evolved supernatural beings don't feel precious, but you can just ask ordinary people. 10 people there are 9 people who are greedy, and 1 who is particularly greedy. If this thing is not well protected, what will happen if it is robbed by others?" Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, all right, this thing is very important. Besides, I'm going to seek revenge from zombies outside the city. If you want to hand over the rewards, you'd better hurry up." Hearing what Shen Feng said, Xiao Sheng couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. "You are too anxious. Even if you want revenge, how many zombies can you kill? 100 a day? Or 1,000? Even if you kill 10,000 a day, you can't solve the zombie crisis. Why bother? Whether to do it or not is a matter of attitude, and what to do is a matter of ability. Chu Qiaoyan and I were forced so badly by the Corpse King. In the end, if it weren't for God's blessing, we would have died in the ground. So, revenge is the matter. I must do it. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy." Shen Feng said with a serious face. Now Shen Feng is holding a breath in his heart and needs to find a channel to vent, so no matter what others say, Shen Feng is unlikely to change his mind. Xiao Sheng and Jin Zizhi found the box containing the supernatural potion from the car. When the box was opened, there was a transparent glass bottle inside, and the bottle contained a light green liquid. If you want to become a supernatural person, you can only use made by the Corpse King's brain. There is no other way to become a supernatural person, and the small bottle in the box is the supernatural medicine. Shen Feng closed the box, handed it to Zhang Ji who was beside him, and said, "No, the promise to you has been fulfilled. Don't pester me in the future. I'm going to kill zombies." When Zhang Ji heard this, he immediately became happy, took the box containing the supernatural potion, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I have always admired Mr. Shen, and in the future, I will often visit Shen. In that case, sir, I will go first." Xiao Sheng immediately found the evolution base from the car. The evolution base is a red jelly. If you don't say it is an evolution base, most people will treat it as a jelly. The top 10 will all be rewarded with evolutionary bases, and the evolutionary bases that Shen Feng got are like 2 liters. Shen Feng threw it to Lu Xian and said, "Here you are, you go to the tent to evolve first. Well, if you are worried about your safety, let Yang Chang protect you." Lu Xian got the evolutionary base, and immediately became happy. With so many evolutionary bases, he will definitely be able to break through the evolutionary barrier and become a 4th-order superhuman. By then, he will also have stronger strength. Thinking of this, he quickly took the evolutionary base with him. He walked in the direction of the tent. "Shen Feng, take care of yourself, don't force yourself to do dangerous things, understand?" Xiao Sheng told Shen Feng earnestly. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and didn't answer anything, but at this time he also felt that Xiao Sheng was a pretty good person, and he did a good job in caring for others. Look for. Shen Feng thought in his heart, if my sister can marry him, that would be pretty good, at least the safety can be guaranteed. Shen Feng's attitude towards Xiao Sheng has changed a lot, and he is no longer hostile to Jin Zizhi at the side. Before leaving Yanjing, Shen Feng also nodded at Jin Zizhi. In Shen Feng's gesture of favor, he turned his head and didn't even look at it, Obviously Shen Feng's kindness was not needed. There are ruins and ruins everywhere in the open field. Although only half a year has passed since the end of the world has changed a lot. The once neat and gorgeous houses have been vacated one by one, and then zombies surround Yanjing. The houses or others were all destroyed. The door panels of the houses were removed and used as shields, and the brick walls were also knocked down. In just half a year, the appearance of the peaceful and prosperous age was completely destroyed. Running in the wilderness, Shen Feng didn't feel too deeply about the dilapidated surroundings. Anyway, when the war is over, everything can be rebuilt, and the peaceful years will return. At this time, Shen Feng turned into a shadow and advanced rapidly in the wilderness. After becoming a fifth-order supernatural being, Shen Feng's speed has reached a level that ordinary people can hardly match, and his figure is elegant and agile. After 1 kilometer of road, according to his current speed, it only takes 2 days to run from Yanjing back to Yazhou. Shen Feng didn't carry any weapons, and set off with bare hands. In his current situation, he no longer needs the help of weapons, because he can create wind blades with just a wave of his hand. Under the attack of wind blades, no zombie can survive. Come down, even the Corpse King can't stop it. The only disadvantage is that the attack distance of the wind blade is relatively short, and it can effectively cause damage within 50 meters. If it is farther away, the wind blade will dissipate in an instant. Shen Feng finally spent an hour entering the Taihang Mountains. He vaguely remembered that he had found the ventilation hole on the 3rd floor, and the location of this ventilation hole was on the mountainside, and this hole directly led to the underground floor. In the 3-story cave, if you want to find the Corpse King, it is the easiest way to go this way. The geographical location of Yanjing is still very good, because there is Yanshan Mountain in the north as a barrier, Taihang Mountain in the west as a barrier, and the sea is not far to the east. Although the south is a plain, but further south is the Yellow River. The existence of the Yellow River can block the zombies in the south. Yanjing's geographical location can be imagined how important it is. The Corpse King wants to attack Yanjing, not because he simply wants to occupy the capital of mankind, but also because he has the intention of defending the territory. As long as he can get Yanjing, then the He Plain will be in his hands, and the plain area is already rich. A place, as long as it can be occupied, will have a bright future. Shen Feng is constantly moving in the Taihang Mountains. His speed is limited in the mountains. After all, it is easy to encounter obstacles in the mountains, and he no longer moves freely like on the flat ground. However, Shen Feng's physical fitness has also improved a lot, so Shen Feng acted like an ape, looking for the vents of the zombies. Hard work paid off. Shen Feng searched for 2 hours, and finally found a cave on the mountainside in the northern area. This cave was dug out directly on the mountain, and the cave faced north. It was winter at this time. The cold wind blows from Siberia, just enough to blow into the cave. Standing on the mountain, Shen Feng took a closer look, and suddenly discovered the mystery. This is a valley, which is in the shape of a pocket as a hole. The cave is at the bottom of the pocket, and the north wind gathers in the valley after blowing. The wind immediately blew into the cave, which happened to be able to circulate and purify the air in the underground cave. It's amazing. Even the wind direction has been calculated. The Corpse King's mind is really delicate. After seeing the position of the vent, Shen Feng also had to sigh. The low temperature kills the zombies, but now it seems that the Corpse King has already made preparations, and the headquarters plan has come to nothing. Although he was praising the Corpse King for his easy-to-use mind, Shen Feng still wanted revenge, so he rushed to the entrance of the cave, stood at the entrance of the cave and began to challenge, "Hey, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail inside, come out and fight me." Shen Feng began to greet the Corpse King's parents at the entrance of the cave. A long time ago, Shen Feng considered himself a gentle person. Although his literary skills were not very good, it did not prevent him from being a polite guy. Shen Feng also had to be dirty. As long as the zombies can fight, they can't care about anything else. The effect of cursing people standing in the vent was very good. A group of mutated zombies rushed out and charged directly at Shen Feng. Before the zombies rushed to Shen Feng, the attack had already begun. Roar! Many zombies roared together, and the spray zombies sprayed out strong acid as they roared. Shen Feng quickly cast the Wind King barrier to block the acid, then condensed wind blades around his body and released them instantly. Shen Feng pointed forward and commanded. Hundreds of wind blades flew out, and the invisible and colorless wind blades, no zombies could see it, so the zombies rushed forward without dodging or evading. As a result, The zombies were cut into pieces by the wind blade while rushing forward. Shen Feng specially controlled the direction of the wind blade and could not cut the heads of the zombies. After all, these are mutant zombies, and the brains of these mutant zombies can don't let the evolution medicine be wasted. After dealing with the zombies that rushed out of the cave, Shen Feng continued to yell, no matter whether the zombies could understand the curse words, as long as they could wake up the mutant zombies, it was enough. Soon, hundreds of mutated zombies rushed out again, ready to kill Shen Feng at the door of the house. No one likes to be woken up while sleeping, and zombies are no exception. At this time, the Corpse King also discovered Shen Feng at a ventilation hole, and they all controlled the zombies from attacking Shen Feng. However, no matter how many zombies rushed out, they could only be defeated in front of Shen Feng's wind blade, and the mountainside immediately became a pool of blood, with dark red blood flowing freely on the ground, but Shen Feng's body was spotless. Shen Feng, I also know that as long as I don't go underground, as long as I don't get trapped, then the zombies have nothing to do with me. The Corpse King in the cave has also discovered that no matter how many mutated zombies he controls to rush out, he will be killed soon. Immediately, the Corpse King ignored Shen Feng's provocation and controlled the mutated zombies to retreat deep into the cave. Do not fight Shen Feng. Shen Feng yelled and cursed at the entrance of the cave for a long time, but found that there was no reaction in the cave at all. It seemed that the mutated zombies had given up fighting. After encountering this situation, Shen Feng was also a little at a loss. He didn't understand why these zombies suddenly became timid. Well, the vents are all blocked, isn't the Corpse King worried? Shen Feng yelled and cursed at the entrance of the cave until his voice was almost hoarse. Looking at the sky, it was already afternoon. Thinking of this, Shen Feng also felt that he could not fight for too long. After dark, his vision would be affected. However, Shen Feng thought about it. Since this is a vent, he should take advantage of this terrain. So Shen Feng found a lot of dead branches and leaves, lit them at the entrance of the cave, and the cold wind came from the north and entered the cave. The valley later converged at the bottom, and finally blew into the cave again. Now Shen Feng ignited a fire at the vent, and immediately countless smoke was blown into the cave. The Corpse King couldn't sit still at this time, and controlled the mutated zombies to rush out of the cave, and rush towards Shen Feng. This time, there were thousands of mutated zombies, so many zombies directly pushed away the fire at the entrance of the cave. Launched an attack towards Shen Feng, but these attacks were in vain. No matter how many rushed over, they would fall under Shen Feng's wind blade. The vision of mutant zombies is not much better than that of humans. The wind blades that are invisible to supernatural beings are even more impossible for these zombies to see. Therefore, zombies cannot escape the attack of wind blades at all. Many mutant zombies were killed by Shen Feng. Death, no zombie can get close to Shen Feng. In the process of fighting, the resentment in Shen Feng's heart is gradually dissipating. It's, all of you who drove me to a dead end, now, you bear my anger. Shen Feng did not forget the experience a few days ago. He fought all day, but no matter what, he couldn't get out of this cave, and was killed by the Corpse King. Blocked tightly in the cave with the mutated zombies, he could even see snowflakes falling outside the cave, but he couldn't get out anyway. But now, Shen Feng has become a 5th-level supernatural being and acquired offensive skills, and the situation suddenly changed. Zombies fell one by one at Shen Feng's feet, and Shen Feng was spotless. Judgment, no matter how many mutated zombies there are, it is impossible to defeat Shen Feng in the depths of the cave. 2 thin Corpse Kings were watching this scene from a distance. They all recognized it. Isn't this Shen Feng who jumped into the abyss at the beginning? Why is he still alive? Why did he get stronger? The previous Shen Feng didn't seem so scary. What should we do now? Do you want to notify the boss? One of the zombie kings asked carefully. He felt that no matter how many mutated zombies he sent out, it would be impossible to threaten Shen Feng's safety. In this situation, Ma Jingshuang should be informed as soon as possible. Ma Jingshuang is the boss of all Corpse Kings. It is very important to ask his opinion at this time, but the other Corpse King disagreed. What nonsense are you talking about? Doesn't it seem that we are incompetent? If we bother the boss to deal with such a trivial matter, then what should I do? The Corpse King who spoke before was suddenly confused. At this time, besides notifying the boss, is there any other means? Chapter 233 Unstoppable II. In the Pocket Valley, Shen Feng is fighting thousands of mutated zombies. With the Wind King barrier body protection, accompanied by the wind to move, and the furious wind attack that Shen Feng just learned, Shen Feng already in an invincible position, the zombies can neither catch up to him nor hurt him, but Shen Feng only needs to stand far away and release the wind blade to harvest the lives of these mutated zombies. The two zombie kings in the cave are discussing what to do. They are responsible for guarding the vent, but now they are facing harassment from Shen Feng. Control the zombie attack and they are not opponents. Let's hide. Shen Feng will even set fire once the vent comes out. Problem, then the tens of millions of zombies hiding underground will easily die due to lack of oxygen. The Corpse King also has a name, and they basically use the previous names. The two zombies, one is Lao Wang and the other is Lao Li. Looking at Shen Feng who is killing outside the cave, they are discussing endlessly at this time. It's good to know how to deal with it. Fortunately, Lao Li saw Shen Feng's weakness clearly, and immediately had an idea, so he quickly said, "Old Wang, we can't continue to send cannon fodder to consume." Shen Feng obviously does not lack physical strength now, but have you noticed? Shen Feng is not carrying a weapon, he has always kept a distance from our zombies, and his lethality is not very strong. It takes a dozen hits to kill a tank-type zombie, so? The old man continued to ask, so? We have to take the initiative to attack. I calculated that we can quickly approach Shen Feng in a berserk state. Moreover, as long as we eat the brains of tank zombies, we can gain strong defense and regeneration capabilities. Shen Feng can't may kill us quickly, and there are two of us. After close combat, we must have a better chance of winning. Lao Li said seriously. After hearing this, Lao Wen couldn't help but refuse. No. Shen Feng is a supernatural being. Even if he didn't bring a weapon, he is not something we can deal with. Now let's report to Ma Jingshuang. This situation is not right now. We can handle it. Lao Wang has always been very taboo about charging in battle. Although he has obtained powerful power and can command zombies to charge, he can get whatever he wants in an instant, but flesh and blood cannot bear bullets and shells after all. A sniper can kill him, so when he heard about going to the battlefield, he immediately retreated. At this time, Lao Li looked at Lao Wang seriously, and said with a sneer, "Are you so willing to be robbed of power by Ma Jingshuang? Let me tell you the truth, if you continue to be so submissive, all the zombies under your hands will be snatched away. Don't show it now if you don't prove your own strength. What power do you have when Yanjing is taken down?" Lao Wang was stunned immediately when he heard this. He really didn't think about the things after the victory at this time. Lao Li continued to persuade, "Think about it, why did Ma Jingshuang ask us to attack Yanjing together? It's not because we can't survive if we don't attack Yanjing and obtain a living area, but you didn't realize that Ma Jingshuang is now. We are now the leader of more than 200 zombies, and all the zombie kings regard him as the boss. In the future, Ma Jingshuang must be the leader. Why? Because he led many zombies to victory." Lao Wang also recalled it at this time, and said to himself, "It seems to be like this. If you don't express yourself, you will have no right to speak." At this time, Lao Li also tried to see him, and said, "So, now is the time for us to perform. I am 70% sure that I can kill Shen Feng. As for escaping, I am 100% sure, understand? 10% to make." Old Wang nodded seriously at this time, and said, "I understand, let's fight side by side, don't worry, I will work hard, and I will have more power in the future." The chattering of the two corpse kings in the cave at this time seems to be similar to the discussion of humans, and the corpse king retains human memories after all, so the way of thinking is also the way of human thinking, and where there are people there are rivers and lakes. And there is also a phenomenon of fighting for power and profit among zombies. The intrigue among the zombies obviously made the two zombies a little dissatisfied, and all the plans were going according to Ma Jingshuang's ideas. In this way, Ma Jingshuang was the king of the corpse kings, so the two zombie kings began to prepare. They summoned several mutant zombies and appeared in front of them. They used brute force to break off the heads of the zombies. The mutant zombies did not resist. Even the mutant zombies could only let the corpse king control. Even if they are asked to die, they will not resist. The white brain appeared in front of the eyes of the two corpse kings in an instant, and there was still a lot of blood flowing near the brain, which looked extremely bloody. The two corpse kings didn't care about the blood or not. After they became corpse kings, they had seen similar situations many times. Eating the brains of mutated zombies is the only way for them to enter a berserk state. After eating the brains of these mutated zombies, they can gain powerful power all day. The two corpse kings who ate the big heads of the mutated zombies soon became taller and taller, and their statures skyrocketed. They were completely different from the thin and thin ones before. Today's corpse kings have surpassed ordinary evolutionaries. Because they have stronger speed and strength, and their recovery ability can also be compared with tank zombies. Shen Feng is fighting mutant zombies at this time, and the physical strength consumed to make the wind blade is too little. His ability is fundamentally different from that of Xiaoxing and Jin Ziju. Xiaoxing can control flames, but there are no flames in nature, so you can only create flames yourself, and Jin Ziju is the same. You must create lightning yourself to attack, so a simple move of Thunderbolt will consume half of your physical strength, but Shen Feng is different. Shen Feng's ability is to control the wind, in other words, to control the air. As long as there is air, Shen Feng can exert his strength. He does not need to create the wind himself, so, in the battle with the mutant zombies, there is no feeling of physical exhaustion at all. Zombies rush towards Shen Feng one by one, but none of them could get close to him. Shen Feng's wind blade would kill these zombies directly. The ground was already stained red with blood. The arm of a strong zombie will break instantly after being cut by a wind blade. In the impression of many people, the power of air is very small, but this situation is not absolute, because as long as the air gains enough speed, it can explode with great power. For example, air guns are made of high-pressure air bottles. Inside, the steel balls fired can penetrate the wooden boards, and now Shen Feng can attack with a wind blade with a wave of his hand, and the fast-flying wind blade seems to be able to cut everything. But at this moment, the mutated zombies suddenly dispersed like the tide on the beach. Shen Feng thought that these mutated zombies were about to retreat, but at this moment, two strong figures were quickly approaching Shen Feng. Shen Feng saw there was no time to think about this kind of scene, and he raised his hand and released more than a dozen wind blades, directly attacking the two guys who rushed out. However, these wind blades did not succeed in killing the two, but only cut open the bodies of the two zombies, but their bodies healed in an instant. When these two zombies first appeared, Shen Feng thought that these two zombies were just strong zombies. After all, their bodies were much stronger than ordinary zombies, but looking at it now, they can't help being strong and fast. Quick, and even has a strong recovery ability, which is not something that strong zombies can do. This is obviously the Corpse King rushing up. When Shen Feng saw the appearance of the Corpse Kings, he immediately vented his resentment in his heart. Facing the charge of the Corpse Kings, he did not retreat but advanced, and rushed towards the two Corpse Kings. When Lao Wang and Lao Li saw that Shen Feng was approaching menacingly, they stopped quickly, stretched their hands forward, and launched the bone spurs in their hands. The power of the 20 bone spurs was extremely powerful. Even Shen Feng's Wind King Naji couldn't bear it either, but Shen Feng didn't resist stubbornly, but cast accompanying like the wind in an instant and turned into an afterimage and flash past a bone spur. Every time he evolves, Shen Feng's speed will increase, especially when Shen Feng casts accompanying the wind. No one can catch Shen Feng's figure anymore. Shen Feng couldn't use the speed in the underground passage before. The space was too narrow, so he could barely move, but now that he was fighting in the valley, the area was so open, Shen Feng's speed could really be displayed, and the two Corpse Kings couldn't keep up at all. Lao Wang and Lao Li didn't expect to encounter such a situation. They didn't expect that Shen Feng's speed could escape the bone spur. Doesn't it mean that he could even dodge bullets? Lao Li was relatively calm. Seeing this situation, he quickly shouted, "Let's stand back to prevent possible attacks. In addition, control the zombies to surround Shen Feng and compress his movement space." Lao Wang hurriedly did so, turned his back to Lao Li and began to guard against Shen Feng that might appear at any time, but now his eyes could not catch Shen Feng's figure at all, and occasionally he could see Shen Feng's trace, but that was only Shen Feng remnants left behind. Lao Li predicted Shen Feng's moving direction, so he sprayed out a green acid in an instant. He hoped to hurt Shen Feng with strong acid. This acid can corrode even steel. If it can be sprayed on Shen Feng's body, can immediately corrode the flesh on his body. Once the acid is sprayed on the face, no matter whether it is an evolutionary or a supernatural being, it will be instantly blind. Lao Li's idea is very simple. Even if Shen Feng's speed is very fast, as long as the acid can be sprayed on Shen Feng's face, it can disable Shen Feng's tricks and make him blind. You can win by yourself, but Shen Feng was not careless. Although he did not bring a weapon, it was enough for self-protection. At this moment, Shen Feng did not change the trend of rushing forward, but he instantly cast Wind King Barrier. The transparent barrier instantly blocked the light green acid. Lao Li was not discouraged by one defeat, but told Lao Wang behind him, saying, "We will keep spraying acid for a while, and we don't believe that Shen Feng can escape all the acid." The two corpse kings immediately started spraying acid, and Shen Feng was also constantly firing wind blades. The acid could not be sprayed on Shen Feng's body, but Shen Feng's wind blade could not kill the two corpse kings. A corpse king blocked his heart and neck with his arms. As long as these two places are not attacked, the wounds on the rest of his body can heal instantly. The situation became stalemate for a while. Shen Feng couldn't kill the two corpse kings, but the corpse king also didn't have enough speed to keep up with Shen Feng's footsteps. The corpse king controlled the surrounding mutated zombies to encircle them. Hundreds of mutated zombies had just survived Shen Feng's wind blade attack. They had no choice but to risk their lives and start charging again. Their task was to compress Shen Feng's movement space. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng knew that he would not be able to succeed in the corpse king's scheme. Once the moving space is compressed, the speed will inevitably slow down. In this way, it will give the corpse king a chance to attack, but right now he has nothing to do means of counterattack. However, at this moment, Shen Feng saw the acid sprayed out of the mouths of the two corpse kings, and suddenly had an idea. It would be better to use the spear of the sun to attack the shield of the sun, so he deliberately sold an opening, slowed down and was caught. The two corpse kings found the trace, and the two corpse kings reacted very quickly, spraying acid directly, ready to corrode Shen Feng. Little did he know that such a tactic was in Shen Feng's arms. Shen Feng cast the powerful east wind in an instant, and directly blew the acid back. The acid was like a stream of water, but when it was blown by the strong wind, it immediately formed water droplets. King Enchantment was hit by acid in an instant. The acid entered the eyes of the two corpse kings, and they immediately lost their sight. The eyes are one of the most vulnerable parts of human beings. Now they are corroded by the acid, and they immediately lost their vision. They did not expect Shen Feng to use their own acid came to attack, and he was caught off guard immediately. Not only the eyes of the corpse king were injured, as long as the exposed skin on the body was corroded by acid, every drop of acid fell on the skin, a hole would be corroded immediately, and the body of the corpse king immediately turned into honeycomb. So strong acid, acidic and corrosive, has been comparable to sulfuric acid. The corpse king has a strong recovery ability, and he began to repair the injured parts of his body at this moment. As long as the injury can be restored, that is enough. It's a pity that Shen Feng won't give the two corpse kings a chance to struggle. Revenge is just today. Back then, he was blocked at the entrance of the cave and couldn't get out. At that time, he was also facing two corpse kings and hundreds of mutated zombies. Now, Shen Feng already has the ability to kill them all. Department. Die to me. Shen Feng yelled the slogan of the second class again, taking advantage of the moment when the two corpse kings lost their sight. Hundreds of wind blades formed behind them, flew out in an instant, and cut a corpse king's body directly open. Whether it's blood or digestive juices, all flowed out, and pieces of internal organs fell to the ground. The current corpse king, except for the head, is complete. The whole body has been broken. Shen Feng killed two corpse kings, and finally vented. I felt resentment in my heart the moment the two corpse kings died. The mutated zombies lost control and ran towards the surroundings one after another. The mutated zombies were also afraid of death, and now they dared not resist Shen Feng's attack at all, so they had to collapse. But the disintegration of the mutated zombies ended in just a short moment, and the mutated zombies quickly left towards the cave in an orderly manner. These mutated zombies were once again controlled by the rest of the zombie kings, and they were returning to the cave in an orderly manner. Shen Feng looked at the sky. It was already dusk, and it was still very cold in the valley at night. There was no point in continuing to fight. Let's come back tomorrow. So, Shen Feng found two rags to wrap the corpse king's head, away from the valley, and returned toward Jianjing. Chapter 234 Unexpected Guest. The dark clouds in the sky filled the sky again, and suddenly the whole ground looked dark, especially in the winter season, which made people feel lonely. Out of thin air, all the leaves fell on the ground, and there were no wild animals in the wild. Thick snow can be seen everywhere. In such a cold winter, only wild animals that forage outside will appear. Most animals hibernate in caves. The sky's getting late. The mountains, rivers are shrouded in darkness, and it will soon be dark in the dim wilderness. A figure was running at high speed. He was agile and fast, and he was galloping in the direction of Yanjing. The person who was running was Shen Feng. He had been fighting outside for a whole day, and now he was hungry. Now that he had done some calculations, it was almost time for dinner. Thinking of this, Shen Feng couldn't help speeding up his pace. to catch up with a meal, otherwise, I can only quietly go to the city to buy food at night. Shen Feng quickly came to the bottom of the city wall he was guarding, and his movements were also seen by the infrared surveillance. Fortunately, Yang Cheng was on the top of the tower at this time, and he recognized Shen Feng under normal circumstances. For a guy with such a fast speed, the people on the city wall don't care about it. Fortunately, Yang Cheng was on the city wall, so there was no misunderstanding. People. From above, throw a basket down. Shen Feng yelled towards the city wall more than 20 meters high. Although he could use his supernatural power to charge up directly, it would be bad if the soldiers misunderstood that it was a zombie shooting, so Shen Feng needs to reveal his identity to avoid possible misunderstandings. Taking advantage of the darkness, Yang Cheng walked to the edge of the city wall, looked at Shen Feng at the bottom of the city, and cleared his throat. Heavenly King Gatahu. Shen Feng frowned. It seemed that the voice on the city wall was a little familiar, but he also knew this trick, so he was lucky and replied loudly, "The pagoda suppresses the river demon, palace. Jade liquid wine." The code came again from the city wall, 180 cups. Shen Feng continued to answer, "All men are brothers, damn it, Yang Cheng, why don't you quickly put down the basket and hang me up, and you're still amusing me, is it itchy?" Shen Feng recognized it. Isn't this the voice of Yang Cheng? I didn't expect to be so bold, taking advantage of the darkness that I can't see clearly, amusing myself. City Lord, don't be so narrow-minded. Isn't it okay to be idle? Have some fun. Yang Cheng said while throwing a large basket from above, which was tied with a rope. Shen Feng sat on it, and Yang Cheng quickly pulling hard on the net. Shen Feng was dragged to the top of the city in a short while. Yang Cheng has been with Shen Feng for so long. Of course he knows Shen Feng's temper. He is not the kind of high-ranking person, so now Yang Cheng dares to joke with Shen Feng. If it were someone else, Yang Cheng would not bother to talk to him. City Lord, what are you carrying in your hand? Did you return from hunting outside the city? Yang Cheng looked curiously at the big bag in Shen Feng's hand. Although the city lord said he was going to take revenge, he found time to go hunting. It's also normal. Shen Feng smiled and said in a low voice, "This is the head of the Corpse King. Don't say anything. Now we have 3 heads of the Corpse King, and we can get more supernatural beings when we go back, understand?" Hearing Shen Feng's words, Yang Cheng immediately became happy, and quickly said, "Don't worry, City Lord, I won't talk nonsense if you kill me. I'm not good at anything else, but it's absolutely reliable when it comes to keeping secrets." Having said that, Shen Feng whispered to Yang Cheng, "Go find ice cubes, freeze this thing, it must not spoil, and besides, absolutely don't be discovered by the people in the headquarters, otherwise, they may do whatever you can to grab it." Yang Cheng nodded and said, "City Master, dinner has already been eaten, but I left you 10 steamed buns in your tent." Shen Feng then walked towards the tent, thinking as he walked, how to kill the zombies better. If it was just a challenge, the Corpse King would eventually have a way to avoid himself, unless he blocked the vent. Otherwise, if it is, the zombies will not be threatened, and he himself will not be able to keep fighting. Just when Shen Feng was about to return to his tent, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This was an intuition that someone was secretly spying on him. Moreover, this person is nearby. After becoming a supernatural being, Shen Feng's perception ability has increased many times. Even in the dark night, he can still feel the presence of someone nearby. Shen Feng stopped in his tracks immediately, and immediately cast the Wind King barrier. He didn't know who was staring at him, but he knew that no matter who wanted to trouble him, he would not catch him without a fight, and as long as he is careful now, it is impossible for anyone to hurt him. Shen Feng was on guard secretly, observing the surroundings carefully, and then gradually locked on to the other party's trace. He was hiding in the darkness, and was looking at himself from a distance. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly started to freeze. In an instant, the nearby lowest land was covered with ice. The ice appeared from a distance and spread to Shen Feng's feet, and was immediately covered by Shen Feng. The Wind King barrier blocked it. When Shen Feng saw the ice on the ground, he immediately became puzzled, thinking, could it be that Zhang Zi is here? Why didn't she just show up? Shen Feng remembered that Zhang Zi's ability was to control ice and snow, and now that this scene appeared, it was probably Zhang Zi who appeared, but even if she came to find him, she didn't have to be so sneaky, right? Don't worry, it's me. A black figure came from a distance, his voice was hoarse, His whole body was covered with clothes, he was wearing a cloak, and a mask was on his face. The whole person was hidden under the clothes. It can be said that he is the man in the cover. Shen Feng couldn't hear the sound of the outside world in the Wind King barrier, but this didn't affect his recognition of the other party. This person was not Zhang Zi, but Mu Ying. Shen Feng once met her at the meeting held by Wang Aoi. At that time, she was also hidden under the cloak, and she could not even speak. Shen Feng immediately dispersed the Wind King barrier, and asked, "Do you have anything to do with me? If I remember correctly, the headquarters forbids us to contact in private, isn't it, Mu?" Ying continued in a hoarse voice, "It doesn't matter, the headquarters will not find me here, it is winter, my ability is to control ice, and now my speed is not slower than you. The reason why I found you is there is something I want to ask you for help." Shen Feng immediately refused. He didn't want to get involved with others casually now, so he said directly, "No, I don't have time, you can ask others for help, Mu." Ying seemed to have expected that Shen Feng would say this, so she took out a blood-stained cloth bag from under the cloak, threw it at Shen Feng's feet, and said, "This is the head of the Corpse King. With this as a deposit, it is enough, right? You know, this thing can make 2 supernatural potions." Hearing this, Shen Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have unexpected gains, but the other party was so willing to pay, so there must be some dangerous task for him to do. "What do you want me to do? I can't do things like murder and arson." Shen Feng asked directly. Mu Ying replied, "I won't let you go through fire and water, it's just a trivial matter, you don't need to kill, you don't need to set fire, and you don't need to fight. As for what to do, I will tell you later." When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately hesitated. The Corpse King's head is indeed very attractive, but the other party did not explain clearly what to do. Although there is no need to fight, if she asks herself to do something strange, wouldn't it be completed? But after thinking about it, Shen Feng had this idea in his mind, "Otherwise, I took her deposit but refused to accept it in the end. Would that be the best of both worlds? She shouldn't be able to beat me, if not, I'll just return it. Yes, how? I don't believe she can still come after me." At this moment, Shen Feng had an idea, that is to turn his face and deny anyone. Anyway, the law is useless now, even if Mu Ying sued herself, she would not get any response at all, so why didn't she take advantage of this? Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately picked up the cloth bag on the ground, opened it, and found that it was the head of a Corpse King, but this head had been frozen by the ice. The same as Z's, they all control ice and snow. When it snows in winter, her abilities will become more powerful. Shen Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I promise you, if you need my help with any tasks in the future, you can just ask me. I will go to the hospital to visit my girlfriend later, so I won't entertain you, you do it yourself." Shen Feng got the head of a Corpse King for nothing, and he was in a good mood at the moment. Now, if he does the math, he can add 8 more subordinates of supernatural beings after returning to Yazhou, and his power will also expand. It can be said that as long as we win this war and go back smoothly, the development of Yazhou will become better in the future. When Mu Ying heard Shen Feng's assurance, she nodded slightly, and then disappeared in front of Shen Feng's eyes in an instant. Shen Feng's enhanced eyesight could see clearly. Before Mu Ying left here, a lot of ice cubes suddenly appeared on her feet. The ice cubes supported her feet like roller skates, and she quickly slid to the distance. The lights were dim, it disappeared in an instant. Shen Feng returned to the tent, found Guo Pinming, and asked him to use his supernatural powers to make a tin box. Guo Pinming quickly followed suit. Shen Feng put 3 heads in the box, and Yang Chang found a lot of ice, put them together and start to freeze. But obviously, this is not a long-term solution, because the ice will melt. Yang Chang couldn't help but said, "City Master, why don't you buy a refrigerator and always use ice cubes to freeze it? Obviously it won't work. When spring comes, ice cubes won't be easy to find." Shen Feng glanced at Yang Chang and said, "Then have you ever thought about what the headquarters will do when they know that we have the head of the Corpse King in our hands? The people in the laboratory and the headquarters are not able to deliver a single supernatural potion. If 2 5th-level supernatural beings are required to escort, if the head of the Corpse King in our hands is exposed, won't it attract covetousness?" The more he talked about this, the more nervous Shen Feng became. Right now we are in someone else's territory. If we offend the headquarters, at least our heads will be robbed, and at worst we will be unable to protect ourselves. We must do the worst in everything. Plan, if you cannot expose it, you will not expose it. It's okay if the corpse king's head cannot be kept, but what Shen Feng is worried about is that his own head will also be lost. Both Yang Chang and Guo Pinming felt that Shen Feng was too careful. How could the headquarters attack him? If the headquarters really took action against civil society organizations, the final result would be the disintegration of the people's hearts, which Shen Feng did not see. Although the corpse king's head is precious, it will not be robbed openly, right? Shen Feng then handed the box to Yang Chang, and said, hide the things well, and don't let them be stolen. I still have to visit Chu Qiaoyan, and I have to work hard these days. I know what the headquarters thinks, and I haven't decided on a strategy yet. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng left the station. In the dark night, Shen Feng's figure was like a ghost, and no one could see his trace at all. In just a few minutes, Shen Feng came to the outside of the hospital, and walked in while eating a steamed bun. He had been hungry all day, and Shen Feng only had time to eat dinner now. In fact, the headquarters had already told the people below to turn a blind eye to Shen Feng's traces. On the one hand, it was because Shen Feng's speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't keep up with him. On the other hand, Shen Feng is now the actual controller of Yaziao. Although he is very young, his status is real, so it is not easy to have a dispute. Otherwise, Shen Feng will be annoyed, and a dispute will arise in the future. Shen Feng hostility, it is not good. Shen Feng soon came to the ward where Chu Qiaoyan was. As soon as she walked in, she saw Diane Chu Qiaoyan, who was weaving a scarf. She was lying on the hospital bed with her upper body supported by 2 pillows. Although her face was pale, her eyes, there is a look in her face, and it can be seen that her current mental state is still very good. Chapter 235 Imagining the Future. After Chu Qiaoyan woke up, she was told that it would take a long time for her body to recover. During the more than 10 days underground, her vitality was seriously injured. She was already malnourished and dehydrated, and later she fell into the water. After being frozen for a whole day, it is already a miracle that she survived, and now she needs a long period of recuperation to recover. As for Shen Feng's injuries, the most serious one is fractures, and his fractures have recovered after taking the evolutionary agent, so Shen Feng can run and jump, but Chu Qiaoyan can't. She can only lie obediently on the hospital bed. Fortunately, Chu Qiaoyan received special care. She lived in a separate ward with special personnel to take care of her. There was even a TV to watch. When Chu Qiaoyan was bored, she began to watch TV dramas. Unfortunately, the current TV stations didn't broadcast TV dramas anymore, so the TV had to be connected to an old antique like a DVD player, and she chose good-looking TV drama CDs to play, and what she liked to watch was Urban Love. In a TV series with the same theme, I happened to see the scene where the heroine knits a scarf for the hero, so she hurriedly asked the nurse who took care of her to learn how to knit a scarf. Chu Qiaoyan thought in his heart, when my scarf is wrapped around Shen Feng's neck, Shen Feng will definitely feel very warm at that time. Right after Shen Feng walked into the ward, he saw Chu Qiaoyan, who was knitting a scarf. He quickly pulled a stool and sat beside him, and asked, "Are you knitting a scarf? Did you give it to me?" Seeing Shen Feng's appearance, Chu Qiaoyan blushed slightly, and it was the first time that she confessed her heart so frankly. She felt a little shy immediately, and then said, "I have to recuperate in the hospital for at least a month. I have nothing to do for such a long time, and I can't be idle, so I might as well knit a scarf while watching TV dramas." Shen Feng nodded, looked at the pale Chu Qiaoyan, and said with a smile, "It's good, I can just do something I like. During this period of time, you can rest at ease. I don't think there will be a big explosion in a short time. In a battle of such scale, you can just stay in the hospital with peace of mind." Having said this, Chu Qiaoyan felt very regretful, and said, "It's a pity that I can't make a record. I still want to record what I saw and heard during the doomsday. I plan to write a book when the world is peaceful. Now read, come on, there is no way to make a record." All the records written by Chu Qiaoyan were in her backpack, and luckily Shen Feng didn't throw away her backpack when she fell into the water, but still carried it with her body, so Chu Qiaoyan's recorded experiences were preserved. Chu Qiaoyan's grandfather studied history, and she herself studied literature. It can be said that she was influenced by her ears and eyes from a young age, so she came up with the idea of writing a book, and art comes from life. Over time, Chu Qiaoyan Zhaoyan had the idea of writing a book to record what he saw and heard about the doomsday. Shen Feng heard what Chu Qiaoyan said, and said quickly, "What's so difficult? Is it okay if I tell you what I saw and heard?" Even if you want a photo, I can take it and send it to you in front of you. Shen Feng is also very supportive of Chu Qiaowen's idea. Whether it is good or not is the second priority. First of all, it is the most direct historical data in the end of the world, and it doesn't matter if it is recorded. When Chu Qiaowen heard this, she was not happy. Instead, she sighed and said, I'm afraid this kind of life won't last long. When we return to Yazhou, Chang Jianyi will definitely attack me. You won't knowing how powerful she is. I am really worried about what will happen after I go back. Speaking of this, Shen Feng also felt a bit of a headache. Now that the apocalypse is coming, the order has already collapsed. It can be said that people with supernatural powers are 1 in a million. In many remote places, any person with supernatural powers can call the wind and rain, not to mention the harem in groups, at least 3 wives and 4 concubines, and no one cares about this matter. As long as you have the ability, you can marry as many people as you want. But Shen Feng never dared to do this kind of thing. On the one hand, he felt uncomfortable in his heart, and on the other hand, because of the existence of Chang Jianyi, she always stared at Shen Feng. Shen Feng still remembers what happened when he was in Luzhou. At that time, a secretary came beside Shen Feng, a woman. The weather was hot at that time, so she was wearing a short skirt and black silk. I couldn't help but take a second look, but Chang Jianyi found out, so Shen Feng was replaced by a male secretary the next day. Shen Feng also knows that this is the senior sister's strict defense, even if he looks at other women a few more times, but now, he has feelings for Chu Qiaowen, and thinking about returning to Yazhou, it will definitely cause trouble. Let's take one step at a time. Shen Feng sighed helplessly. Chu Qiaowen took a careful look at Shen Feng, and said, aren't you too timid? You are the current Yazhou city lord, with 5,000 soldiers under him, and you are still a 5th-level superhuman. You are at the peak, but now you are afraid of a woman. Chang Jianyi is not a tigress. What are you afraid of? Shen Feng spread his hands, and said helplessly, I'm not afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid that my senior sister will scold me. Aren't you also afraid that she will settle accounts with you when you go back? Chu Qiaowen sighed, and finally said helplessly, since this is the case, the relationship between us still cannot be seen. When you return to Yazhou and Luzhou, don't expose it. Since you dare not say it clearly, then do it underground. Chu Qiaowen obviously said this after thinking about it. She obviously knows how powerful Chang Jianyi is, especially since Chang Jianyi is the manager who has been staying at the base, and she is taking care of everything in the base. So her subordinates are extremely powerful. Besides Shen Feng, Chang Jianyi's words are the most effective. Originally, Chu Qiaowen hoped to rely on Shen Feng to fight against Chang Jianyi, at least not to be bullied, but now it seemed that Shen Feng didn't dare to have second thoughts about Chang Jianyi at all, so he couldn't rely on it at all, so in the end a good way is to hide underground. When Shen Feng heard Chu Qiaowen's words, he was surprised and delighted at the same time, and the feeling in his heart was also quite complicated. At this moment, he didn't know what to say at all. Shen Feng was surprised that in the future, he and Chu Qiaowen could only develop their relationship underground. Wouldn't this be sorry for Chu Qiaowen? She followed him through life and death, and he didn't even dare to announce his relationship with her. Not a man. On the other hand, Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and felt that this matter was more exciting. As the saying goes, what you can't get is the best. It's this sneaky thing that's more exciting. Seeing Shen Feng's uncertain expression, Chu Qiaowen couldn't help but said, I think what is said in philosophy is right. Human beings are very contradictory individuals, and some people dare not falling in love with your wife, but wanting to embrace a beautiful woman. How does the saying go? I want less dowry, but also want girls to be pretty. I understand this point. Shen Feng was squeezed by Chu Qiaowen, and his face turned red. He thought that his skin was thick enough, but now that he was squeezed out, he didn't know what to say. Speaking of it, Chu Qiaowen deserved it. I studied literature, and I have made great achievements in satire. Some things are beyond my control. Let's wait until we return to Yazhou to discuss this matter. We can't make a big fuss. This will make the senior sister angry instead. Shen Feng said awkwardly, Are you so afraid of her? Tell me, what is more powerful about her? You look like you have met a tigress. Chu Qiaowen frowned. In Chu Qiaowen's eyes, Shen Feng is completely too timid. After all, Shen Feng has a powerful military force in his hands, and it is enough to frighten the younger generation in Yuzhou. Even Chang Jianyi can only retreat, but looking at it now, come on, Shen Feng didn't even have the intention to fight against Chang Jianyi. Shen Feng quickly grabbed Chu Qiaoyan's slender palm, and said seriously, Qiaoyan, I haven't told you too much about me before, so you don't know what my senior sister and I have experienced. Now I want to tell you, it's not that I don't dare to confront my senior sister, it's that I absolutely can't. On the day when the zombies broke out, it rained heavily, and my senior sister and I were shopping outside. As a result, all the people around turned into corpses and chased us like crazy. In the end, my senior sister and I hid in a courier center, but I fell into in the state of evolution. During the days when I was in a coma, the senior sister took care of me hard, and also guarded against malicious people. When I was thirsty, she fed me water, and when I was hungry, she also fed me food. For nearly 5 days, senior sister took good care of everything. For me, it was a life-saving grace. Shen Feng seriously explained what happened at the beginning. In fact, he didn't have much with others about this matter, so everyone thought Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi have been a couple for a long time. Only Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi know that the reason why they come together is entirely due to fate. Shen Feng looked into Chu Qiaoyan's eyes at this time, and said very sincerely, give me more time, and I will find a way to deal with our relationship. I can't be an ungrateful man, and I will be responsible to you, but I have to be responsible to my senior sister. I owe her a lot. Chu Qiaoyan opened his mouth, but in the end he only said, so that's how it is, now. Chu Qiaoyan understood Shen Feng's thoughts. It turned out that the relationship between Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi was so simple, it was just a life-saving grace, but it happened that this kind of kindness was hard to repay in a lifetime, and, with Shen Feng's character, he must not let Chang Jianyi down. In this way, the relationship between Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi is as stable as Mount Tai. However, Chu Qiaoyan thought about it, then looked at Shen Feng with a smile, and said, according to what you said, you and Chang Jianyi are only together because she saved you? If I were there at the time, you will also marry me because of the grace of saving your life? Is that so? Shen Feng was shocked by Chu Qiaoyan's question. He didn't expect the other party's brain circuit to be so strange. Shouldn't he be thinking calmly after learning the whole story? Instead, he is concerned about this trivial matter. This is different. Senior sister and I have shared weal and woe. We have been together since the first day of the end. We have reached the point where I am in you and you are in me. Understand? It's definitely not a simple repayment. Shen Feng quickly explained, but he couldn't be misunderstood by Chu Qiaoyan any longer. Chu Qiaoyan nodded, and said to herself, besides the feeling of repaying the favor, there is also a long-term relationship. In this way, my disadvantage is not very big. Hearing Chu Qiaoyan's words, Shen Feng suddenly didn't know what to say. It seemed that Chu Qiaoyan was all focused on Guangdao, so he had to divert his attention. So you should write notes every day. I will write down what I see and hear every day. I told you that writing is a great undertaking, and I believe that your writings will surely remain in history and be admired by future generations. Chu Qiaoyan curled her lips, and said disdainfully, writing is still great? It's just sensationalism. Thinking back to the peaceful years, tens of millions of authors flooded into the market, and only 1,000 were famous. If this is a great cause, competition, how could it be so cruel? Besides, there are so many little white texts. Shen Feng was also obsessed with online literature, especially urban cool literature. Shen Feng read a lot, but gradually lost interest, because he was tired of aesthetics, and there were only so many plots back and forth. After reading 2 more books, he could guess the latter. What's the point of this? However, Shen Feng successfully interrupted, starting with the literature that Chu Qiaoyan is good at, which made Chu Qiaoyan's attention drawn to other things. Shen Feng struck while the iron was hot, and asked, pretending not to understand, is that so? Is it poorly written? I really don't know about this, please explain carefully. Chu Qiaoyan didn't show off, and directly pointed out the shortcomings. Does this need to be said? Of course, the content is insufficient. Let's just talk about the 4 great classics. They can stand up to scrutiny and have profound connotations. Let's look at those other books. Those who write online articles have no connotation and no deep meaning. After reading the whole book, the plot is nothing more than that, pretending to slap faces, upgrading to fight monsters, pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Don't look at so many categories of online articles, count them down. The plots are very similar. Why do you say that there are more brainless novels? Of course, you can read it without using your brain. Can this not be too many? Shen Feng showed a look of sudden realization, and continued to sway. So that's the case. Is there any more? Tell me again. I have learned a lot. At this time, Chu Chaoying had already forgotten the subject of the conversation just now, and now that she was finally able to show her advantages, she immediately began to talk non-stop, and her expression gradually became complacent. Also, the characterization of online novels is similar. Take urban essays as an example. The heroine must be promoted in various ways, while the male protagonist accepts everything according to the order. The roles are divided into Yuji, Lolita, classmates, bosses, wives, green plums, etc. No matter how the characters are portrayed, just read them. This kind of book is very enjoyable when you first read it, and every young man's blood spurts after reading it, but it's just a formality. Playing a certain character once, you can easily pay a lot of royalties. Shen Feng nodded. That's right, what Chu Chaoyan said is correct, but it's a pity. There is a saying that one trick is eaten all over the world. Some people like to read cool articles. This is also a helpless thing. As for him, I have long since stopped watching this stuff, because his appetite has also changed. Chu Chaoyan talked eloquently as soon as he said it, and began to carefully analyze the disadvantages of online articles for Shen Feng, and Shen Feng also listened perfunctorily, thinking, tonight, I have fooled it. Chapter 236, Yanjing and number 039, S Counterattack Part 1. The cold wind blew south from the distant Siberian plain, and immediately made the southern land even worse. In the physical sense, the weather became even colder, and dense dark clouds also covered the He plain. It was only one night. The snow had reached a depth of 50 centimeters. Even at dawn, the snowflakes did not stop, but fell more and more tightly. Standing on the city wall, Shen Feng looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky, frowned and said to himself, it's not suitable to go out in such a cold day, or I'll go out after the snow stops. Snowflakes are constantly falling from the sky. It's true that goose feathers are snowing heavily. These snowflakes are as big as potato chips, and they directly block the view. You can't see the scene clearly from 10 meters away. Shen Feng is quite helpless about this. If you can't see the front clearly in the scene, his speed can't be displayed. Who knows if you will hide a tree while running? Hence, Shen Feng stood hesitantly on the city wall and waited for the snow to stop. Revenge must be done, but definitely not now. Lu Xian casually walked up to Shen Feng's side, and asked, City Master, seeing that you have nothing to do now, why don't you take me to drink? You can come and go to the frontline camps as you like, but we can't, so you can see if you can. Before Lu Xian could finish this sentence, Shen Feng interrupted directly, and said, let's talk about it after the war is over. If the battle with the zombies is not over, how can I have the mood to drink? Shen Feng also knew that he couldn't drink enough, especially drinking now might cause trouble. Even if he wanted to drink, he had to wait until the war was over before drinking. Lu Xian nodded. The weather is extremely bad at this time, but hatred cannot be covered by heavy snow. It is understandable for Shen Feng to resent zombies so much now, but it is a pity that the drinking thing has failed, so he can only bear it for a while. Endured. However, when Shen Feng and Lu Xian were chatting on the city wall, they suddenly saw soldiers gathering at the city gate in the distance. Walking everywhere, the snow on the road was very deep, so they had to clear the snow as they moved forward. These instruments are all mounted on vehicles, covered with thick canvas, and they have no idea what these instruments are, and all the vehicles are equipped with anti-skid chains, and there are soldiers escorting them along the way. His actions appear to be mysterious. Shen Feng probably calculated that in just 10 minutes, Yanjing dispatched at least 10,000 people. So many people disappeared in the snow after leaving the city. He hadn't heard of Yanjing's related actions. Lu Xian, what do you think the army does when they go out in the snow? Shen Feng couldn't guess what the headquarters was thinking, so he asked Lu Xian beside him. Lu Xian spread his hands together, tilted his head and said, City Lord, you ask me? How would I know? Just. At this time, Shu Daiping came from a distance. Shen Feng hurriedly found him and asked, I saw Yanjing dispatch troops just now. What is this for? Why didn't you notify me? When Shu Daiping heard Shen Feng's question, he chuckled and said, Mr. Shen, we didn't intend to hide it, but this time the action requires close cooperation, and as far as I know, the cooperation of non-governmental organizations is not very good. So, This time the civil society was not notified of the action. As for the army's actions, it has nothing to do with the zombies in the west and north. It is mainly responsible for solving the zombies in the east and south. The implication of Xu Daping's words is that Shen Feng's soldiers do not have the will to fight. In fact, this is true. These soldiers are all newly recruited. At that time, the performance will not work. Hearing this, Shen Feng was immediately surprised and asked, "Why do you have to fight now when thousands of miles are frozen? The weather is so bad, isn't it too desperate?" Xu Daping patiently explained, "About this point, the headquarters has also considered for a long time, and thanks to the information brought back by Mr. Shen, since there are Taihang Mountains and Yanshan Mountains in the west and north respectively, and the caves are very deep, the headquarters decided to deal with the zombies in the plain area first in winter, that is, the east and south of Yanjing. The bad weather is our advantage. The zombies have no logistics and will freeze to death, but the army will not. Therefore, the snowy now is the time to send troops." Shen Feng looked at the fluttering snowflakes, frowned and didn't know what to say. The weather is extremely cold now, and it is indeed impossible for zombies to leave the underground cave. Frozen to death, but the Corpse King is not killed. If the Corpse King thinks of a way to fight against a cold, wouldn't it bring great danger? Xu Daping continued, "I heard that you are going to hunt zombies recently. We will make it easier for you to a certain extent, but please don't approach the south and east areas. After all, accidental injuries are likely to occur on the battlefield." When Xu Daping said this, the meaning was already obvious. You Shen Feng want to leave the city or leave the garrison as you please, but you must not approach the eastern and southern battlefields, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Shen Feng nodded, expressionless. In fact, apart from the army that Shen Feng saw, there were also troops starting at the other city gates, and this time the operation was specifically aimed at the zombies in the plain area. Since the zombies are all hiding underground, the military it is also necessary to have corresponding means to deal with these zombies, and this action is to test the power of new weapons the army set off by car, and the cars couldn't see the road clearly on many sections of the road. At this time, the soldiers immediately took shovels and brooms to clear the snow. After clearing the snow on the road, they even sprinkled salt to prevent freezing. After a whole morning, they finally arrived at the scheduled combat area, which is a plain in the south. Today's sky is gloomy and the ground is covered with thick snow. Soldiers wear sunglasses to prevent snow blindness even if it is cloudy. The sunlight is not too strong, but after the light is reflected by the white snow on the ground, a lot of light will enter people's eyes, which can easily lead to the appearance of snow blindness. Therefore, in the snow, be sure to wear sunglasses to reduce the amount of light entering your eyes. Among the tens of thousands of troops, there is also a special team, that is, a special team composed of many evolutionaries in the army, all of whom are strong and strong men. I just go out with the clothes on, and I am not afraid of the low temperature at all. The leader of this team is a supernatural person, and it is the powerhouses of the supernatural authority who appear here as leaders. More than 30 supernatural persons lead small teams to guard around, holding cold weapons in their hands. The reason why guns are not used is to prevent accidental injury to teammates. Xiao Sheng was standing with a few friends. There was a light blue flame burning on his body, and in the severe cold, his ability was the most popular, because many people from the Ability Management Bureau gathered around Xiao Sheng's room. His side is very warm, the most lingering in the snow. Xiao Sheng, it turns out that you are the legendary warm man. You can not only warm women, but also men. Zhang Zi also leaned aside, teasing with a smile. Xiao Sheng shook his head helplessly in response to this kind of answer, and said, "You think I want to do this? It's because you guys begged me to shine, otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to use my supernatural powers. Take a look, the evolutionaries in the army all use their bodies to resist the cold, and you yourself must learn to be independent. Don't, that's different." Feng Qinghao rubbed his hands and said, "This group of people exercise regularly, and their physical fitness is much better than that of the supernatural beings of the same level. They can withstand the low temperature, but we can't. I'm already wearing 2 sweaters, so I'm as cold as my grandson." Xiao Sheng had no choice but to continue to use his powers to keep some friends around him warm. Using supernatural powers consumes physical strength, and now Xiao Sheng is equivalent to warming all his classmates by himself at this time. Xiao Sheng looked at the military vehicles in the distance, and suddenly became curious, and said, "Tell me, what is in these vehicles? It is hidden so mysteriously, it must not be a big killer, right?" Don't ask, Qin. Qi shook his head and refused, and said, "No, we are here as guards. We can't cause trouble for the army. If you want to know what's on the car, then just wait. Wait for the battle to start. We all know what's on the car. What's the thing?" The reason why everyone from the Ability Management Bureau appeared here was to protect the combat personnel. This time, the combat mission was specially chosen to be carried out in snowy weather, in order to abolish the combat capabilities of ordinary zombies. As for the threat of mutant zombies, it was handed over to the special forces to deal with it. Qin Qi is the leader of all supernatural beings, that is, the identity of the captain, and Xiao Sheng is the vice captain. Now that Qin Qi has spoken, Xiao Sheng can only obey obediently and dare not make mistakes. Waiting for the start of the battle, Yanjing's headquarters also knows that it is not an option to continue to delay. They can't wait until spring when the temperature warms up and zombies come out. If this continues, food and resources will be wasted in vain. Therefore, even in snowy days, the headquarters is still thinking of a way fighting. After the army determined the area of the battlefield, they first turned on the communication vehicles, arranged radars and infrared detectors, and ensured that the surrounding battle situation could be confirmed at any time. If you encounter mutant zombies, you must quickly start the battle. The people in the Ability Management Bureau are all assigned walkie-talkies, and they can use the walkie-talkies to call for support at critical moments. At this time, the equipment on the car finally showed its true colors. It turned out to be a special blower. In addition, the car was full of high-pressure gas cylinders. Skulls and a fork were painted on these high-pressure gas cylinders. The meaning of the appearance of the pattern is obvious. This thing is filled with poisonous gas, and the person in charge of commanding this battle is none other than Cheng Ke. After the plan to regain Yizhao failed a few months ago, Cheng Ke blamed himself, always thinking that his wrong plan caused damage to the army, especially General Wang, who was also killed in battle. He really wanted to die, but thought of once he died, the soldiers under him were even less commanded, so he could only survive now. Cheng Ke has an opportunity to show his shame. Cheng Ke knows that this is a good opportunity to restore his reputation, and it is also a good opportunity to avenge his brothers. He will lose money if he loses troops in Yizhao. Now, Cheng Ke pay it back thousands of times, and kill all the zombies hiding in the ground. Cheng Ke took a deep breath, took the walkie-talkie and gave an order: immediately find the entrance of the zombie cave. Only one entrance is left within 100 meters, and all other entrances are blocked. Place the blower well, and the speed must be fast. The reaction time of the Corpse King, please report when the task is completed. The teams on the expedition were all well-trained regular troops. They cooperated very well and completed the task very quickly. In just 10 minutes, the task of arranging the machines was completed, and then everyone began to report to work one after another. Well, in the area with a radius of tens of kilometers in the south, the entrances of the caves are basically blocked. Except for the necessary entrances, there are no openings for zombies to come out in this area. Cheng Ke then issued a second order: all wear gas masks. It is forbidden to take off the masks without permission. Everyone must finish within 5 minutes. This order was also executed very well. The soldiers quickly put masks on their faces, and this time was compressed to within 3 minutes. Tens of thousands of soldiers all put on gas masks immediately. At this time, Cheng Ke's palms trembled slightly. He knew that the day of revenge was just today, so he gave the third order to the walkie-talkie: put the poison gas into the cave, pay attention to the standard and safety in the operation, avoid accidents. The blower is connected to the diesel generator, and at the other end, the pipe of the blower is inserted into the ground for a long time. As the switch is turned on, the poisonous gas is released into the underground cave, and the war really begins in a month's time. Yanjing finally made a counterattack after investigating the underground situation clearly, and the effect of the counterattack will not be known until the end of the battle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Yanjing and number 039, S Counterattack II. The rubber tube is connected to the blower, and when the switch is turned on, the gas in the high-pressure gas cylinder is sent into the cave. These gases have different colors and properties, but they all have one thing in common: that is poisonous. Not to mention that zombies can't survive in these gases, even elephants can't survive outside the cave. Everyone was wearing a gas mask. If there's gas overflowing, it would be bad to accidentally injure your own people. These gases are not simple, and a casual breath may be life-threatening. Among the gases injected into the cave, the most lethal ones are cyanide compounds, in addition to sulfides and chlorides. As long as the zombies smell these gases, they will foam at the mouth and die, and all the zombies in the cave have entered in the dormant state. The dormant zombies consume the least energy, and they can still survive 2 months. Obviously, the zombies didn't expect Yanjing to attack when it was snowing heavily. The tens of thousands of soldiers in the southern region have already occupied an area of tens of square kilometers. Such an area obviously cannot cover all the boroughs in the south, but the area it covers is also very large. Once today's battle is successful, it will only take a dozen days. Then the zombies in the entire southern region can kill him. Xiao Sheng led the special forces, standing in the distance, watching what happened on the battlefield, and suddenly sighed. This method is very good, and there is no need to cremate the corpses of these zombies. As long as the entrance of the cave is blocked, these zombies can be set up immediately. It's a monument. It would have been better if I had used this method earlier. Zombies are all hiding underground. Under normal circumstances, the weapons on the human side have little effect on the zombies hiding underground. Moreover, the thick land can insulate the severe cold. Zombies hiding underground will not freeze to death at all due to the low temperature. However, under the attack of poisonous gas, the zombies have no power to fight back at all, and can only be killed one by one, and the underground caves they dug before have now become burial places. As long as all the entrances of the caves are blocked, then these zombies were buried alive. The poisonous gas injected into the cave is all gas denser than air. In this way, the poisonous gas injected into the cave will not dissipate for a short time. During this period, no matter how many zombies come to the cave on the first floor, the status quo cannot be changed, because the mutated zombies cannot withstand the attack of poisonous gas. Moreover, if the passage from the first floor to the second floor is not blocked in time, the poisonous gas may sink, further threatening the lives of the zombies on the second and third floors. The zombies on the first floor are irrelevant, but the second floor there are many mutated zombies and corpse kings on the third floor. This is the core strength. Once damaged, it is irreparable. The battle in the southern region has finally changed within half an hour. The corpse king can feel that the number of zombies he can control is constantly decreasing. Although all the dead are ordinary zombies, but according to this progress, the southern region most of the zombies will definitely be killed within a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, the corpse king doesn't care about the life and death of ordinary zombies at all, and the number of 180,000 dead is nothing at all. But if more than half of them are damaged, the scale of the corpse tide will definitely decrease. Survival will be affected. What's more, now that the poisonous gas is being poured into the ground, tens of thousands of zombies are killed every minute. The corpse king can't bear such a drastic attrition rate. As a result, the zombie king in the southern region immediately sent out mutated zombies to investigate the situation. Whether it was a speed zombie or a strong zombie, they all sent out to investigate the situation. Why did the ordinary zombies on the first floor die one after another? What happened? The situation, could it be that humans have begun to attack underground caves? The corpse king thought that it would be easy for speed zombies and strong zombies to go to the cave on the first floor to explore the way. Even if they can't beat the human army, they can at least go back underground to report the situation safely, but this is not the case. The mutated zombies who explored the road never returned, just in line with the proverb, if a meat bun beats a dog, it will never return. The corpse kings in the southern region noticed that something was wrong, so they quickly gathered on the third underground floor and began to discuss the current crisis. The corpse kings were already terrified. They hid in the deepest part of the ground. In fact, they were afraid of the danger brought by a human technology threat, and now ordinary zombies are constantly being killed, which brings them enough pressure. In the cave on the first floor, the passage is full of poisonous gas. It took me more than 30 mutated zombies to learn the information. Humans have started to attack us. A corpse king with a scar on his forehead said first. This information is extremely important. The corpse kings thought that the winter was coming. Whether it was on their own side or on the human side, the war would press the pause button. After all, no one could ignore the impact of low temperature, especially in the north. It is also common for the temperature to be more than 10 degrees below zero. This is completely a natural refrigerator. Who is fine to move around in this situation? But the reality slapped the zombie kings hard. Humans did attack, launched an attack in the severe cold weather, poured poisonous gas into the ground, and directly caused huge casualties to the zombies. The corpse kings didn't want to sit still, so they stood up and said, "What else is there to say now? Wake up the dormant zombies, rush out, and kill all these poisonous human beings. Let them all die, and see if they don't dare to think about us. Yes, kill them all. It is best to severely damage the human army, and it will be easier for us to attack in the spring. Killing one to warn others is the most suitable choice. Offense is the best defense. Maybe we can kill all these humans and force them to negotiate peace with us. At that time, won't our goal be successful?" There are more than 50 zombie kings in the south. These big-headed zombies are all crowded in a small room, making this stone room particularly crowded. These corpse kings are talking about the next solution, and almost everyone they all advocate rushing out and must kill all the humans above their heads to avoid causing too much damage. However, at this time, a zombie king raised a question. "So, you say, how do you keep warm with so many zombies?" As soon as this problem came out, all the corpse kings stopped their cheerful conversations. They had ignored one problem before, that is the threat of severe cold. As early as when it snowed for the first time around Yanjing, the corpse kings had no choice but to choose reluctant to retreat, but even so, more than 1 million ordinary zombies were frozen to death in the snowy sky. It is easy to attack now, but after rushing out, what else can they do? Low temperature is a dilemma that cannot be ignored. As long as it is a living thing, it will be affected by temperature, and zombies have all the weaknesses of human beings, and the heavy snow outside is not just beautiful. These snows can freeze zombies to death. The outbreak of the zombie virus occurred in summer. All the dirty clothes on the zombies were summer clothes. Many of the zombies had their clothes scratched when they walked through the forest, so they were naked state. This kind of clothing wants to resist the cold. It is completely whimsical. Therefore, as long as the zombies dare to leave the ground, it will not be humans who will kill them, but the ice and snow that can be seen everywhere. For a while, the stone room became deserted. Because of the cold factor, the corpse kings could not send ordinary zombies to fight, because as long as they left the ground, the number of ordinary zombies would decrease, and the threat posed by humans would not disappear. These despicable and shameless human beings use such despicable means to attack when we have no thermal equipment. Shameless, shameless. At this time, the corpse king began to curse. In his opinion, these human means it's really despicable to attack in snowy weather. It almost killed him. The rest of the corpse kings also condemned the despicable practices of human beings. It's really shameless. Why take advantage of people's danger? If you have the ability, go down to the hole in the ground and fight with real swords and guns, and see whose fist is hard. Then we will use zombies. Heaps can kill them all. That's right. These humans should wait until spring, when the temperature rises, and when we wake up the dormant zombies, and then surround Yanjing again, then they should attack. Really, they still pretend to be benevolent and righteous. What they did is not a little bit. What does benevolence look like? Many corpse kings began to condemn the actions of human beings, but they scolded happily, but they couldn't think of a way at all. Oscar corpse king saw this scene, and said in his heart, could this group of guys be the reincarnation of Song Jianyi? The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Who would want to fight with you in an upright manner? I wouldn't fight with a bunch of fools. Be a teammate. In the end, it was the Scar corpse king who stood up and said in a deep voice, we have no way to ask how the enemy's tactics will develop. Now we can only rush out and fight with these people. Ordinary zombies will indeed be frozen to death outside, but mutant zombies are different. The physical fitness of mutant zombies is far superior to that of ordinary zombies. As long as we activate the mutant zombies in our hands, they can also surprise the human army, and when the snow is falling, mutant zombies are easier to hide. Scar Zombie King proposed the only solution now, which is to send the most elite mutated zombies to fight, and there are still nearly 20,000 mutated zombies in the southern region. Once so many elites are dispatched, they will definitely win. It's a pity that after this suggestion was put forward, it was immediately opposed by the other corpse kings. The corpse king is not a selfless guy. There are many, but mutated zombies are not so easy to get. The mutated zombies are the bodyguards of the corpse king. If the surprise attack fails, all of them will die. Wouldn't it mean that there will be no bodyguards around in the future? Without ordinary zombies, you can go to the south to find them, but if all the mutated zombies are dead, the corpse king is really vulnerable. After thinking about it, The Corpse Kings are not willing to send mutant zombies to do such a dangerous action. Seeing the faces of the crowd, Scar Corpse King couldn't help sneering, "Aren't you guys too short-sighted? Do you know what will happen if this goes on? Not only the zombies on the first floor will die, but the zombies on the second floor will die. The zombies will be killed sooner or later, and in the end, everyone will be trapped underground, and there will be planes in the sky watching all day long. Then, where can you run? You can't figure it out at all, and you deserve to be where you are now. It's easy for you to say, if all the bodyguards are dead, we will really be waiting to die, and we won't even have the chance to escape." Immediately, the Corpse King began to refute. The two sides argued endlessly, and finally each took a step back. Scar Corpse King's plan must be carried out, which is to send mutant zombies to attack humans, and the poisonous gas of humans cannot continue to enter the ground. However, all mutant zombies must not be sent out. This attack humanity's plan can only dispatch 5,000 mutated zombies, which is a quarter of the number. The Scar Corpse King felt helpless about this. How could he win the final victory with these insects? The earth-digging zombies redigged the tunnel from the third floor, bypassed the poisonous first floor, and went straight to the ground target in the tunnel on the first floor. As long as there is a passage with poisonous gas, there is no living thing in it, and the dense poisonous gas is still spreading to the surroundings, and the passage between the first floor and the second floor has been blocked. To prevent poisonous gas from entering the second layer and causing greater casualties on the ground side, Qin Kui stood on the bare ground, touching the yellow land with both hands, and was carefully sensing it. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual, so she quickly took out the walkie-talkie. "Report, the zombies are attacking, please pay attention ground, beware of zombie attacks." When Cheng Kai received the news, his heart sank. The real test had come, so he quickly gave instructions. "Everyone is ready to fight, protect the technicians first, and then protect the gas delivery device. During this period, you are not allowed to take off the gas mask." In fact, the method of using poisonous gas to attack zombies hiding in the ground has long been proposed, but no one knew the condition of the ground before, so it has not been able to be used for a long time, because the effect cannot be estimated, and the production of these gases is also very resource-intensive. Cannot be used easily. It wasn't until Shen Feng came out from the ground that he brought back enough information, and then the headquarters made a decision to use poison gas to attack and kill ordinary zombies first. Chapter 238 Yanjing and number 039, S Counterattack Part 3. The pure white snowflakes fall one by one, covering all the filth on the ground. No matter how dirty the ground is, the white snowflakes will cover each other regardless of the bottom, which makes Baeksu extremely pure. They all seemed so pure and immaculate, and in the snow, tens of thousands of soldiers are holding weapons in their hands, and everyone is wary of possible dangers, especially in the case of heavy snow. The scene 5 meters away is completely invisible. The only thing they can trust is their comrades in arms. No one knows what danger will come from. They can only concentrate and beware of danger that may appear at any time. Danger comes from underground. The snow suddenly sank, and before everyone could react, many mutated zombies emerged from the snow. These zombies attacked the surrounding soldiers and machines in an instant, and one after another appeared in the snow. The big pit, the mutated zombies came out of the ground. The original hole in the ground was blocked, and this big pit that just appeared was obviously just dug out by zombie-digging zombies. Xiao Sheng quickly started fighting with his special forces behind him. He was wearing a gas mask, and his voice seemed much stiller. "Fight in a group of 3, it is forbidden to act alone, and kill all the zombies in the battlefield. The speed must be fast. Avoid mutated zombies forming a formation." After finishing speaking, Xiao Sheng pulled out the horn knife on his body, and the blade was instantly covered with blue flames. Snowflakes fell on the knife, and immediately made a sizzling sound, and was evaporated in an instant. He took the lead and charged towards the mutated zombies. No matter what kind of mutated zombies they were all killed by Xiao Sheng one by one. Xiao Sheng's knife is covered with flames, so it has a burn effect when killing zombies, and it works best for tank-type zombies with self-healing ability. Xiao Sheng slashed at him with a knife, and the tank zombie instinctively wanted to resist the knife. Anyway, his recovery ability was strong enough, but the flame of the blade would instantly burn the wound, making it impossible for the wound to heal. Even the tank-type zombies couldn't withstand Xiao Sheng's knife, and the rest of the zombies were even more impossible on the battlefield. After Xiao Sheng rushed to kill, all the mutated zombies were killed with a single blow. The burnt wounds on the zombies were obviously cooked by high temperature. It feels like cutting tofu, and the bones will be cut into two halves. The battle on Xiao Sheng's side went smoothly. None of the zombies were his all-in-one enemies, and many of the zombies were almost all mutant zombies of the second and third ranks. These zombies are completely harmless in other directions on the battlefield. Qin Kui constantly changed the terrain to protect the blowers and technicians. Instead of fighting in person, she took on the role of protection. As long as there were mutated zombies rushing over, Qin Kui would instantly call earth and rocks, kill or repel the mutated zombies. Not far from Qin Kui, Yu Hengai was walking slowly. He didn't have anyone's help around him, and he really didn't need help, because Yu Hengai only needed to walk around to kill mutant zombies. There were already people around him. In a triple gravity zone, if a mutated zombie rushes over, it will be overwhelmed by its own gravity in an instant, unable to stand up at all. After a long time, the mutated zombie will also be crushed to death by its own weight. Yu Hengai's expression was relaxed. Obviously he didn't pay attention to these mutated zombies. His ability not only has excellent control ability, but also has a particularly strong killing effect around Yu Hengai. The ice and snow on the ground bear 3 times the force of gravity, so they are constantly squeezed downwards, and now they have become white ice cubes. Jin Zizhou didn't use any weapons in his hands, because as long as he had supernatural powers, weapons would be superfluous, because there would be electric arcs appearing when he waved his hands, and the battlefield he was on was also the most exciting existence. The electric arc crackles, and when using the ability to kill zombies, it will make a rumbling sound, as if it is constantly calling for thunder to fight. Fang Qinghao didn't give up too much. There was water swaying around his body, and as long as the water flow is given speed, it can also have a strong lethality. The principle of the water knife is like this. When the water flow is given extremely fast speed, its power can even be cutting steel. Zombies are only flesh and blood, and they can't stop Fang Qinghao's water knife. Around Fang Qinghao, the ground was full of severed limbs and arms. No mutated zombies could jump over Fang Qinghao and attack the people behind him. The battles of 5th-order supernatural beings on the battlefield are particularly exciting, because they can kill powerful mutant zombies with a wave of their hands, but the most eye-catching one is Zhang Zi, who controls ice and snow. Now that the heavy snow is flying, it is Zhang Zi's home field. At this time, even Shen Feng has to stay away, because the ice and snow all over the sky will be under Zhang Zi's control. A world of ice and snow. Zhang Zi shouted coquettishly, and immediately began to display his abilities within hundreds of meters around Zhang Zi. The ice and snow on the ground were all compressed and solidified in an instant, like an artificial ice skating rink. He rushed towards Zhang Zi. However, when the mutated zombie rushed to the ice, his footsteps slipped instantly, and his body involuntarily slid on the ice, and this was not the most deadly point. I saw countless ice thorns suddenly growing on the ice surface, and many ice thorns stabbed towards the mutated zombies, but the mutated zombies on the ice surface were unable to dodge in time, and were immediately hit by sharp ice thorns. In an instant, the mutated zombie was killed on the ice. The reason why the headquarters made this attack plan is to aim at the lack of logistics of the zombies. It is inevitable that the zombies will not be dispatched on a large scale in the middle of winter. Come and attack. The headquarters has prepared all the means. For the mutated zombies, elite soldiers and supernatural beings must be used to deal with them. The elite soldiers have all drank the evolution potion, and they are all evolutionaries. They will be at a disadvantage, and the leaders of these special forces are still the supernatural beings of the supernatural authority. Many supernatural beings are powerful, and they are completely crushing in the course of the battle. However, the headquarters overlooked one point, that is, zombies do not only advance along the existing passages, so the mutated zombies enter the battlefield by digging tunnels, which immediately caused chaos on the battlefield raging. It's okay to be protected by supernatural beings and special forces, but the battlefield here has a radius of tens of kilometers, and there are always places that can't be taken care of, and the mutated zombies took aim at these weakly defended places to attack, and immediately caused a lot of damage. Casualties: many soldiers were killed, and the soldiers couldn't help but shoot. Although it is easy to accidentally injure teammates, but in the current situation, the enemy must be killed first, otherwise, the mutated zombies will be torn apart. Wounds, leading to an increase in the number of casualties. Cheng Ke heard the reports from the people below that the number of casualties on his own side continued to rise. The number of casualties of soldiers today alone was comparable to the sum of the number of casualties in the previous month, although the previous battles were all defensive battles, with city walls and intensive artillery fire to deal with the enemy, but now they are standing in the wild snow, surrounded by flat land and forests, which is very difficult in terms of terrain. But in the current situation, if one of the elite fighters dies, there will be one less. It will take a long time to train qualified fighters, and excessive casualties are also unacceptable at this time, Cheng Ke murmured. Supernatural beings, and evolutionary ones, now we can only see you show your true strength. Don't let me down. Cheng Ke knows that to fight against mutated zombies, it is best to rely on evolutionists and supernatural beings, because their combat ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, they can only form a dense firepower network, so that the zombies can't do anything. Advance, but now tens of thousands of soldiers under my command are all spread out on the battlefield. It is impossible to organize a firepower network. Even self-protection is relatively reluctant, and the only thing I can count on now is the team of supernatural beings and evolutionists. Exclamation mark. Looking at the howling wind and snow outside the tent, Cheng Ke was also very helpless. Fighting in the wind and snow can prevent the zombies from launching a wave of corpses. Correspondingly, the army also lost air support. Such a bad weather, the fighter jets are totally useless at this time. Zhang Zi discovered the area on the battlefield that lacked the protection of evolutionists. Countless mutated zombies were slaughtering soldiers. He became angry immediately, and then began to use his abilities. I saw snowflakes flying in the air and on the ground one after another, all of which were gathered by Zhang Zi. After a while, a snowman made of ice and snow with a height of 10 meters appeared above the battlefield. His hands were unambiguous, and he began to attack the mutant zombies while waving his huge fists. Zhang Zi stood on top of the snowman, and she made the big snowman under her feet. She resented the mutated zombies that kept popping up on the battlefield, especially when she saw her comrades being killed by mutated zombies. The anger in her heart was even greater, as indescribable. A bunch of hateful guys, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Today I will kill you all. Zhang Zi said coldly. As soon as the words fell, a large ice knife appeared in the snowman's hand, and the snowman's left hand was not empty, but fired countless ice spikes, killing the mutated zombies on the ground continuously. After the appearance of the giant snowman, the situation on the battlefield became clear, because even the tallest tank-type zombie was only more than 4 meters high, and such a zombie couldn't hold the snowman down with a knife, and its recovery ability was abnormal. It can be said that the flesh and blood injuries will recover in a flash, but after the ice skates are cut off, the tank zombies will only end in 2, and it is impossible to recover from such fatal injuries on the battlefield at this time. Zhang Zi, who controls ice and snow, is undoubtedly the most powerful person with supernatural powers, because this is her home field, and ice and snow are everywhere on the entire battlefield, and Zhang Zi only needs to control the ice and snow that can be seen everywhere. Kill the enemy, and, as long as it is within the range of Zhang Zi's ability, ice thorns may appear on the ground anytime and anywhere. An ice thorn more than 1 meter long can cause serious damage to the zombies even if they cannot kill them. Zhang Zi manipulated the snowman to kill the mutated zombies continuously, and the mutated zombies all avoided Zhang Zi when they saw this situation. By now, all the mutated zombies in the cave had come out, and the number of zombies in the snow hadn't increased anymore. The radar detected this phenomenon, and calculated the number of mutated zombies. It was less than 5,000, probably some 4,900. From the battle to the present, more than 1,000 mutant zombies have been killed. As long as the number does not increase, these mutant zombies will all be killed in 30 minutes. Cheng Ke looked at the radar anxiously, and said silently in his heart, if the number of mutated zombies does not increase, then this battle will be won and the scheduled goal will be completed. So will the Corpse King continue to increase troops? What Cheng Ke is most worried about is that all the mutated zombies in the cave will rush out in a swarm. If this really happens, then the loss of his side will be huge, and most of these machines will be destroyed. At that time, the poison gas, the attack may not last for too long, and now Cheng Ke was praying in his heart that the number of mutated zombies must not increase. If it continued to increase, even if the battle was finally won this time, it would only be a miserable victory. Chapter 239 Yanjing number 039, S Counterattack. Although the victory of the army has long been doomed, the threat posed by the mutated zombies is also real. The mutated zombies are more or less intelligent creatures. In ordinary soldiers, Bullying the weak and fearing the hard is brought into full play by them. The mutated zombies started to attack ordinary soldiers and technicians. What's more, they specifically caught unsuspecting soldiers and bit them. After the soldiers were bitten by the mutated zombies, they would turn into zombies in a few minutes. The rest of the comrades in arms saw the zombie that their companion had turned into, and could only kill it with tears in their eyes in order to avoid the spread of zombies. The soldiers had no choice but to kill their partners who had fought together. From this point of view, there is a big gap between military soldiers and civilian soldiers. Military soldiers will not back down at critical moments. If civilian soldiers cooperate with this battle, they are now on the verge of collapse. Xiao Sheng and others continued to kill the mutated zombies raging on the battlefield, and the number of mutated zombies was also constantly decreasing. However, at this moment, a mutated zombie discovered the temporary command office in the distance, that is, the tent where Cheng Ke was. There is a big tent here, which shows that this place is very important. Moreover, there are soldiers guarding outside the tent. If it is not an important place, how can there be guards here? Ever since, the mutated zombies at the command office were found screaming up to the sky, making an unpleasant roar, and the mutated zombies in the distance responded quickly after hearing the cry, raised their heads and roared for a while, and then all turned towards this. The edges start to approach. The language of zombies is roaring. Humans can't understand the conversation between zombies, but zombies can communicate through roaring. However, this kind of communication is limited to mutant zombies. All the mutated zombies gave up their scattered battles, and approached the command post one after another. Obviously, these mutated zombies took the tent of the command post as their target, and they wanted to destroy the army's command post. There will inevitably be a mess, and the task of the zombies will be completed. Zhang Zi in the distance sensed this situation, quickly took out the walkie-talkie, and said to the people from the Ability Management Bureau, "Everyone, go to the tent to protect the teacher." Now that the mutant zombies have found the command office, they are all going to attack the tent. Let's go there quickly. Zhang Zi used the walkie-talkie to talk about this matter, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people in the Ability Management Bureau were bodyguards. Now that the commander is being targeted by the enemy, this of course attracted their attention. They all rushed towards this side, all gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Even if there was danger, they must protect the commander. Among this group of people, Zhang Ju was the fastest to support the command office. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, grabbed the copper stick in his hand, and rushed to the outside of the tent in just half a minute. After landing, he faced the people outside the tent. The soldier said, "The mutated zombies are rushing over, hurry up and transfer with the commander." After finishing speaking, Zhang Ju rushed into the tent immediately, and said anxiously to Cheng Ke, who was looking at the map, "Let's go quickly, the mutated zombies are rushing over, there are too many of them, we can hardly defend, please retreat temporarily." Cheng Ke looked at the zombies appearing from all directions on the radar, showing a surrounded situation and advancing towards the command post. "It's too late to run now, right?" Cheng Ke regained his composure at this time, and asked such a question directly. Zhang Ju quickly said, "I can fly in time, as long as I take you to fly, then you can leave here, no mutant zombies can catch us." Zhang Ju felt a very strange thing, that is, it is an important command office, but there are not many soldiers protecting it. However, at this moment, a young soldier came out from the corner of the tent. He was wearing a military uniform and said calmly, "You don't need to worry about this. I will protect the safety of the sir. You just need to destroy the mutant zombies and that's it." "Enough, understand?" Zhang Ju looked at this young man, and couldn't help frowning. The boy in front of him was only in his 20s, or even less than that. His face was really young, but what he said was a little too arrogant. All the mutated zombies rushed towards this side, and if they were not careful, they would face enemies from all directions. Even a supernatural being like myself dared not face the enemy head-on, but the kid in front of him uttered such big words, it was simply ignorant. "Have you figured out the current situation? I think you just want to pretend, but this is at the cost of your life. I advise you, move right now," Zhang Ju said unceremoniously. "The guy is completely newborn and not afraid of tigers." The young man was not angry, but raised his hand and patted Zhang Ju on the shoulder, and said lightly, "Guys from the Ability Management Bureau, you will know later, my ability is far beyond yours. Above. Because I am the strongest person on earth. Because my ability is the most powerful." After finishing speaking, The young man walked out of the tent with a cruel smile on his face, as if what awaited him was a bloody massacre. As for these mutated zombies from the outside world, he shouldn't be in his eyes. Zhang Ju looked at Cheng Ke beside him in puzzlement. His meaning was obvious, and he felt that this kid was talking nonsense just now. Seeing Zhang Ju's puzzled expression, Cheng Ke quickly said, "You don't have to worry about this. He definitely has enough strength, because when he patted your shoulder, he was already able to kill you. I have seen it with my own eyes. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it with your own eyes." Zhang Ju was puzzled, thought about it carefully, stepped out of the tent and began to watch. At this moment, what he saw with his own eyes is convincing enough. At this time, there were mutated zombies rushing from all directions, but due to the snow on the ground, the mutated zombies moved at different speeds, and their distance from the tent was also different. But the arrogant young man who came out of the tent didn't panic at all. Instead, he rushed towards the fastest zombie. Seeing someone rushing towards him, the speed zombie immediately waved the bone spurs on its paws and attacked the young man. The young man bent down to avoid the claws of the speed zombie, suddenly stretched out his right hand, patted the speed zombie, and then moved away from here. Zhang Ju couldn't help frowning when he saw this scene, shook his head and said, "Is such a light attack tickling the zombies? It's useless at all." As soon as the words fell, the speed-type zombie stopped and fell to the ground in an instant. It died like this. The heavy body fell down, pressing the snow into deep marks. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ju was stunned. Looking at the fallen speed zombie on the ground, he was speechless. What happened just now? Why did this guy slap a zombie, and the zombie died? Is it that simple? Moreover, this is really too weird, right? After that, countless mutated zombies rushed over, all for the purpose of breaking through the headquarters. However, the young people who came out of the tent could easily kill the zombies. Whether it was a tank zombie with strong recovery ability or a strong zombie with the best physical fitness, they all died when they were touched. Looking at this scene, Zhang Ju became more and more shocked. Even Xiao Sheng and Zhang Zi needed to swing a knife or use supernatural powers to kill zombies. Although supernatural powers are very powerful and gorgeous, killing zombies it's also very intuitive. All of them were killed with a knife, but the guy in front of him just touched the zombie, and didn't even cause skin trauma, so the zombie died for no reason. I understand. This guy's ability is electric current, which is the same as Jin Ziju's ability. He released a powerful electric current instantly by touching the body of the zombie, so he directly killed the zombie. The zombies were killed inside. Zhang Ju suddenly thought of Jin Ziju's ability, and immediately understood that this guy's ability must be using electric current. The zombies placed their targets on the command post, and immediately began to gather. They could pose a little threat in the early stage, but as time went by, the mutated zombies fell into disadvantage in the battle, because the zombies gathered together are easy to annihilate. In fact, Jin Ziju can kill hundreds of zombies with just one move of Thunderbolt. At this time, Zhang Zi also controlled the snowman to rush over. During this period, he continuously fired ice spikes and ice knives, and rows of zombies fell down. The mutated zombies were surrounded and killed. It was difficult to wipe out the scattered mutant zombies in one fell swoop, but now that the mutant zombies gather together, it gives everyone a chance to kill the zombies. It took 10 minutes for many evolutionists to kill all the mutated zombies that came out of the ground, and this time the combat mission was truly completed. Now within tens of square kilometers in the south, the caves on the first floor of the ground have been filled with poisonous gas. Within these ranges, not a single zombie has survived, and the 5,000 mutated zombies who came to destroy are now too. All of them were killed, and the zombie side had completely failed. After Cheng Ke learned about this, he immediately clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "No problem, this tactic is no problem. It determines the logistical weakness of the zombies, pinpoints the moment when they cannot attack on a large scale, and then releases the poisonous gas on a large scale. It's an excellent tactic to kill mutated zombies inside." However, after the battle was over, Xiao Sheng and other people from the Ability Management Bureau found Cheng Ke, pointed to the young man in the distance and asked, "Then what? For the ability users over there, we want to get a suitable explanation. Why have the people from the Ability Management Bureau never heard of the existence of this guy?" For a long time, the supernatural beings in the cities recovered by the military have been absorbed into the supernatural power administration, and everyone has tacitly accepted that the supernatural power management includes all the supernatural powers in the headquarters. But now suddenly there is such a powerful the supernatural power user is using an unheard of supernatural power. What does this mean? Could it be that the headquarters has established a new ability management bureau? When Cheng Ke heard this question, he sighed helplessly and said, I can't explain this matter. Please ask the leaders. I am only responsible for formulating tactics and commanding operations. As for the staffing, that it's not something I can interfere with. Cheng Ke couldn't explain the questions of these people, so he could only play football. As for the answer, he could only let these people find it. After all, this answer would arouse the opinions of the supernatural beings. However, at this time, the young man slowly walked over and said slowly, Everyone from the Ability Management Bureau, my name is Gong Changfa. If it is about the ability, it is okay to tell you. My ability is Particle Runaway. As long as you touch a creature, you can control the particle beam to kill the opponent directly, no matter what the enemy is. Zio. Sheng frowned and asked, Then you also want to join the Ability Management Bureau in the future, Guang? Changfa shrugged his shoulders, and said calmly, Ability Management Bureau? I won't go to this place, because with my status and my power, there must be a better place to go. Ability Management Bureau, which is where you mud-legged people stay. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was enraged immediately. Many supernatural beings went to great lengths for this battle. Even the auxiliary supernatural beings went to the battlefield to kill zombies. As a result, they are now said to be mudlegs, and they are simply defiant. Zhang Ju walked to Qin Qi's side, and said in a low voice, Sister Qin, this guy's strength is not simple. If he fights, he may not be able to win quickly. Besides, he can't fight with his own people now. Of course Qin Qi understood this truth, but now facing Guang Changfa's provocation, he frowned and said to the members of the Ability Management Bureau behind him, The battle is over, let's go back. Bark like you didn't hear it. After speaking, Qin Qi turned around and left. The people in the Ability Management Bureau held their breath, but considering the current situation, there should be no disputes, so they all gave Gong Changfa a vicious look, turned around and left the battlefield at this time. Cheng Ke also quickly instructed his soldiers to prepare to retreat. The wounded need to be treated, and the soldiers who died in battle must be taken away. Their ashes will be sent to their families, and the corpses of those who died for the country cannot be exposed wilderness. Chapter 240 The Zombie in Number 039, S-Trap. In the south of Yanjing City, the soldiers are retreating in an orderly manner, and the snowflakes in the sky are gradually getting smaller. This time, more than 300 soldiers died in battle, at the hands of mutant zombies, and the zombies are at least dead. Millions, after all. The caves on the first floor below the entire battlefield are filled with poisonous gas, and ordinary zombies can only die. Cheng Ke is very satisfied with this operation. Although the casualties are a bit heavy, it can severely damage the zombies. If the poison gas operation continues for a period of time, the zombies in the entire southern area of Yanjing will be killed, and if while the ordinary zombies die, the remaining, it is impossible for the Corpse King and mutated zombies to form a wave of corpses. Maybe all the zombies can be wiped out before the end of winter. Cheng Ke was somewhat fortunate, and said to himself, Fortunately, the number of mutated zombies on the Corpse King's side is only 5,000. If the number is doubled, the operation this time will really suffer heavy losses, and the tactics may not be able to be many at that time. Implementation. Cheng Ke also felt strange. According to satellite observations, there were at least 20,000 mutated zombies in the south of the city, but only about 5,000 mutated zombies appeared in today's battle. Could it be that the Corpse King is planning a new plan? After the army withdrew from the southern battlefield, many Corpse Kings in tight clothes also came out under the protection of mutant zombies. In the tunnel, these zombies were all killed by poisonous gas in their sleep. The faces of the zombies were originally pale, but after being attacked by the poisonous gas, their skins turned purple or black, and some zombies even spit white foam from their mouths. There is an atmosphere of terror in the tunnel. Seeing the situation on the first floor, the Corpse King quickly ordered the mutated zombies to block the poisonous gas area. If the poisonous gas diffused, wouldn't it kill more zombies? Even if the mutated zombies inhaled the poisonous gas, they would still die. The Corpse King dared not approach this place, for fear that he would die if he was not careful. After the Scar Corpse King came out of the passage, he looked at the mess on the ground, shook his head helplessly, and said, It seems that we are doomed. This is the sausage-cutting tactic. Cut one piece today and another piece tomorrow. 10 days later. In a few days, our ordinary zombies will all die underground in the entire south. When the rest of the Corpse Kings heard this, They couldn't help but retort, "How can you say it's so serious? It won't snow in a few days, and when these humans dare to provoke trouble, we will launch a wave of corpses and kill them directly. Just this group of people, so that they dare not continue to release poisonous gas." Scar. Corpse King shook his head, and said helplessly, "It's impossible, it's impossible. Today's battle is just a test on the human side. If they find it useful, they will definitely act quickly. They hope that the tide of corpses will form after the weather clears. It's too late." Scar. Corpse King's mind is quite clear. He knows how the battle will develop in the future. Originally he could only dispatch mutated zombies to fight in the snow, but these zombie kings are all thinking about their own safety, so they are not willing to contribute, okay? It was easy to gather 5,000 mutated zombies, but they failed to cause much damage to the human side. If there are a few thousand more mutated zombies, the situation of the battle may be rewritten. Human beings will be afraid. As long as half of the people die, the rest will collapse on their own. Scar. Corpse King is very sorry. If not with so many pig teammates around me, the result will definitely not be so embarrassing. There are mutated zombies in the snow, and the heads of these zombies have been chopped off. These heads were brought back to Yanjing as trophies, and then they will be made into evolution potions to cultivate enough supernatural beings. At night, Shen Feng saw that the snow in the sky was getting smaller. Taking advantage of this time, he left the city and went to the mountains dozens of kilometers west of the city. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies could not be dispatched in large numbers, Shen Feng wanted to continue to take revenge. When Shen Feng came to the Pocket Valley, he saw many flames in the valley. Shen Feng thought there was a fire when he saw this scene. Why are there so many flames in the valley? But when Shen Feng took a closer look, he was stunned. It turned out that the fire in the valley was not a fire, but a pile of fires. Next to the fires were mutated zombies, holding a variety of weapons, some with swords, some with clubs, and what's more, guns in their hands. Shen Feng stood on the top of the valley and looked down. Fortunately, his vision has been strengthened, and he can barely see the scene in the valley. Grilled barbecue. Shen Feng quickly and carefully descended the mountain, thinking while walking, the intelligence of these mutated zombies seems to be getting higher and higher. They even hold guns in their hands. Most of them were captured. If they learned how to make weapons, wouldn't the advantages of human beings disappear? Save it. When Shen Feng walked into the valley, he used a company like the wind and came to the top of a tree. He finally saw clearly what the group of mutated zombies were grilling. The mutated zombies were grilling at this time, and they were grilling the same kind. The ordinary zombies were caught, and they were killed with their bloody mouths open. Then, more than 20 mutated zombies rushed up, and they began to split without saying a word. In the next palm, some tore off a large buttock, and then inserted it on a stick to start grilling. The most precious part of a zombie is the brain, which can only be enjoyed by the strongest mutant zombies. As for the brains of zombies, only strong zombies and tank-type zombies are eligible to eat, because it is impossible to beat ordinary mutated zombies. Shen Feng saw the scene from the tree, and he couldn't express the disgust in his heart. He had never even eaten monkey brains, because he always felt that eating primates was too much and harmed them. Shen Feng, who looks like a human, refuses to eat it because he has a hurdle in his heart. But now, the mutated zombies in the valley were eating their own kind wantonly. The meat on the stick was roasted by the heat above the flames, making a rattling sound, and a strange fragrance permeated the air. Shen Feng can't take it anymore now. If he doesn't get rid of these mutated zombies, he won't be able to get close to the cave, and these mutated zombies are completely inhumane things. Such ferocious zombies shouldn't exist in this world at all, so he immediately jumped out and shouted, "Do justice for the sky." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng rushed out instantly. His clothes fluttered, his hair was blown away instantly, dozens of wind blades appeared, and began to slaughter the zombies who were grilling around. Even dogs would not eat their own kind, but these zombies are so mad that they grill their own kind. Such behavior is naturally outraged. If he had to eat his own kind just to survive, Shen Feng wouldn't be so angry, but he saw the mutated zombies who were grilling, and there seemed to be smiles on the faces of these zombies. Feeling a little guilty, such behavior is more excessive than a beast. The moment Shen Feng appeared, he controlled the wind blade and killed dozens of mutated zombies around him. Seeing this scene, the rest of the mutated zombies threw away the meat on their sticks, picked up the weapons around them, and turned towards Shen Feng. They rushed over, and many zombies grabbed their rifles and started aiming at Shen Feng. Shen Feng quickly cast the Wind King barrier and used a barrier to block in front of him. At this time, more than a dozen bullets flew towards Shen Feng, but they were blocked by the barrier. These guns were all weapons left by the detection team last month, and finally fell into the hands of zombies. Ordinary zombies don't know how to use guns, but mutant zombies have intelligence, so they have learned to use guns. After the bullet hit Shen Feng's barrier, it immediately hit the crack on the transparent barrier. The number of these bullets was always relatively small, and it was difficult to break through Shen Feng's defense, and Shen Feng stared at the mutant zombie who shot, rushed out in an instant, and used the wind blade to kill these mutated zombies who shot. Without the threat of long-range weapons, the remaining mutated zombies, no matter how many there were, could hardly threaten Shen Feng's safety. Shen Feng drove the Wind King barrier and rushed out towards the cave. Along the way, mutated zombies rushed over, but they could not threaten Shen Feng. Shen Feng only needs to release the wind blade to kill all around zombies, and after becoming a 5th level power user, Shen Feng's physical strength is even more abundant, and he feels that he can kill a small wave of zombies. Shen Feng knows what his weakness is, and that is to suffer endless attacks in a small space. It was like this when he was trapped in a cave before. The narrow terrain will affect his movement trajectory, and the endless attacks will force Shen Feng consumes energy. Once it falls to this point, then he will be in danger. But now, Shen Feng is rushing wantonly in the empty valley, and the wind blades around him can condense anytime and anywhere, and among the zombies, there is no one who can resist Shen Feng's attack. The reason why there are so many mutant zombies in the valley is very difficult. It may be that the Corpse King felt the danger, so he wanted to deploy enough defensive forces outside the vents. However, the Corpse King did not expect that Shen Feng's combat power was so powerful that thousands of mutated zombies attacked Shen Feng frantically. He couldn't even touch the hem of Shen Feng's clothes at this moment. Shen Feng was venting his grievances. Wind blades shot out one after another, killing the mutant zombies around them. These mutated zombies fight in a group, perform accompanied by the wind, and leave to the two sides. At this time, Shen Feng starts to fly kites, specifically attacking areas where the zombies are weak, and the zombies can't resist Shen Feng's attack at all. Shen Feng controlled the wind blades to form around him, flying them out uninterruptedly, killing the zombies continuously, and he was also approaching the cave at the bottom of the valley step by step, but Shen Feng didn't realize that there were long ago on the ground he passed. In the cold weather, a lot of the liquid was solidified and frozen, but in some special places, the liquid was still flowing slowly. After Shen Feng approached the cave, he was ready to challenge the Corpse King. If the Corpse King refused to fight, Shen Feng would block the entrance of the cave, making it impossible for the zombies to pass through the valley to breathe. Suffocate in it. However, at this moment, a torch was suddenly thrown from above the valley, and the bright torch fell down, alarming Shen Feng instantly. Shen Feng cast Wind of Fury, and a wind blade flew out quickly, cutting off the torch directly, but the torch was not extinguished, but fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was covered by flames. Now, the fiery red flames illuminated the entire valley, and almost everything at the bottom of the valley was on fire. Shen Feng didn't have time to think about it, and quickly propped up the Wind King's barrier and started to escape from here. He wondered in his heart, what's the situation? Isn't the Corpse King afraid that these flames will burn and consume more oxygen in the cave? Shen Feng was evacuating quickly, but the mutated zombies surrounded them at this time. They were so fierce that they grabbed their weapons and began to attack Shen Feng. Now Shen Feng just wanted to get out of the sea of fire and didn't have time to entangle with these zombies, so he turned into an incarnation and after Image escaped from the siege of the zombies and escaped from the valley on the side of the valley. The Corpse King Ma Jingshuang watched the scene quietly, with a gloomy expression on his face. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. A person who must die now appeared in front of me. This time the ambush was a failure. Let's change the vent, move quickly, and wait until spring. Hearing this, a Corpse King next to Ma Jingshuang couldn't help wondering, in spring, will we really be able to break through Yanjing? It seems impossible, right, Ma? Jingshuang looked back at the Corpse King who doubted herself, first smiled, and then said firmly, no problem, trust my plan, as long as you wait until spring, victory will be within your reach. Chapter 241 Reappearance of the Plague Eye. After Shen Feng escaped from the valley, he looked at the sea of flames in the valley with lingering fear. At this time, he was afraid for a while, because the sea of flames that suddenly appeared just now was obviously an ambush. Fortunately, he was able to use the Wind King barrier to resist. Don't hold back the burning of the flames, otherwise, the current Shen Feng has been scorched in the sea of flames. When the flames were extinguished, Shen Feng came back to observe in the valley, but unexpectedly found that there were some unknown liquids on many grounds, and there was no smell after careful sniffing, but these liquids would burn. At this moment, he remembered it seems that among the mutated zombies, there is a special kind of zombie. It has a short body but a big belly. As long as it is hit by a little bit, it will explode immediately, and the stomach of this kind of zombie is full of fat with extremely low ignition point. Up to now, Shen Feng also understood, and couldn't help saying to himself, the Corpse King must have decided that I will come again, so he set up a trap early and waited for me, especially with so many seeds scattered in the valley. The mutated zombies are just to paralyze my mind, but as long as I get close to the cave, I will be burned by flames. The mutated zombies in the valley all retreated one by one, and Shen Feng summoned countless wind blades to fly into the cave. Before flying out 10 meters away, the wind blades hit the wall. It has been blocked, and the Corpse King can no longer be found in this cave. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng had to shake his head inside. What a terrifying opponent! The transfer speed is too fast, and he can even trick me while transferring. Really amazing. This valley can be said to be the ventilation opening of the entire West Underground cave, but after the Corpse King sensed the danger, he moved decisively and blocked the ventilation opening. Such behavior is simply like a strong man cutting off his wrist, and ordinary people do not have such decisive abandonment. Spirit, it is conceivable that the lack of fresh air in the 3-story cave will surely suffocate many zombies, and without vents, the reduction of zombies is inevitable. Shen Feng felt very depressed. Although he killed hundreds of mutated zombies, he didn't get ahead of a Corpse King. Compared with yesterday's harvest, today's harvest is really too little. In the end, Shen Feng had no choice but to return to Yanjing, planning to look for opportunities to find the trace of the Corpse King in the future to take revenge. Otherwise, killing more ordinary zombies and mutant zombies would not be enough to relieve his anger. There will be no more corpses, and this will be considered a successful revenge. Shen Feng returned to Yanjing City, but found that a group of people from the Ability Management Bureau came to drink with him. It was already late at night, but they were still waiting at the station. Judging by their appearance, they were not in a good mood at all. Everyone's faces were gloomy. What expressions do you guys have? I don't seem to owe you any money. Why are you all so cold? Shen Feng asked suspiciously. All the people from the Ability Management Bureau were people Shen Feng knew, that is, all the 5th order power users. They all came to drink with Shen Feng, and brought a bunch of hot pot ingredients by the way. What's more, Feng King Hao held more than 10 bottles of liquor in his hand, and all of them were high-grade alcohol, the kind of liquor that would cause stomach bleeding if he drank too much. Seeing this posture, Shen Feng thought that these people were here to get himself drunk, so he immediately became wary. Unexpectedly, at this time Xiao Xing raised his head and waved at Shen Feng, saying, "Little brother-in-law, come and have hot pot and drink some wine. I've been waiting for you for a long time, don't just stand around." Shen Feng found a seat and sat down. This place is still next to the street lamp under the city wall, and it has not changed from the place where we ate hot pot last time. After sitting down, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you guys? Did the battle go well?" Shen Feng thought of the fact that a group of people went out of the city in the snow to fight today, and thought that these people were angry because the battle was not going well. Thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. After all, if the battle was not going well, it meant that the war would not end quickly. But Xiao Xing shook his head, and said helplessly, "The battle went smoothly, not because of this. We heard the news that the headquarters is going to set up a new organization of supernatural beings. Moreover, we haven't been told before." As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he immediately understood, and said with a smile, "That's it, it's no big deal. Think about it, you belong to the Ability Management Bureau, and the headquarters can only call you, not directly manage it. The headquarters naturally wants to have personnel who can direct command, so why worry about it? Your importance will not change because of this new block, you are worrying unnecessarily." Jin Zijia was also in a bad temper at this time, drank a glass of white wine, and said with righteous indignation, "If it is a new organization of supernatural beings, we will not be angry, at most it will be uncomfortable. But you know, this new organization, the candidates for the organization are all a group of second-generation ancestors. A group of people who were born in Rome." Shen Feng looked at Jin Zijia suspiciously, and then looked at the people around him, and found that even Zhang Zi and Qin Qiyi were drinking, and these people were really angry. Yu Hengyi was still calm at this time, and said to Shen Feng, "Shen Feng, let me tell you this, since the higher-ups knew that the Corpse King's head can produce supernatural potions, the military secretly dispatched soldiers to kill more than a dozen Corpse Kings. And all the potions that were made were distributed secretly, and the assigned personnel were not meritorious soldiers or generals, but the children of high-level officials. We fought to the death, and the soldiers risked their lives to kill them. Help the second-generation ancestor get it. What is this?" Shen Feng didn't know what to say. He thought about his plan to get the supernatural potion, and he would also give it to his family for use. So it seems that Shen Feng was scolded by Xiao Sheng and others together while drinking. Xiao Sheng said, "If it is just to check and balance us, I have no objection to setting up a new organization. On the contrary, it means that the combat effectiveness of our humans has improved. But there is a problem with the distribution of supernatural potions. Why are these second-generation ancestors who usually hide in the city? There are them when they are eating, drinking and having fun, but they disappear when they are born and die, and they are still standing in front when the power potion is finally distributed. It's not fair." Qin Qiyi patted Xiao Sheng's shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Stop talking so much, be careful not to be overheard by others. Shen Feng, listen to what happened today, don't say it. Who told us to? Isn't it the one they said they belonged to?" Shen Feng nodded, and said casually, "I understand this. I was treated differently when I was in Rongcheng. To put it bluntly, I belong to the folk force, but to put it bluntly, I am a bandit leader." Zhang Zi sighed, and said helplessly, "Shen Feng, let me tell you this, the people in our Ability Management Bureau were all gathered after folk excavations, but that was because the original laboratory failed to produce abilities. Pharmacy, now that the laboratory has discovered that people with acquired abilities can be made, so our importance has plummeted. Moreover, after working hard for more than half a year, we are still called mudlegs. The reason is very simple, we are unreliable, we were recruited because of supernatural beings, and those officials' children are the real ones." After Shen Feng heard these words, he suddenly understood. He could only shrug his shoulders and start eating hot pot. Generally speaking, these people just felt that they were unbalanced and had been treated unfairly. That's why they are in such a bad mood at this moment. Shen Feng is also helpless, he is not a person in the system, so he does not understand the feelings of everyone, but he can imagine the feeling of being treated differently. Shen Feng ate hot pot with a group of people, but he didn't hold enough alcohol, so he stopped drinking. Although no one would make trouble now, it would be ugly to make jokes when drunk. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Qin Qiyi left with a bunch of drunk guys, and they were going to fight today. Shen Feng doubted the combat effectiveness of this group of people. He started drinking in the middle of the night. More than 4 hours passed, and the sky was gradually getting brighter. This group of people still wanted to fight. Could it be that they fell asleep during the battle? Shen Feng's worry was obviously right, because after everyone followed the army out of the city to fight, they started the journey of fishing. The fifth-order superhumans headed by Xiao Sheng and Qin Qiyi walked unsteadily on the snow. 1 step and 4 shakes made people wonder if they would fall to the ground drunk. When Zhang Ju and the others saw it, they immediately understood that the captain and vice-captain had already started fishing, so why should they work so hard? So he was still working and not working hard, and he was holding back bad thoughts in his heart. The headquarters thinks that we are not our own people, right? That's good, we won't fight desperately anymore, let your second-generation ancestors fight. The Special Forces frowned when they saw this scene. Why are the leaders of the Ability Management Bureau different from yesterday? The battle was still alive and well yesterday, why is it swaying lazily at this time today? Has it changed a little too much? The special soldiers are all people who have taken the evolution potion. They are all first and second tier evolutionists. They have very keen perception. After discovering that something is wrong with the people of the Ability Management Bureau, they immediately reported it to Commander Cheng K. The ability user our state today is not right. It seems that none of them have any fighting spirit. Cheng K hadn't spoken yet, but Gong Chengfa laughed at this moment. Haha, I thought this group of people were really all-pervasive, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. The next task is still handed over to us. The reason why Gong Chengfa mocked the group of people from the Ability Management Bureau before was not because he was really arrogant or domineering, but because he did it on purpose. Guang Changfa knows that the Ability Management Bureau has been established for a long time, and it is not easy for the newly formed Xiangsong Bureau to get attention. Unless it can replace the tasks of the Ability Management Bureau, otherwise, it will only be a second place for the rest of its life. Second, you can only dawdle under the subordinates of the Ability Management Bureau, and you will never have a bright future. However, it is impossible for the Ability Management Bureau to back down. After all, they are all seniors, and they have been using their abilities to fight for half a year. The headquarters also trusts them, and important tasks will be entrusted to them. As long as they don't make mistakes, the status of the Ability Management Bureau will be particularly stable. Gong Changfa deliberately taunted the other party with wild words yesterday, just to provoke the many supernatural beings from the Supernatural Administration Bureau to do something. As long as they do something, it is a mistake. Mistakes can be magnified, and Gong Changfa has a reason to let his Xiangsong Bureau replace the Ability Management Bureau. It's a pity that Qin Qiyi didn't explode at Gong Changfa's provocation yesterday. She turned around and left with her subordinates, and there was no conflict. Gong Changfa originally thought that he had to think of other ways to plot against the Ability Management Bureau, but now it seems that the Ability Management Bureau started to make mistakes on its own, and even chose to play badly during the battle, and was not active during the battle, and did not deal with it. Who else are you dealing with? Guang Changfa smiled at Cheng Ke and said, then what? I'll go out and make a phone call to see if I can solve the problem of the supernatural being. Hearing this, Cheng Ke shook his head secretly, and said in his heart, I just hope that the combat effectiveness of the newly formed Xiangsong Bureau is still good, otherwise, the battle damage will be great. Cheng Ke is not aware of the intrigue among the supernatural beings. What he cares about is whether he can take the soldiers under his command to wash away the shame. Only with a proud record can wash away the shame caused by previous failures. He was once defeated by zombies and plagues. Shaz Cheng Ke, desperate for victory. It has not snowed today, but the snow left on the ground has not melted. In such a cold weather, zombies are still unable to fight on a large scale. Cheng Ke continued to direct his personnel to block the underground exit and pour water into the underground cave. Poison gas facts have proved that poison gas attack is the most effective. It can kill a large number of zombies without any effort, and in such severe cold weather, it is impossible for zombies to move on a large scale. Taking advantage of attacking zombies now, the resistance encountered will not too big, so the army dispatched today is not only in the south, but also in the plains in the east. Everyone methodically injects poison gas into the ground to kill the zombies in the ground one by one. All the soldiers are wearing gas masks. Although the poisonous gas will not easily overflow, it is always good to be prepared. Chapter 242 Reappearance of the Plague II. When Qin Qiyi was patrolling nearby with someone, he suddenly picked up the phone and quickly picked it up to answer it, but he heard the words of the leader of the Ability Management Bureau. Qin Qiyi, you have been fighting for a long time these days, probably because you are tired. I heard that your current fighting spirit is not high, so the headquarters decided to let the Xiangsong Bureau take over your defensive tasks. Please understand the decision of the superior. When the personnel of the Xiangsong Bureau arrive, you can come back to Yanjing. Hearing this order, Qin Qiyi sighed inwardly. It seems that the people at the headquarters think we can be replaced, so let's go back. It's better to relax than to fight desperately for others. Now, Qin Qiyi has a sense of powerlessness. He has worked hard for so long, but he only needs one sentence to be replaced, and others are just born better than himself, not because they are really better than themselves. Sometimes reincarnation is also an art. So, Qin Qiyi took a deep breath and replied, got it, we will retreat immediately when the supernatural beings from the Xiangsong Bureau arrive. The people from the Ability Management Bureau heard about this, and they all showed relaxed smiles. They also heard about the Xiangsong Bureau to some extent, and everyone was worried about it. I have been fighting all the time, and the plan to retake the country may not be as smooth as it is now. Many dangerous tasks are completed by myself, but now the higher-ups secretly let people replace me. This feeling is like existing as a spare tire, but self-feel good. It's good to retreat. I want to know whether the second generation of the Xiangsong Bureau can really replace us. A bunch of flowers in the greenhouse. Don't come out and make a fool of yourself. Jin Zijia said gloatingly. Now he was ready to watch the excitement. He didn't think that a group of supernatural beings in the laboratory could be stronger than himself. There are other thoughts in Jin Zijia's mind. Maybe the guys in the Shyangtsung Bureau can take a closer look at what the battlefield is like. After seeing the terrifying battlefield, they might just pee directly. At that time, the headquarters will know who is the most reliable. Xiao Sheng shrugged his shoulders, and said, only when the sea is in the water can we show our true qualities as a hero. Let's go out again when the sea comes in. The end. After a group of heroic young men from the election bureau came to the battlefield, Qin Qiyi handed over the task and left with the superhumans under her command. Before leaving, she looked up and down at the successor, carefully. After reading it again, he showed a meaningful smile in Qin Qiyi's eyes. This group of young people looked full of vigor and vitality, but the clothes on them were very neat. Such people have not experienced the baptism of the battlefield. Now, let them face the fierce battlefield, perhaps too hard for them. However, the more embarrassing these people are, the more they can highlight our importance. Let's wait and see the joke in Yanjing City. Qin Qiyi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. A group of young people from the Shyangtsung Bureau saw the guys from the Ability Management Bureau arrogantly, and they all held a breath in their hearts. Isn't it just that they became supernatural users earlier than us? If we became superhuman beings half a year earlier, there would be no you have a chance to make a name for yourself. Just wait and see, we will definitely complete our tasks. Before leaving the battlefield, Jin Zizhi watched a group of second-generation ancestors appear, and couldn't help but said to Fang Qinghao, I'll tell you something. Last night, I went to see my girlfriend. I gave her a bunch of wild flowers, but she didn't like it, and even quarreled with me. Fang Qinghao pretended to be puzzled and asked, why? Doesn't she like flowers? Jin Zizhi shook his head seriously, patted Fang Qinghao on the shoulder and said, let me tell you, my girlfriend likes beautiful flowers, that is, flowers that grow in the greenhouse. But she doesn't know, the greenhouse, the flowers that grow in it are useless except for their beauty. Because the flowers in the greenhouse will all wither after a day. So, in a word, the flowers in the greenhouse are not good for anything. Fang Qinghao nodded, and said seriously, there is no way, some people just like the flowers in the greenhouse. After all, it is enough to look good, who cares if the vitality is very tenacious? These flowers are okay to stay in the greenhouse, but it's not good to appear in the wild. Think about it, if you eat well and dress well in the greenhouse, you will encounter wind, frost, rain and snow when you come to the wild. Alice, the end, it's too miserable. Jin Zizhi sighed. Jin Zizhi and Fang Qinghao talked very loudly on purpose, as if they were afraid that others would not hear them, and their eyes deliberately drifted towards the supernatural beings from the Shyangtsung Bureau. Fang Qinghao also cooperated very well, talking loudly while looking into the distance. Group of people. Yu Hengai hurried over and said in a low voice, you two big brothers, stop making trouble and go. The faces of those people from the Shyangtsung Bureau are all green. Jin Zizhi looked serious, and said seriously, Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? We are discussing the flowers in the greenhouse, but no one is scolding the street by name. What does it have to do with me if their faces turn green? That's fine, let's go. Jin Zizhi patted the dust on his body, hooked his shoulders to Yu Hengai and Fang Qinghao, and said, let's go and find Shen Feng to drink. He didn't dare to drink last night. I can't let him go. I must give him a drink. A bottle of wine will do. The group of supernatural beings from the Shyangtsung Bureau heard Jin Zizhi's words, and their lungs were about to explode at this moment. If the headquarters hadn't explicitly prohibited private fighting, they would have gone up and taught Jin Zizhi a lesson. This is too contemptuous. He even taunted himself over and over again, saying that it was not aimed at a certain person, but that it was aimed at everyone. In fact, the people in the Shyangtsung Bureau didn't know that it was their captain Guang Changfu who provoked it first, and now that Jin Zizhi had a run on him, he made a special response. They didn't understand the reason, but they put all their hatred on Jin Zizhi. Once the battle starts today, they will definitely show themselves and tell the people of the Ability Management Bureau that they are no worse than them. It's a pity that the battle that the people of the Shyangtsung Bureau had prepared for a long time did not start, because the Corpse King has not dispatched zombies to attack. The Corpse King only controls the earth-digging zombies to continuously block the caves that have been injected with poison gas and delay the poisonous gas. The speed of the spread, but did not send mutant zombies to fight. The reason is simple, the number of mutated zombies on the Zombie King's side is not much, and the mutated zombies have to protect themselves to escape at critical moments, and they have already lost a quarter of them before. Now this situation continues to send mutated zombies to fight to die, It is better to hide underground to accumulate strength. Therefore, the Corpse King did not let the mutated zombies go out at all, and the Shyangtsung Bureau has not been able to wait for the opportunity to fight. This kind of situation made Shyangtsung Bureau very depressed. Originally, I wanted to take this opportunity to show my strength. If I could let the people in the headquarters know my strength, I would definitely become famous in the future, and even replace the ability Administration Bureau can do. But who would have thought that at this time, the Corpse King would actually abandon many ordinary zombies on the first floor, and pretend to be dead while hiding in the ground. As a result, their chances of fighting disappeared in vain. The reason why the Shyangtsung Bureau is named this is to take a beautiful meaning, which means that the people who entered the Shyangtsung Bureau are the proud sons of heaven. In fact, judging from their status, they are all high-level children. They were born in Rome since childhood. It can be said that he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, and his crotch is greasy when he farts, but this kind of aura is worthy of being the proud son of heaven. And for the next 10 consecutive days, these favored children of heaven did not have a suitable opportunity to fight, and the weather gradually cleared up, and the caves on the first floor in the entire southern region were dead silent. Under the poisonous gas attack, no zombies could survive, and the passages between the first and second floors were all blocked. The Corpse King decisively gave up the ordinary zombies on the first floor. The headquarters roughly estimated that there were about 20 million zombies in the entire south, and after the 2-week battle, at least 15 million zombies were killed. It can be said that the zombie wave in the south was directly crippled by this attack, and there were only 5 million zombies left. Although a corpse wave could be formed, the scale of the attack must not be comparable to that of the previous 2 months. Nearly 10 million zombies were also killed in the eastern region, and the entire eastern region was also much deserted. After the soldiers injected poisonous gas into the caves, they would block all the openings. Fortunately, the surrounding ground was full of mounds. As long as the openings were filled, the poisonous gas could be sealed underground. The cave now happens to be the grave of the zombies. After the weather cleared, the headquarters temporarily stopped fighting. Once there was no snow on the ground, then the zombie battle would still be very troublesome. You can't exchange the lives of soldiers for the lives of a bunch of ordinary zombies. You have to wait until it snows. Do it when it's cold. The headquarters in Yanjing is very happy. It is very profitable to be able to kill a large number of zombies so easily. If it continues to snow during the Chinese New Year, the underground zombies in the entire eastern plain will also be severely damaged. You know, the winter in the north is very long, and it will not end in a short time. There is still at least 1.5 months before the beginning of spring. At that time, zombies will dare to come out of the ground on a large scale. At that time, zombies in the eastern and southern regions will not be able to. It's a threat. The headquarters seems to have taken all the conditions into consideration. During the battle, the army will not be at a disadvantage at all, but the headquarters has forgotten one thing, that is, there will be a big epidemic after the war. Even if many holes in the ground are blocked, it's alive, but the zombies are still alive. For the sake of ventilation, the Corpse King often asks the earth-digging zombies to dig out the vents. With vents, the air can enter the ground, and the Corpse King and the rest of the zombies will not be frozen to death in the ground. But the existence of vents not only allows air to enter and exit, but also allows small animals to enter and exit, such as mice and insects. There are many mice in the wild, whether it is a palm-sized mouse that has not mutated, or a rabbit that is as huge as a mutated rabbit. Rats all entered the zombie caves for the winter. Although the entrance and exit of the cave were blocked by humans, the poisonous gas would always dissipate, especially after the vent was reopened. The poisonous gas dissipated much faster. The mouse entered the underground cave smoothly in this way, and its small eyes saw countless delicacies on the ground. Mice are omnivores. In fact, many animals in nature are omnivores, including wolves, cattle and horses. They don't specialize in eating meat and grass, and they will eat meat at critical moments. This is the result of natural selection. If the source of food is too single, it will be difficult to survive famine, so many animals have become omnivores, only focusing on the proportion of food. Tens of millions of ordinary zombies have been killed in the tunnel. After a long migration, these ordinary zombies are already very thin. In addition, after entering the dormant state, the energy on their bodies has been consumed, so the underground zombies are basically dead. They are skinny, and the stronger zombies are all on the second floor, and they are regarded as the core strength by the Corpse King. However, in front of the mice, no matter how thin the corpses of these zombies are, they are all meat. Now that winter is coming and everything is dying, I am worried that I can't find food. Now I have entered the hole and found a treasure. All the mice are crazy. Due to the emergence of the zombie virus, the order of the entire human society has collapsed, but many crops have been planted in the farmland, and these crops have not been cleaned up, and finally entered the belly of the mouse. However, the reproductive capacity of the mouse is particularly strong. 3 months 1 litter has 8 or 9 pups, so the wild rats are already overrun. Now that there is enough food in the ground, the mice are not stupid. They dragged their families and entered the underground life. The mice don't know what family planning is, so they give birth when they have enough food. Rats live here, and the rats carry a lot of bacteria. As hosts, they may not feel much, but the zombies deeper underground can't stand it. Zombies have human weaknesses. Humans will get sick, and zombies will get sick too. After a mouse entered the cave on the 2nd floor, it discovered the underground water source stored by the zombies, and jumped in to take a bath. Mice also love cleanliness, so they will naturally take a bath if they can. Zombies didn't know this, and drank the mouse's bathwater, and the plague began to spread among the zombies. At the beginning, they were only infected with the plague when they drank water, but later the plague evolved even more powerfully, becoming the pneumonia-type plague. Can spread the plague as long as they cough face to face, so the zombies on the 2nd underground floor are in crisis. When the Corpse Kings heard about this, they all fell silent. They didn't expect that the 2nd underground area fell so easily. It was not breached by the human army, but by bacteria. The Corpse King also had no medicines, let alone the means to treat the plague, so he could only hide on the 3rd floor with the mutated zombies. The entire southern region and the small half of the eastern region were completely dead. Chapter 243 The Plague Reappears Part 3. During these days, Shen Feng has been going out to the mountains during the day, trying to find a suitable entrance to kill the Corpse King, but he couldn't find it, and suddenly lost interest, and gradually gave up this shameless revenge. I am going to wait until spring to find a way to find the Corpse King. Now the zombies are hiding underground, and my own hero is useless. The Zombie King's wisdom is still very strong. Once something is wrong, even the vent can be abandoned, and then find a new place as a vent. There are many mountains in the Taihang Mountains, and Shen Feng does not know where the vent for the zombies in the west is. When he is free, Shen Feng will also go to the hospital to visit Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan knits a scarf for Shen Feng. Shen Feng feels very warm wearing it around his neck, and he also likes to tell jokes to Chu Chaoyan when he is free. In short, for the purpose of making Chu Chaoyan laugh, she can't be allowed to watch TV in the ward all day. It's easy to get depressed on this day. Shen Feng came to the hospital and was telling a joke to Chu Chaoyan. One day, the bear and the little white rabbit went to the bathroom together, and the bear suddenly asked the little white rabbit, "Do you shed hair?" The little white rabbit said, "No." Then the bear grabbed the little white rabbit and wiped his butt. Before Shen Feng finished speaking, Chu Chaoyan said dissatisfiedly, "You told this joke before, and the bear and the little gray rabbit will go to eat after that. Can you be more serious and don't fool me, Chu?" Chaoyan has been talking and joking with Shen Feng these days, and she has already heard many jokes from Shen Feng, so Shen Feng is becoming more and more difficult to fool. Once told a joke, the second time Chu Chaoyan will not. I bought it. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, and said, "A reporter went to Antarctica to interview penguins, and asked the first penguin, 'What do you do every day?' The penguin said, 'Eat, sleep, and beat Dao Dao.'" The joke was not finished yet. Chu Chaoyan interrupted Shen Feng's narration again. "I've already said that, isn't it that the last one is Dao Dao?" Shen Feng shook his head again and again, and said seriously, "This will never be repeated." The 100th penguin said, "My name is Chu." Chaoyan was dissatisfied. She pouted and said, "You are still fooling me. You have to tell a good joke today that I have never heard before, otherwise, give me back this scarf. See if you want it this winter frozen to death." Shen Feng smiled awkwardly, and began to search for jokes in retrospect, but when the book was used up, he hated less. "Basically, I spend my time on games, and now I need to think about jokes, but my mind is empty." Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Chaoyan couldn't help but reach out and grabbed Shen Feng's scarf, and said, "Hurry up, give me back my scarf, and when you can make me laugh, I'll give you the scarf." It has to be said that at a critical juncture, when the desire to survive is beyond the limit, human potential will burst out, not only the adrenaline surge, but also the rapid operation of the nervous system. Shen Feng really thought of a joke, and quickly told it. A man found a little lolly, stretched out his hand and asked her, "How many candies do you think I have in my hand? If you guess, I'll give you both." Shen Feng said hastily. Seeing this, Chu Qiaoan also quietly listened to Shen Feng's narration. "But I heard little Lolly say, I guess you have 5 candies in your hand." The man handed the 2 candies to little Lolly. After a few days, the man saw little Lolly again, stretched out his hand and said, "I owed you 3 candies last time, and I will pay you back today." The little Lolly shook her head and said, "No, my butt hurts after eating this candy." Shen Feng narrated. When Chu Qiaoan heard this, her face immediately turned red. She reached out and patted Shen Feng's chest, and said coquettishly, "You are going to die? Who can understand such a story?" Seeing Chu Qiaoan's reaction, Shen Feng obviously didn't understand, so he grabbed Chu Qiaoan's slender wrist with a smile, and teased, don't worry, you'll understand when you recover. Now that you have laughed, you are not allowed to take the scarf back." While Shen Feng was talking and laughing with Chu Qiaoan, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and 2 medical staff in protective suits walked in, holding thermometers in their hands. Shen Feng turned his head and asked, "What are you guys doing? You look fully armed. You think you two are a virus?" At this moment, Shen Feng was very dissatisfied. Obviously he was making fun of Chu Qiaoan, but someone broke in and disturbed the world between him and Chu Qiaoan. It was simply unforgivable. The medical staff quickly said, "Don't get me wrong, we just came here to check the body temperature and distribute masks. From now on, Mr. Shen, please don't bring food into the hospital casually. In the future, the hospital will provide the food for Ms. Chu. Every time if you come to visit, you must do a good job of disinfection." Shen Feng was puzzled. This kind of battle didn't seem like a joke, so he quickly asked, "Is there some kind of infectious disease?" The medical staff whispered, "It's the plague. Since this morning, hundreds of people have been sent to the hospital one after another. After testing, it was found to be the plague. Moreover, traces of the plague have been found in other places one after another." When Shen Feng heard this, he was shocked immediately. The plague has appeared again. It also happened in Yanjing? Isn't this too exaggerated? In Shen Feng's view, Yanjing has always been very hygienic. Even in the battle more than a month ago, the corpses of the zombies were thrown into the sea from Jinmen by train. It stands to reason that such hygienic the place should not breed bacteria, but the plague suddenly broke out. Isn't it too strange? Especially in winter, when the temperature is so low, the reproduction of bacteria will also be affected. The medical staff shook their heads and said, "We don't know about this. Anyway, we have tested and confirmed that it is plague. Anthrax bacillus was detected from these people. This thing will not appear casually." Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoan worriedly. He was thinking whether he should take Chu Qiaoan back to the station to take care of him personally. If the hospital is full of patients, if they fail to keep them all, they will be recruited. People with supernatural powers are also human beings. Most of them will die if they get sick. Shen Feng is worried about Chu Qiaoan's safety. Chu Qiaoan also understood Shen Feng's meaning, but she didn't think so. "It's safest to stay in the hospital. I'll continue to stay here to recuperate. You are the one. You should protect yourself. After all, you've been outside all the time. Run around." Shen Feng thought about it for a while, and this is indeed the truth. Staying in the hospital can get the most suitable treatment, not to mention that Chu Qiaoan still needs to recuperate for a while. Before, his vitality was seriously injured. It's something Shen Feng doesn't want to see, so it's better to let her stay in the hospital. The medical staff gave Shen Feng a stack of masks and sprayed disinfectant on his body. The body temperature was normal, so they left the ward. Ever since the hospital discovered that someone was suffering from the plague, the whole of Yanjing has paid attention to it, and hastened to investigate the source of the plague. If the source cannot be cut off, the plague will continue to appear. Thousands of people suffered from the plague, and because many people survived the zombie virus, all healthy people survived. Now that the plague appears, young and strong people don't feel much. At most, they have a fever and feel weak. They think they have a cold, but after careful examination, they find that it is not a cold, but the plague. Immediately, the entire Yanjing city was panicked. Who would have thought that a plague would suddenly appear in the city? There are still tens of millions of zombies staring at them outside, but a plague broke out in the city. Such a difficult situation. Even if the gods come, it will be difficult. This is the result of communication being controlled. If people in the city can access the internet smoothly, no matter what forums are on the internet, they will all be blown up. After all, under internal and external troubles, there must be negative people spreading bad remarks, and ordinary people are very ignorant, and follow what others say, and what was originally nothing will eventually become a big disturbance. In fact, in the face of modern medicine, the plague is not a scourge. There are medicines to treat it. Since the emergence of antibiotics, it is difficult for large-scale plagues to appear. Even smallpox will eventually be subdued by vaccines, unless antibiotics are ineffective. Otherwise, the plague could not have killed too many people. Although there is a way to deal with the plague, it also takes time to heal. The headquarters estimated that there is no chance or energy to take the initiative before spring arrives. The zombies are lucky, let them escape. The strategists at the headquarters felt very sorry. The sudden appearance of the plague made the people of Yanjing lose the opportunity to take the initiative. When spring comes, when the temperature warms up, the zombies will come out of the burrows, and then they will face a desperate blow from both sides. However, when the investigators of Yanjing checked the monitoring, they suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the reservoir in the north. It turned out that a few days ago, mutated zombies threw a lot of zombie corpses into curry in the dark. After the corpse fell into the water, it was quickly eaten by fish, but the water in the reservoir was also polluted. The tap water in Yanjing City basically passes through the reservoir in the north. Although it will be filtered and disinfected in the water plant, the terrible thing is that there are some special channels that use reclaimed water. It will be used directly, so the plague entered Yanjing through the water source. Now, things have finally been clarified. It turns out that the plague in Yanjing City did not appear for no reason, but was poisoned by the zombies. The hateful zombies spread the plague into the city. It's really hateful. That is to say, there is a plague on the side of the zombies. It should come sooner or later, and there is no way to avoid it. There's no other way. Now we can only issue an announcement telling everyone to boil tap water before using it, and drinking unboiled water is prohibited. We still have to mobilize medicines from the south. The shameful thing is that the trains and roads are not accessible now, so we can only use the medicines by air. After many investigations, Yanjing confirmed that the zombies poisoned them, and immediately hated the zombies. The Corpse King is too hateful. It's okay to have a plague on its own, and it's necessary to actively spread the plague to the human side. This is harming others and benefiting oneself. Come out and fight with real swords and guns if you have the ability. Don't hide in the hole and play dirty tricks. The fighting had to stop, and Yanjing needed to take care of people's safety, so it mobilized medicines from several major medical provinces in the south, especially in the southwestern provinces, where the pharmaceutical industry is very developed and the production of antibiotics is also perfect. Medicines can be obtained from southern provinces. Shen Feng was very envious of such a quick mobilization ability, and said in his heart, as expected of the official, the ability to mobilize medicines is powerful. I bought some medicine in Luzhou and went to the south to buy it secretly. Now people can mobilize enough medicine with just one word, which is amazing. When he is free, Shen Feng misses his senior in Yuzhou very much. Now that communication is restricted, Shen Feng cannot easily contact relatives thousands of miles away. As for the satellite phone in his hand, he cannot use it casually until critical moments. When you use it, you will be monitored, and if you say something private, others will know it. What's the point? I finished reading the manga brought by Shen Feng, and it's boring to read it the second time, so the longest thing Shen Feng does is to be in a daze. The blue sky is exactly what the Chinese teacher said. The old cow looks at the blue sky, and the more he looks at it, the fresher he is. Fortunately, the Ability Management Bureau, who has nothing to do, often comes to find Shen Feng, especially Zhangju, relying on his own ability to fly. He flaps his wings and comes to the city wall to look for Shen Feng, and often brings Shen Feng a few books, which makes Shen Feng very happy. Shen Feng has something to say about boredom. Apart from Zhangju, the most common people Shen Feng sees are Zhao Xing and Jin Ziju. These two people take people to the city wall when they have nothing to do, and they still carry food and drink in their hands. When you show up, you must bring wine and meat, because there is nothing else to bring, and the food in Yanjing City has already been controlled, and it is already very good to get wine and meat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Global Situation. The rotation and revolution of the Earth has been going on for billions of years without exception, so some people say that the Earth is rotating without you. This is true. The Earth will never be because of someone and stop turning, and with the revolution of the Earth, the northern hemisphere has also come to winter, and the high latitude areas have also entered the snowy days, especially in the Arctic Circle. It is already eternal night. The cold wind from Siberia blows to the south, and the entire Eurasian continent has fallen into cold winter. Except for India, which is blocked from the cold wave by the Himalayas. Here is the South Asian subcontinent, and the climate is hot and humid all year round. In North America, it is also in a cold winter. Compared with Eurasia, the temperature is even more freezing. Because the topography of the American continent is north-south, the cold wave going south is completely unimpeded, but the zombies broke out. The social order is completely chaotic. There are no workers in the power plant, and the city has no electricity. If you want to keep warm, you can only burn firewood. It is not easy in the southern hemisphere, because the countries in the southern hemisphere are already poor, and the stronger countries are all in the northern hemisphere. Now even the northern hemisphere is difficult to restore order, let alone the situation in the southern hemisphere. It is simply miserable, especially the rainforests in South America. There are many animals on the grasslands of Africa, so there are also the most mutant beasts. Under the ravages of various mutant beasts, many countries have already lost in these economically backward areas. Gathering places have been established one by one, and the weak can only rely on the strong to survive. Otherwise, there is no one to protect them in the wild, and human beings are simply vulnerable. Someone found boa constrictors and many poisonous spiders in South America. Boa constrictors can swallow cattle and sheep in one bite, while poisonous spiders have strong reproductive ability. The woods are full of spider webs. As long as these poisonous spiders bite a person, they will die immediately. It will make people feel so painful that they will die in half a year. Countless poisonous insects have been found in Oceania. This place is very close to the tropics, so the metabolism of snakes and insects is very strong. It is too embarrassing to go out without a little venom. As a result, poisonous insects around the world began to mutate, and all kinds of poisonous insects in Oceania were immediately mutated. If there is no opportunity for development, no matter if it is a scorpion or a poisonous snake, whether it is an octopus or a jellyfish, they are all extremely poisonous. Even if they touch them, the evolutionary will be poisoned to death on the spot. The African prairie is much simpler. Animals here don't like to use poison. Almost all animals spend their points on physical strength and endurance. Buffaloes are as tall as elephants, hunting dogs are like lions, and cheetahs are fast. It is too fast to be seen by the naked eye. The lion, the most powerful animal in Africa, is shaped like a hippopotamus and has crisscross teeth. It seems to have signs of returning to its ancestors. If the teeth continue to grow, it will become a saber-toothed tiger. People in the southern hemisphere are very miserable. With gun defenses, cities can be guarded, but in remote areas, whether it is a small town or a rural area, human beings have no way to survive except to hide in Tibet. On the contrary, the survival of people on many islands has become easier. There are not many mutant beasts appearing. As long as the problem of zombies is solved, it is not too good to hide on the islands to survive. In the northern hemisphere, human beings are still very powerful. They start fighting zombies with guns. If guns can't kill zombies, then use missiles. If missiles can't kill zombies, then use cloud bombs and gas bombs. In the developed areas of the northern hemisphere, human combat effectiveness is very strong. On the European side, all countries are united, both adults and children are fighting, and children go to the battlefield at the age of 10. This kind of overdrawn power has succeeded, and the zombies have been retreating steadily under the human offensive until winter. The people here are still hunting zombies and mutant beasts, so it can be said that martial arts are abundant in North America. The zombies are also very vicious. If it is not possible to use nuclear bombs for a while, a certain big country here will use nuclear bombs to kill zombies on a large scale. On the Asian side, small countries are protecting themselves, and larger countries are all fighting. For a time, the sound of guns rang out throughout Asia, and countless zombies were harvested. For human beings, the threat of zombies is not great. If it takes 3 years, or even 10 years, the zombies will definitely disappear without a trace. Shen Feng also didn't doubt the fighting power of human beings. After all, the most powerful thing about human beings is their IQ. As long as the technological level of human beings is still there, zombies are definitely nothing. and they will all be wiped out in a few years. However, the plague in Yanjing City lasted for a long time, and the Chinese New Year was approaching, and the headquarters finally relaxed the control on communications. Ordinary people have half an hour to make calls every day. You can only go to the official opening of the bar. It is reasonable to say that this thing has been eliminated by the times, but in the current communication control, except for the chat bar, don't even think about making casual calls. Soldiers in the army have special treatment. Every 100 people can be allocated a landline. Everyone takes turns to make calls, and they don't care about the call time. Shen Feng thought about it, and first called Chang Jianyi in Yazhou. It wasn't that she had a wife and forgot her mother, but that Shen Feng's family members were all in Rongcheng, so don't worry about safety, it must be fine. And Chang Jianyi, however, she needs to work hard on her own and spends all day worrying about it. Shen Feng must take care of her senior sister, Shen Feng. How are you doing? How long will it take to come back? Chang Jianyi was very excited after hearing Shen Feng's voice, and hurriedly asked Shen Feng's progress since Shen Feng left Yazhou with 5,000 people. Chang Jianyi has been thinking about it often, but even if she calls, she can't get in touch with Shen Feng at all, so now 3 months have passed before she can contact Shen Feng. Her mood also improved a lot. Shen Feng quickly said, I don't know when the war will end. Anyway, the Chinese New Year is going to be in Yanjing, and there may be a decisive battle in spring, but the current situation is confusing, and I don't know when it will end. Shen Feng is telling the truth. The zombies must wait until spring when the temperature rises, and then the zombies will emerge from the ground. Only then can Yanjing continue to fight with the zombies, and the plague will be gone in a short time. It needs to be dealt with, and we must wait until the plague is over before we can let go of the battle. Chang Jianyi sighed helplessly, and said, Shen Feng, you must be careful outside, don't be reckless when fighting, you must think carefully before making a decision, especially if you don't volunteer. If you are brave, maybe you will appear. What's wrong? Shen Feng quickly made a promise, I will never do anything dangerous, don't worry, and also, you recruit more talents in Yazhou, and wait patiently for me to go back. Chang Jianyi quickly said, you don't have to worry about this, I will find enough talents, and besides, I am preparing for the place where we will live in the future. Do you prefer a Chinese-style residence or a Western-style residence? When Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't help being stunned, and quickly asked, is there any difference? Isn't it very simple to have a place to live? It also depends on the style. Chang Jianyi quickly explained, it's different, now you are the city lord of Yazhou, and I am the wife of the city lord. If we don't have a conspicuous residence, how can we show our status? Moreover, a better residence can also show our temperament. Living in an ordinary residence all the time, wouldn't you be looked down upon by others? Shen Feng thought about it, and it was indeed the truth, so he began to think, Chinese style or Western style, it's really a bit difficult. Chang Jianyi explained, if you like Chinese style, I will ask people to build palaces on the top of the mountain. They are all made of wooden roofs with glazed tiles. Whether it is a garden or an attic, I will ask people to build them. Anyway, the nearest city it's all idle people, just recruiting people to work. If you like Western style, I'll build a castle, all brick and stone structures, whether it's towers or fountains, let people build it. Hearing the senior sister's introduction, Shen Feng was also a little embarrassed, and said to himself, it's really hard to choose, I like the palace very much, and I like the castle very much, I want both of them, if it is possible it's really good to combine it. As soon as Chang Jianyi heard Shen Feng's words, she immediately made a decision, okay, then I'll let people make a combination of Chinese and Western styles. The front is a Chinese-style palace, built in the style of the Forbidden City, and the second half will be a castle, imitated the Palace of Versailles. The garden is also built together, the rockery in the park is moved into the garden, and a pool is built, a pile of water is washed. In short, whatever style is good, it will be built. Shen Feng felt that something was wrong, quickly lowered his voice, and asked, Senior sister, you are so extravagant and wasteful, I'm afraid it will make people jealous. Chang Jianyi didn't care much about Shen Feng's reaction on the phone, and said with a smile, if you are jealous, what are you afraid of? When you come back, I will send a building to each of your capable officers. I support you the same way, as long as you leave a few more bites for others when you divide the cake. Can your subordinates still turn against you? Shen Feng found that he couldn't convince Chang Jianyi, So he could only hold the microphone and shrug his shoulders, and said indifferently, "That's fine, you can figure it out, and you should also protect yourself in Yazhao Potion, you can develop a superhuman as a subordinate at a critical moment." Shen Feng chatted with Chang Jianyi for half an hour, and finally exchanged some recent things. At this time, many soldiers had been waiting for a long time, but they didn't dare to urge Shen Feng. After all, he was the city lord. Shen Feng hung up the phone and was embarrassed to continue calling, so he had to save the opportunity to call until tomorrow, and said to the soldiers behind him, "You all come to line up to make calls, pay attention to the time, and don't waste your time in the latrine." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng left gracefully. The soldiers gave Shen Feng the middle finger secretly. "The meaning is obvious, you have the nerve to say this, you have been on the phone for more than half an hour, and you have the nerve to mock others for not shitting in the latrine. What a crow standing on the coal pile. When you see other people's blackness, you can't see your own blackness." Shen Feng ate a New Year's Eve dinner in the hospital. They said it was New Year's Eve dinner, that is, dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage. Northerners like to eat dumplings, especially during Chinese New Year. It's a pity that Shen Feng is from the south and can't understand this approach. "On New Year's Eve, I don't eat big fish and meat, but I eat dumplings every day. Even if it is delicacies from mountains and seas, I can't eat it every day, right?" Chu Qiaoyan was leaning on the hospital bed, with 2 pillows under her waist. She didn't move her chopsticks, opened her mouth and said to Shen Feng, "Quick, feed me this." Is Chu Qiaoyan acting like a baby, taking advantage of the two-person world with Shen now, and there is no one else present? Of course it is necessary to have some intimacy. Shen Feng was not afraid, picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes fixed on Chu Qiaoyan's lips. Seeing Shen Feng's movements, Chu Qiaoyan froze immediately, and quickly said, "I asked you to feed me, what are you doing?" While chewing, Shen Feng said earnestly, don't worry, isn't it time to chew it? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, just wait a little longer, I promise to chew it for you, go. To hell, I told you to feed me dumplings, can you stop being so disgusting? Chu Qiaoyan's ears turned red all of a sudden. She didn't expect Shen Feng to let it go so openly. This bastard wanted to feed liquid food. It's all about taking advantage of the current opportunity. Shen Feng chuckled, swallowed a dumpling in his mouth, and said with a smile, I am teasing you, look at you, you have no sense of humor. Then, Shen Feng picked up a dumpling and brought it to Chu Qiaoyan's mouth. Chu Qiaoyan ate it bluntly, and turned on the TV to watch it. Now there is no chance to watch the Spring Festival Gala, which is considered a blessing. No need to watch a group of people brag on stage. The TV shows are urban emotional dramas. Anyway, Chu Qiaoyan still listens to it, no matter how outrageous it is. Chapter 245. Can spring be far away? Only humans know about festivals. The rest of the animals don't know what festivals are. Humans endow festivals with meaning. From this perspective, before humans invented festivals, there was no such thing as festivals on Earth. The most popular festival in the world is the Spring Festival first of all. The East Asian Cultural Circle basically celebrates the Spring Festival. In addition, as long as there are Chinese people, the Spring Festival is celebrated, but this year's Spring Festival is particularly deserted. This is the most deserted Spring Festival in decades. Usually when the Spring Festival comes, the streets and alleys are full of laughter. Children took a lighter and set off firecrackers everywhere. But in the current Spring Festival, there are basically no people who set off fireworks, and all these contrasts are all brought about by zombies. After the outbreak of zombies, the order of the entire society has become chaotic. 9 out of 10 elderly people have died. The survival ability of children is too poor, and many have died. Most of the living people are young people, especially students. The physical fitness is already very strong, and the resistance is far superior to the rest of the staff, and the young people have no time to celebrate the Spring Festival. They are all busy fighting the zombies, and the rest of the people still need to work every day. Time for an opportunity to celebrate the arrival of the Spring Festival. Children think that life will be better when Chinese New Year comes, but this is not the case. At most, a bowl of meat can be seen on the dining table. Besides, there are almost no common candies, because times have changed, and now in troubled times it's not bad for Zhongnang to survive, and wanting to celebrate the festival. This is a superfluous idea. The only people who can celebrate the festival are powerful people like supernatural beings and evolutionists. They don't lack food and entertainment items, So it is very easy to celebrate the festival if there are fireworks flying in the city. They are basically released by the evolutionists. Generally, people have no long-term possessions and cannot afford fireworks at all. They can only hide in the dark to spy on the bright and exploding fireworks in the sky, and the dazzling fireworks are very fast. It will disappear, and the loss in people's hearts will be magnified even more. Li Qi stayed at home with his parents for dinner. Li Qi is a scientific researcher after all, and the salary given by the laboratory is still very generous, enough for Li Qi to support his family, and Li Qi even saved a lot of white flour at home. There is a saying that is good: there is food in hand, and there is no panic in the heart. The food in the Li family is not bad. There are meat and vegetables, and the vegetables on the table are grown by Li Qi's parents on the balcony. Otherwise, the price of vegetables in the city is soaring now, and the green belts have been dug up to grow vegetables. Wanting to buy it is an extravagant hope. There are no vegetables in the market, not to mention cabbage, even sauerkraut. Li Qi picked up a flatbread, rolled meat and vegetables on top of the flatbread, ate with relish, and looked at the information in her hand while eating. She has been doing experiments to study zombie viruses recently, and consulted many papers. After nearly 2 months of experiments, Li Qi found that the ability itself has nothing to do with the zombie virus. Li Qi knew that this discovery must be astounding. Almost all conjectures are that human beings' supernatural powers are brought about by viral proteins, and one of the special proteins can give people supernatural powers, but after many experiments, Li Qi suddenly discovered that the ability had nothing to do with the virus protein, but was brought by another substance. As long as I can isolate this substance, whether it is protein or nucleic acid, I will be famous all over the world. Moreover, I can obtain supernatural powers through research, and I can definitely do it. It's a pity that there is no corpse king's brain to make further progress. Otherwise, I will get the answer in a short time. Li Qi thought silently in his heart. When Li Qi was meditating, dang dang dang, the bowl in front of him was knocked. When he looked up, he found that his father was watching him. Eat. As soon as you eat, don't read your papers. When the sauce drips on it, it will get dirty again. Li Qi's father said, dissatisfied. Li Qi smiled, said nothing, and just casually put these papers on the side table. At this time, the mother suddenly said, "Yay, how about I introduce someone to you? You see, you are in your 20s, and you don't have a boyfriend around. How inappropriate. I heard there is a family in the community, and the man is the leader of a factory. If you marry him, you will never suffer." When Li Qi heard this, he felt helpless immediately, and said while eating the big cake, "I will not marry him. I will only marry the strong. At least not too weak. Otherwise, in this how can we protect our family in the apocalypse?" Li Qi has never been so eager for power. Although she is already an evolutionary, her real strength is not comparable to that of a supernatural being. She has challenged many supernatural beings and has almost never lost, but these challenges are actually limited. Yes, that is, people with abilities cannot use abilities to fight. She relied on the experience and skills she has learned for a long time to win. If people with abilities can use abilities at will, Li Qi will definitely die a miserable death. The mother shook her head helplessly and sighed. "We shouldn't object to you wanting to marry a strong man, but I've heard from a lot of news that those people with supernatural powers all have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and the law governs them. If you don't care about them, there are even more than 100 women around a person with supernatural powers. If you marry a strong person, you will only be angry. Then, I will become a strong person myself. All in all, in the current world, only by gaining strength can we survive better." Li Qi didn't care. Although she has been staying in the laboratory, she has also seen the end. Many people are separated from life and death. Only by gaining strength can they protect themselves and have a better future. Seeing Li Qi's strong appearance, the mother had to give up persuasion. She felt that it would be difficult for her daughter to find a partner in the future. Treat her well. In this way, it will be impossible to find a suitable partner in a short time. Li Qi explained to his parents, "You two don't worry about me so much. As long as my current research is clear, then there is a high probability that I can figure out the principle of the ability. Maybe I can also become a person with abilities. So, I will definitely become a strong man in the future. Then, we'll wait to see your achievements. It's a pity that both of us are destined to be ordinary in this life. We can only watch you take a different path." The father also started to communicate at this time. He knew that his daughter was very happy. Be strong, and at this moment, He can only wish his daughter all the best in the future. Climate change is a common and visible thing, but the poet has a different feeling about it. Time passes, youth is no longer. These emotions about time have always been a lot. Shelley once said, "When winter comes, can spring be far behind?" Chu Chaoyan was sitting on a hospital bed, with a bed desk in front of her. She was writing her latest experience. She herself was not allowed to leave the ward at will. Smell, Shen Feng told her the TV station also broadcasts the news every day. If you just watch the news, it means that the situation is very good. Today, you won the battle like this, and you got some supplies yesterday, and some news came from abroad. It's booming, it's all good news, but Chu Chaoyan is also very clear that the news broadcast by the TV station has actually been audited, so the problem is very simple. It is difficult to see the really important things on TV, such as Yanjing. The news that the soldiers used poison gas to attack while the snow was falling was not mentioned on TV. Chu Chaoyan fell into a predicament while writing, biting the pen and thinking, what should be done next? Chu Chaoyan said to himself, after the spring festival, spring is coming, but Yanjing is always in the north, and it will take a while for the temperature to return to a warm level. By the way, just right like this, since the first day of the Yuan dynasty, the plague in the city has not stopped. Another outbreak. No medical records have appeared for a long time. Migratory birds return to the north, the ground is melting and the ice melts. It is foreseeable that the zombies will be mobilized in large numbers, and the decisive battle is imminent. In fact, Chu Chaoyan feels that her body has recovered now, and she also wants to go to the battlefield again. It is useless to stay in the hospital, but there is a layer of fat on her stomach, which makes her unbearable. So she continues to stay in the hospital. I recuperate inside and don't even have the opportunity to exercise. Wouldn't it make me grow fatter? But Shen Feng disagreed. Let Chu Chaoyan continue to live in the ward, and said, well, even if the skin injury is healed, you must continue to recuperate. Who knows if you still have hidden wounds on your body? Young, you feel very healthy when you are old, but when you are old and the old injuries recur on your body, wouldn't it be a pain? Chu Chaoyan had no choice but to stay in the ward and watch the migratory birds outside the window every day. Wild geese and swans often flew by in the sky, and there were even many crows flying. These birds are the real freedom. Wherever you want to go, you will not be hindered at all. Why? Is Jianyi soaring like a bird? Chu Chaoyan continued to write down these words in her notebook. She really wants to leave the hospital now, and it is best to be by Shen Feng's side. This is the most important thing, the most suitable place. After the snow on the ground melted, the zombies gradually woke up from hibernation, and then began to devour each other. All animals that hibernate have this problem. After hibernation, the body consumes a lot of energy, so it must be replenished quickly. Energy, and the best way to do that is to eat. After the bears in hibernation wake up, many will suffer from osteoporosis, and their chubby bodies will suddenly become slimmer. The reason is very simple, that is, they are starved and thin, otherwise it would not be like this performance. The same is true for zombies. After waking up from dormancy, more than 2 months have passed. Many zombies even starved to death in the dormant state because of insufficient energy storage in their bodies. As a result, the waking zombies immediately began to eat all edible things around them, such as mice and snakes. The zombies ate them as soon as they caught them, but these small animals were always relatively small. Stuff all the food into the mouth, regardless of whether the food in the mouth is of the same kind as oneself. After the zombies replenished enough energy in the ground, they walked out of the cave again, and according to the Corpse King's instructions, they surrounded Yanjing City again. Looking down from the city wall, zombies are densely packed everywhere like ants, and all these zombies are still walking forward with their heads down, and almost no zombies with their heads up appear in the tide of corpses. Lucian once again saw the tide of corpses, and the fear in his heart disappeared, because he knew that no matter how many zombies there were, it was impossible to cross the city wall. While looking at the vast tide of corpses, he said with a smile, "You guys look, these zombies are all depressed. It seems that these zombies also feel that there is no hope of victory, that's why they behave like this now." Yang Chang leaned over and asked curiously, "How do you see that these zombies are depressed, Lu?" Xian pointed to the tide of corpses under the city wall, and said directly, "Look carefully, all the zombies have their heads down, so dejected. Do they seem to be full of will?" Shen Feng walked over and explained, "Don't talk nonsense, these zombies have just walked out of the cave, but they have been staying underground before. They are used to the low-light environment. They just walked out of the cave and can't see strong light, so I dare not raise my head. I can only look down at the ground and move forward, so as not to burn my eyes from the sun. After staying in a dark environment for too long and suddenly coming to an area with strong light, human beings will not be able to adapt, let alone zombies. If the eyes are not protected, these zombies will even become blind. Shu Daiping walked over with a pile of documents, and said to Shen Feng seriously, Mr. Shen, there are documents from the headquarters, please persevere, everyone will be rewarded when the battle is won, and now we are here to help. But don't miss it. Shen Feng picked up the document and looked at it, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This document was actually discussing the pros and cons of both sides in the war. Among them, Shen Feng was most concerned about the number of zombies. According to satellite detection, the number of zombies was 7,000 won. It looks like a lot, but compared to the beginning of the war, more than half of the zombies have died, and the remaining zombies are bound to be impossible to break through. Yanjing. Shen Feng thought of Ma Jingshuang. As the leader of the Corpse King, this guy has absolutely no problem with his intelligence, but now he came to attack Yanjing with a small half of his troops. This has a deep meaning. Smart people will not do things that are not sure, that is to say, the Corpse King's side is sure to break through Yanjing. Could it be that the Corpse King still has a trump card? If there is a trump card, why didn't you use it earlier? Shen Feng thought in his heart, and Shen Feng couldn't help thinking this way. Something is really wrong, something that is obviously not sure, but the zombie is still there planning forward indomitably is like a moth to a flame. Shen Feng thought about it and couldn't figure it out. In the end, news came from the headquarters. When the researchers were using ultrasonic waves to detect the ground, they discovered a newly dug passage at a depth of 100 meters below the North City area. Chapter 246 Gold plating on the battlefield. There is a huge reservoir to the north of Yanjing. It took tens of thousands of people many years to successfully build the reservoir. Almost half of the city's water source comes from the reservoir, and the zombie poisoning was also carried out through this reservoir before. There is no one guarding the reservoir, but a lot of monitoring is arranged to watch the movement of the reservoir 24 hours a day. Although the geographical location of the reservoir is so important, the headquarters thinks that there is no need to focus on defense here. The simplest point is that the zombies have no ability to cross the river. The water surface of the reservoir is so wide that zombies with a span of several kilometers can pass. The reservoir is also impossible, so this place does not need to be defended. However, after testing by the ultrasonic detector of the scientific research personnel, there is actually a channel at a depth of 100 meters under the reservoir in the north of the city. Such a deep tunnel, if it is really difficult for ordinary detectors to detect it, after all, almost no one will dig it below 100 meters, and the difficulty of digging is exaggerated, but I never thought that the zombies took advantage of the inertial thinking of humans. Just digging a tunnel from under the reservoir and moving forward, this really shocked the commanders at the headquarters. There is a big difference between the ground in the north and the south. For example, the Luoyang shovel can be used in the north, but it will not work in the south. That is because the precipitation in the north is very small, so the stratification of the land is obvious. In other words, the land in the north is severely compacted, and it is very difficult to excavate. The further you go down, the more complicated the underground situation is, because there will be more and more stones. Although the hay plain is suitable for planting, there are loess everywhere, but as long as you dig down, you will find many stones. In the area of 100 meters, there are also a lot of stones. It is as difficult as heaven to dig. The commanders at the headquarters didn't expect to encounter such a situation at all, and asked with a frown, 100 meters underground, how did the zombies dig a tunnel so deep underground? Can it be dug through? The researchers gave a reasonable explanation. Please don't forget that among the mutated zombies, there is a special kind of zombie, that is the jet zombie. The stomach of this zombie is full of acid, and these zombies can be corroded by acid. The stone in the ground, through continuous spraying of acid, is also capable of digging passages. So, that's it. The commander now understands how the underground passage is formed, and this passage is probably the Corpse King's trump card, right? It's still the same old way, using the tide of corpses as an attraction on the front, and digging tunnels behind the scenes. Seeing that the shallow tunnels can't be dug, they turned to dig tunnels deep underground. The commanding staff remembered the wolf written by Pu Songling, in which there was such a sentence, "The change of animals is so tricky, it will only increase the laughter." Now this sentence is not bad at all when it is used on the Corpse King. There is no new method, but trying to read it all over the world with one trick. This is to look down on human wisdom. We will arrange for people to blow up the passage, directly from the water curry, and let the water on the surface of the water curry completely submerge the tunnel. I don't believe that zombies can launch a surprise attack from the tunnel. The commander said with a sneer. The passages deep underground were dug out by zombies in winter. These zombies did not stop even in winter. Although ordinary zombies are not suitable for action in winter, mutated zombies are a special case. It would be best if the zombies dug tunnels successfully. It's a pity that the zombies underestimated the level of human technology. Even if it is a tunnel below 100 meters, the human side can still detect it, and then arrange machinery to construct in the reservoir, and continue down to the bottom of the 40-meter deep reservoir. When the hole was made, when the location was right, explosives were installed, and the underground passage was directly blown up. Hundreds of mutated zombies died underground, and they couldn't even escape. Blasting is going on the side of the reservoir, while the battle is starting on the side of the city wall. Countless zombies lower their heads and start charging towards the city wall. It is still the same, with crowd tactics, endless zombies rushing towards the city wall, but in the end they were killed. The muzzle protruding from the city wall was shot at the bottom of the city. If a certain section of the city wall is difficult to defend, then artillery support will come immediately. The artillery fire inside the city is aimed at the corpse tied outside the city, which is a covering attack, and the ground is flattened. The lowest has been cut up to 20 centimeters, and even flies can't live, let alone zombies. Shen Feng is also fighting intensely here. Zombies may not be able to use other tactics, but the refueling tactics are very good. After a whole day, the attack of the zombie tide will not stop at all. Every direction on the city wall there were zombies charging. Even though they were about to be killed, the zombies did not stop. They were still charging fearlessly. It seemed that it was the mission of the zombies to charge forward. Shen Feng held Barrett to snipe mutant zombies on the city wall. He can now see the trajectory of the bullet. Although he can't dodge it, his vision is far superior to that of human beings. The moment the bullet is fired, is actually at the speed of sound. Shen Feng can see it, but his own speed can't reach the speed of sound, so he can't dodge the bullet. Zombies are still charging desperately, but they fall down row by row. To be honest, crowd tactics are not very useful in front of automatic rifles. It may look bluffing, but it is really useful. You will find that the crowd tactics have been eliminated while the battle was in full swing. The headquarters dispatched the Chosen Bureau, an organization of all the sons of the Chosen, a group of supernatural beings directly under the headquarters, and was sent to the front line to participate in the battle. When Shen Feng heard about this, he couldn't help showing a sneering look on his face, and said, "It turns out that the gilding came. It took so much pains. You can't be promoted without credit, but you are reluctant to do really dangerous tasks, so you can only do it. Come to gain experience at this time. Fortunately, there are no supernatural powers from the Chosen Bureau on my side." Shen Feng is no longer the ignorant college student he used to be. Without the shelter of the school, Shen Feng faces the ugly world directly, so he learns some unfair things from many people, especially about gold plating. Many young people like to complain about this. The so-called gold plating is not to gild the surface of jewelry, but to say that the superior airborne a person. There is no need to do real things, just sit in the office and dawdle, and when the time comes, he will be transferred away immediately. And the resume. There are also such experiences above. How many years have I worked at the grassroots level, and I have gone deep into the masses, and the battle on the front line is like this. Millions of soldiers guard the city wall like an iron barrel. Not to mention zombies, even a dog can't get in. Do we need people with supernatural powers to join the battle at this time? It's not just to watch. In this case, the nobles from the Shyangtsung Bureau came to the front line to increase their resumes. Shen Feng guessed that in the future resumes of these people, such content will be added. How long have you fought in the defense of Yanjing, successfully defended the people in the city, and what kind of awards you have received? Fortunately, on Shen Feng's side, there were no supernatural beings assigned to the Shyangtsung Bureau. Otherwise, Shen Feng really didn't want to give them a good look, and this was somewhat influenced by Xiao Shen for a long time recently. The people in the Ability Management Bureau had nothing to do, and they wore masks all day long and went shopping in the city, as if they were students who were abandoned in school. So these people often came to Shen Feng. Shen Feng doesn't drink alcohol at all. But these people get drunk all day long. The more than 20 supernatural beings from the Xiangsung Bureau were all sent to the city wall guarded by the regular army. After all, these heavenly favorites can't die halfway, and they can always get better care on the regular army's territory. A place guarded by civilian forces may be in danger. The zombies are attacking desperately. It seems that they want to break through the city wall of Yanjing in one go, but the city wall erected on the plain is like an iron wall, and the city wall made of reinforced concrete is not something that flesh and blood can break through easily. After coming up, it will only be killed by bullets or shrapnel. At the beginning, there were 7 lines of defense in Rongcheng, which seemed to be many, but in fact these lines of defense were composed of low walls and trenches. In other words, such lines of defense were used to prevent breakthroughs. The tide of corpses will be defeated again and again, unable to cope with the attack of zombies digging tunnels, and there are no obstacles inside the defense line. As long as one place is breached, the entire defense line must move back, otherwise it will be surrounded. Yanjing's defensive options are much simpler. It is meaningless to set up multiple lines of defense. Setting up one line of defense is enough. The city wall over 20 meters high, unless the giant personally attacked the city, otherwise, there is no way to enter, and there are cannons on the city wall. Even if there is a giant in front of you, it is a matter of one shot. As the only line of defense, the city wall seems weak, but it has all the necessary equipment on the city wall, such as infrared surveillance, searchlights, underground detectors, and city defense cannons. After these things are installed on the city wall, zombies will not be able to get close to the city wall easily. Either from the ground or underground. The movement of the zombies can be monitored in all directions, and in the background, there are people staring at the monitor 24 hours a day, and the zombies will definitely be exposed as they move forward. Behind the city wall is a garrison hundreds of meters wide. After the battle, the soldiers will return to the tent to rest. This is the front line area. Under normal circumstances, it is forbidden to enter and leave this place at will. Of course, the supernatural beings are not on this range. Inside, they can easily do it if they want to leave the station. Behind the garrison, there are many artillery positions. The artillery vehicles are neatly arranged on the ground, and the rockets are all aimed at the direction outside the city. Once the number of zombies is too large, or they approach the city wall, these artillery vehicles will open fire. Carry out a cover attack to kill all the zombies close to the city wall, and the positioning of the artillery fire is guided by the satellite, and it is impossible to miss the shot. There are hundreds of helicopters flying into the sky in the city, circling outside the city constantly, condescending. Every move of the zombies will be spotted by the helicopters. When the number of zombies increases, the people on the helicopters will immediately contact the command center of the headquarters. The battle lasted from daytime till late at night. Under the cover of a round of artillery fire, Shen Feng completed his defense change and retreated back to the garrison with 5,000 soldiers under his command. Dinner was steamed buns and sliced meat, and seaweed egg drop soup to quench his thirst due to the fatigue caused by the fighting during the day. Shen Feng did not go to the hospital to visit Chu Qiaoan, and Chu Qiaoan also knew that Shen Feng was fighting after hearing the faint sound of guns in the distance, and his worries also increased a lot. Under the night, the battle is still going on. It can be seen intuitively from the helicopter that the entire Yanjing is illuminated by lights like daytime. The power plant is working desperately, and black smoke is rising from the chimney day and night. At that time, no one would say words that polluted the environment. It would be good to survive. Who cares about the environment? And in a place in Yanjing City that has been under martial law, fighter jets are slowly driving out of the ground. This is Yanjing's last trump card. Tens of thousands of fighter jets are ready to go. Incendiary bombs or gas bombs, or flare bombs and cloud explosion bombs, have all been carried, and these fighter jets have been prepared throughout the winter. In fact, if the number of pilots is not too small, there can be more fighters, not to mention the tens of thousands of fighter jets. Even if it is increased by 10 times, the industrial background in China can be achieved, but it is really difficult to train pilots. Just when the zombies broke out, countless pilots became zombies, and the new pilots have not been successfully developed, and this creates a fault line. One of the young pilots looked at his squad leader and asked in a low voice, "Squad leader, we have been preparing for a month. Before, the zombies were hiding underground, and we had no use for them. Now the zombies are all coming out of the ground. Come out, why are we still not dispatched?" The squad leader glanced at the young pilot and said lightly, "Don't ask if the time is not up, do you understand?" The Young man is obviously a pilot who has just become a pilot. Originally, he was only an alternate, but unable to stand up to the changes of the times. Many excellent pilots in the past have turned into zombies, so he, an alternate, can become an official pilot. The young man's name was Wu Zinitun, and he continued to ask, "Squad leader, I still don't know what I should do on the battlefield. I'm afraid I'll forget what the teacher told me when the time comes. I'm a very timid person." Before Wu Zinitun finished speaking, the squad leader sighed and said, "You can just fly with me when the time comes. If I tell you to drop the bomb, you can drop the bomb. You don't need to do other things. As a pilot, the most important task now is to drop the bomb." When the young man heard the squad leader's words, he couldn't help but a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he said helplessly, "I thought our pilots could fight in the sky like in Macros, shooting down the opponent's fighter planes one by one. The white mist drawn by the tailwind forms complex patterns one by one. Alice, I didn't expect that these are all fake." The squad leader hated that iron could not be made into steel, so he stretched out his index finger and poked Wu Zinitung's forehead hard, and said, "Can you think about it? Is there a fighter jet over the zombies? Are you still shooting down the enemy fighter plane? Don't shoot down the enemy fighter plane then. Even if I burn high incense." Chapter 247 Zombies descend from the sky. The battle lasted for 2 days, and Yanjing's command center also discussed it for 2 days. The content of the discussion was very simple, that is, how to quickly end the battle in Yanjing. At present, most of the country's active forces are gathered in Yanjing. Spring has also arrived, and if the war does not end, it will affect the recovery work across the country. To put it simply, spring is the season for sowing, and the previous food reserves have been almost consumed. If the war does not end, even farming will encounter problems. Gathering in Yanjing, if the battle is not ended earlier, the food this year may be able to last a while, but next year we will be hungry. Therefore, most people in the command center believe that the battle should be ended as soon as possible, and then the troops should be withdrawn. Those who should farm the land should fight the war. The headquarters has the final trump card, which is air power. As long as fighter jets are used to attack from the air and kill zombies on a large scale, then the victory will definitely be won. This was the case in the previous battle in Rongcheng. Dozens of cloud bombs were thrown down. Directly rescued Rongcheng, especially some corpse kings were hiding in shallow tunnels, and the cloud bombs were thrown down and just roasted the corpse king. The air power makes everyone a little bit complacent. Almost everyone thinks that as long as the air power is dispatched, victory will come. Before, the fighter jets had no time to mobilize. It was not easy to think about it, but now tens of thousands of fighter jets are underground in Yanjing hidden. The pilot has been preparing for a long time. In this case, if you don't use the fighter jet, isn't it just a sledgehammer, and you have to use a fruit knife to kill chickens? In fact, you should use a sledgehammer to kill chickens, and the deterrent effect is the most important. However, some people have raised objections, thinking that air power must not be used at this time. The reason is very simple. Either no fighter jets are used, or fighter jets are used to win the final victory in one battle. The corpse king can learn, and there is likely to be a special communication method among the corpse king. This is a communication method that humans have not mastered. This means that a move that has been used once will not work the second time. For example, the original missile. After killing many corpse kings, the corpse king has learned to hide and is no longer exposed to the satellite's vision. Another example is the use of cloud bombs. The corpse king dug tunnels tens of meters deep to ensure that he would not be easily killed by cloud bombs. The reason for the opponents is very simple. The zombies have not all left the ground. Sending fighter jets at this time will prolong the combat time instead of killing them with one blow. It will give the corpse king time to react until all the zombies leave the ground. Come out, then is the time for a decisive battle. Such remarks immediately caused a tsunami of criticism, and everyone's accusations were all aimed at the opponents. You put it simply, wait until all the zombies come out before a decisive battle. But have you ever thought that there will always be no zombies? Is it possible that we have to continue to wait? That's right, spring is here, and the south is already going to plant the land. If we don't plant the land, let us eat the northwest wind. Now, there are still big cakes to eat. If we delay planting, we won't even have big cakes to eat. In the end, the support for the use of fighter jets was too great. After discussion, the headquarters decided to make a quick decision, complete the decisive battle as soon as possible, and start construction as soon as possible. After being criticized by many people, the opponents no longer speak easily. The reason is very simple. They clearly put forward their own opinions, but in the end they attracted countless criticisms. They were treated so roughly and were accused of cowardice. Rushu is afraid of fighting hats, so he will give advice casually if this continues. On the third day after the zombies besieged the city, tens of thousands of fighter jets in Yanjing City began to take off. As one of the pilots, Wu Xianwen also flew the fighter jets and prepared for more than a month. Because of the emergency transfer, he set off without even having time to have a New Year's Eve dinner with his family. After finally waiting until now, the battle was about to start, and he was very excited. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous, go to the battlefield and follow the squad leader, just throw the bomb. Wu Xianwen said silently in his heart. His palms were sweating at this time, and his mood was very complicated at this time. On the one hand, he was worried that his performance would not be good enough after he went to the battlefield, and if he encountered danger, his family would not be the best. While thinking wildly, the fighter jet took off, and Wu Xianwen's helmet had a headset for team communication, and the squad leader's voice came from the headset. All recruits follow me. We are attacking the corpse tide in the east of the city, and there are more than 1,000 soldiers here. Thousands of zombies can be thrown on the top of the zombies if you throw them casually, but in order to pursue the greatest killing effect, you must follow my command. Wu Xianwen heard the voice of the squad leader, and felt somewhat comforted in his heart. He started the plane and flew into the sky. Looking down from the sky, he could clearly see the ground. In Wu Xianwen's eyes, Yanjing City was getting smaller and smaller, and fighter jets could fly to the clouds, yes, but in order to pursue the killing effect, fighter jets can only fly at an altitude of several hundred meters, and it is most appropriate to drop bombs at this altitude. Looking down through the glass, Wu Xianwen could clearly see the zombies outside the city. These zombies rushed towards Yanjing City like a tide. Unfortunately, the tide hit the rocks and turned into waves in the end. Finally disappeared. The muzzles of the guns protruding from the city wall were densely packed, constantly spewing out tongues of fire, and the bullets fell like raindrops, causing heavy casualties to the zombies. The squad leader spoke at this time, and he said to the 4 recruits behind him, there will be no problems with a defense line. The zombies guarding the city wall of the army cannot be breached, and our task is to determine the balance of victory and defeat. Drop the bomb. Victory is not far away, but let me remind you that the battlefield is changing rapidly, so don't crash your plane. Wu Xianwen's blood boiled with enthusiasm. When he thought that the lives of 10 million people in Yanjing were under his control, he immediately had an infinite sense of responsibility. He believed that he would be able to defeat the enemy and let mankind win the final victory. It is impossible for tens of thousands of fighter jets to take off from the airport at the same time. After all, there are not enough runways, and tens of thousands of fighter jets flew into the sky one after another. It took more than 2 hours. The fighter jets all have their predetermined attack targets and can communicate with a command center at any time. Contact. The only concern of the pilots is that the sky is too narrow. If the fighter jets hit their own people, it will be bad. Standing on the city wall, Shen Feng saw fighter jets flying out above his head. He couldn't help shaking his head helplessly, and said in his heart, the people in Yanjing are hiding too deep. They didn't even notify when they had fighter jets. Let us stay on the front line, fighting desperately, and now dispatching fighter jets. It is because I want to make a final decision. Shen Feng is also very envious of others having fighter jets, but on second thought, when he returns to Yazhou, he can also make planes. After all, new types of planes cannot be made, and old-fashioned planes can still be made. Although they have no fighting ability, it's very convenient for traveling or something. After the fighter jets came to the predetermined battle area, they dropped bombs one after another, including incendiary bombs and cloud bombs. All kinds of bombs were extremely lethal, especially the killing area, and the scope of their coverage was unbelievable. It can be said that when a cloud bomb was thrown down, nearly 2 football fields were blown up. The zombies in the center of the explosion were directly vaporized, and the ashes flew straight into the sky with the dust on the ground, like a mushroom cloud. The zombies in the peripheral area, they fell in groups, either from high temperature, from high pressure, or from suffocation. The overpressure zone formed by the cloud bombs also has a miraculous effect on creatures hiding in hidden corners, not to mention hiding in the house. Even hiding in the basement sometimes cannot escape death. Unless the entire basement is airtight and can withstand the impact of bombs without cracks, It is obviously impossible for zombies to build such a basement. The deadliest problem for zombies is the lack of oxygen and suffocation. Although they escape the high temperature, they are still alive, but when the cloud bomb burns, it instantly evacuates the surrounding air. It is impossible to breathe, because all the oxygen has been consumed. It's clean. In addition to cloud bombs, the performance of incendiary bombs and gas bombs is not bad at all. Pieces of flames and poisonous gas appeared on the ground and continued to spread. Zombies also died in patches when they encountered flames and poisonous gas, while fighter jets caused the zombie casualties will soon break 1 million. The most difficult thing about the zombie tide is the dense formation. When the dense formation is formed, it is difficult to destroy it quickly even with guns. After all, zombies will not run away in fear. However, the denser the formation of zombies, the better the effect will be after the bomb starts to attack. Originally, one bomb could only kill dozens of zombies, but when the densely packed zombies gather together, once a bomb goes down, it can kill dozens of zombies. Hundreds. If the tide of corpses does not disperse, the casualties will continue to rise. The number of zombies is now 70 million, and the casualties they have suffered in a day of attacking the city are several million. Now they are bombed down, and the casualties directly exceed 1 million. Immediately, the zombies can't stand it anymore. Such a huge casualty, if the bombing continues, let alone break through the city wall and rush into Yanjing, even self-protection will be impossible. The soldiers on the front line are the ones who feel the most about the battle situation. Originally, they were facing endless zombies, but not long after, the situation changed, and the number of zombies decreased a lot. As a result, the pressure is greatly reduced. The corpse kings hiding underground couldn't take it anymore, and they found Ma Jingshuang, the organizer of the attack on Yanjing, and a dozen corpse kings surrounded Ma Jingshuang and began to ask, "Didn't you say that spring will definitely be able to rush into Yanjing? Why now? Still not doing it? What are you waiting for?" "So many of us followed you because we were attracted by the plan you mentioned. We also want to gain a living space, but now, more than 60% of the zombies under our hands have died, and we haven't been able to rush into the city wall yet. Are you lying to us? Now, every hour, 1 million ordinary zombies will be killed, but you tell us, when can we enter Yanjing City?" Facing the questioning of many corpse kings, Corpse King Ma Jingshuang took a deep breath, and said calmly, "Don't worry, tonight is the time for us to enter Yanjing. Continue to send troops to attack the city and continue to consume the ammunition of fighter jets. Wait until night, directly you can enter the city." Ma Jingshuang made a promise that he would be able to enter Yanjing as long as he waited until evening. This statement can be regarded as a temporary explanation to the corpse kings. If there is no guarantee, then the corpse king will disperse in a hurry. Wu Xiannian flew back towards the city of Yanjing with a fighter jet. He was very nervous at the beginning of the battle today, and he threw several bombs wrongly, but as the battle continued, Wu Xiannian gradually understood that the pilot's battle is just like this. One thing, he did the math. He killed at least 5,000 zombies today, and it is true, the zombies are stupidly huddled together, they are simply living targets. If it is not bombed, it will be kept for the new year. Wu Xiannian went to refill the fuel at noon. After refilling the fuel, he took off again in the afternoon, and everyone continued to fight for a whole day, killing at least 10 million zombies. Such a victory can be described as fruitful. If all the bones are dead, the 10 million zombies outside the city can be used to train 1,000 generals. When Wu Xiannian was proud, red dots suddenly appeared on the radar, and Wu Xiannian panicked immediately, holding the headset and asking, "Squad leader, UFOs have been detected in the radar, look back." The squad leader said calmly. He habitually observed the surrounding environment, but found an abnormal situation in the distance behind him. Chapter 248, Zombies Fall from Heaven. When Wu Xiannian looked back, he was stunned on the spot. It was dusk now, and night fighting was not the time for fighter jets, so he had to return as soon as possible. But right now, under the shadow of the setting sun, a row of big birds flew from a distant mountain. There were too many of these big birds. At first glance, I thought it was locusts. So many big birds in this way. He flew to Yanjing with their backs facing the setting sun. These big birds are just black shadows from the ground. Except for the general shape, the rest of the features are completely invisible. Sitting on the plane and looking at it is different. Looking back, you can immediately see the true face of these big birds. These big birds include white cranes, wild geese, and even swans. Many big birds are flying with wings. The big bird spread its wings, and it was 4 or 5 meters long. Its huge body has never been seen before. Even the wings of a golden eagle are more than 2 meters, but now the wingspan of these birds has reached 4 or 5 meters. The length is unusual at first glance. There is only one explanation for the shape of these big birds, and that is mutation. There are two results when the zombie virus acts on humans. Either they become zombies, or they acquire antibodies, and a small number of humans will evolve. After the zombie virus acts on the rest of the animals will either remain the same, or they will get mutations. The mutated big birds are huge, and the most noticeable thing is the claws of these birds. In the claws of the big birds, many human-shaped objects are caught. If you look closely, you can find that these objects are all its zombies, not only mutant zombies, but also ordinary zombies. Headquarters. This is the southeast area of Yanjing. A large number of mutated birds have been found. Zombies are about to attack Yanjing. Please defend, please defend. The squad leader was the first to react, and immediately started to contact with a walkie-talkie headquarters. When the headquarters heard the news, everyone was confused. Airstrike? April Fool's Day is still a month and a half away. Why is it still popular to deceive people now? Zombies can also have the means of airstrikes? If zombies are capable of airstrikes, why didn't they do it earlier? When the people at the headquarters heard the news, they all looked in disbelief. It is impossible for zombies to master the means of airstrikes. It is completely impossible to say that zombies will fall from the sky. Since the outbreak of zombies, global battles, there is no news that zombies will fall from the sky. How could the zombies prepare the means of airstrike within a day? But then hundreds of people reported what they saw and heard, and there was only one thing in the news, that is, the zombie was caught by the mutated bird, and it was already flying towards Yanjing. Although they didn't know what the zombie and the mutated bird were, it was time to start a joint operation. But the fact is that the zombies have the ability to airborne inside Yanjing with the help of bird wings. The commanders were immediately blown away. No one expected that the zombies would have the means of airstrikes. No one had prepared an air defense force. Now it is dusk, and fighter jets may not be able to fight at night. In such a situation, it was like a nightmare, and the real killing move of the zombies appeared, that is, airstrikes. The human side has no response to the airstrikes at all. If they had known that the zombies would choose airstrikes, Yanjing would have set up large-caliber machine guns and anti-aircraft guns on high-rise buildings. Unfortunately, things backfired, and the zombies chose to attack in a direction that humans ignored. How? Could the Corpse King have such a high intelligence? How could it be possible? A general collapsed on a chair, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, and he couldn't say anything while sitting slumped. The rest of the commanders were not much better than him, and they were all discussing fiercely, when did the zombies choose to join forces with the mutated birds, and why didn't they receive any clues before? The people in the command room are all military experts, whether it is tactics or strategy formulation, they are all proficient, and they think they have already seen the zombies' tricks, so they don't care at all. But now, the fact is right before our eyes, zombies will fall from the sky above Yanjing, and by then, Yanjing is likely to fall into the hands of zombies. It's not that everyone has underestimated the enemy, but that the tactics of the zombies are too cunning. The horde of corpses formed by soldiers pressing down on the land is a cover, and the tunnels dug in all directions are also a cover. The real ultimate move is only now revealed. At this time, the fuel of the fighter jets can't hold on. It's been too long. If the current situation were to be described as a duel, it would be that both fists were stretched out to hit someone, but I didn't expect that the other party had a third hand, which suddenly stretched out from the dark and punched my weak spot on the command room. Cheng Ke was very anxious, and quickly said, "Everyone, find a way to deal with it. As for when the zombies and mutant birds will unite, that is secondary. If you don't think about it, don't you just watch their mutated birds appearing above Yanjing." Cheng Ke's words awakened many commanders who were in deep thought. If they quickly formulate tactics at this moment and watch the zombies fall, wouldn't it be equivalent to catching them without a fight? The most urgent task is to prevent the mutated birds from approaching Yanjing City. Fortunately, there are still half of the fighter jets circling in the sky outside Yanjing. This is the last resort. Regardless of the situation of the fighter jets, the people in the command room issued an order: notify all the fighter pilots outside the city to prevent the mutated birds from approaching at all costs. The commanders reluctantly issued such an order. When Cheng Ke heard this order, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. He knew that the Air Force would inevitably suffer damage in this battle, because the fighter jets were not loaded with bullets. What else could they do if they needed to stop the mutated birds? What kind of means? Cheng Ke has no way to stop it. Once the zombies fall from the sky and fall into Yanjing City, it will definitely bring disaster. The defense forces of Yanjing City are all near the city wall. There are 10 million old and weak women and children in the city. Once the zombies entered the city, it was like a sharp knife piercing the heart fiercely, and the city must be in chaos. When the pilots on the front line heard this order, they were all dumbfounded, and they didn't know what they should do. Now the fuel on the fighter jets is about to run out, and the missiles on board have long been used to kill zombies. How to kill mutant birds without bullets? There are fully automatic machine guns on the fighter jets, which can shoot directly in the air, but the efficiency of using bullets to kill zombies is too low, so when the fighter jets go out, they do not carry bullets, and reducing the load can save fuel. But now in the face of sudden air battles, but can't use machine guns, how can it fight? When Wu Xiannian heard the news, he reflexively asked, Squad leader, what should we do? There was no sound coming from the earphone for a long time, and Wu Xiannian had an ominous premonition in his heart. Why was the monitor silent? Why doesn't the monitor speak? Squad leader, what are you doing? Say something. Wu Xiannian panicked. At this moment, he lost the composure he had just gained, and started yelling at the microphone next to his mouth. When a person is in a strange environment, he always likes to rely on others. When he is at home, he relies on his parents, and when he is away from home, he relies on his friends. After going out for an expedition, Wu Xiannian relies on the squad leader, even though he has only been the squad leader for more than a month. Although we got along very late, it was the class monitor who brought him psychological comfort. Now, the class monitor didn't say a word. Wu Xiannian was completely panicked, and Sihu became an ignorant child. Finally, the squad leader's voice came through the earphones. At this time, the squad leader's voice seemed very relaxed. Why are you panicking? I'm just thinking about tactics, and now I'm ordering you 4 rookies who are following me to go back to Beijing's airport to refill ammunition. I'm going to fight with these beasts. After you replenish the ammunition, come to support me immediately. Understand? When Wu Xiannian heard the squad leader's voice, he felt somewhat comforted in his heart. He knew that as long as he could still hear the squad leader's voice, he would be able to do things according to his orders in the future. He was timid, but he still went to the battlefield. What he relied on was to obey the command, and it was the same now. Squad leader, can you do it alone? There are at least 10,000 mutant birds here, or we'll stay and help you. Wu Xiannian said hastily. The squad leader said, you rookies have never experienced air combat. Staying here is completely causing trouble for me. I order you to go back immediately and replenish ammunition and fuel before going to the battlefield. We will delay you. I still have a lot of time. Where are the comrades in arms? Wu Xiannian looked around, and there were indeed many fighter jets in the sky. When the squad leader was fighting, he would indeed not be alone. Therefore, Wu Xiannian and the rest of the newcomer chose to go back to the airport to replenish ammunition. The squad leader pulled the joystick, instantly raised the position of the fighter, and then turned around to face the sunset. Relief flashed on his face, as if finally ushered in relief. Wu Xiannian looked at the fuel gauge and murmured, there is enough fuel to go back to the airport, but it takes too long to replenish the ammunition, and I don't know if the squad leader can support us. Hundreds of fighter jets flew back to the airport from the front line. The pilots of these fighter jets were all newcomers, and most of them were on the battlefield for the first time. Now that they have safely returned to Yanjing, they feel lucky in their hearts. But at this moment, a bright flower suddenly bloomed in the distant sky. Boom! The fire flashed in the air, and a fighter plane slammed into the mutant bird fiercely, accompanied by billowing black smoke. The fighter jet, the fuel tank, was deformed by the impact, and finally exploded. The flames and black smoke mixed together, like a coquettish flower blooming in the air. Wu Xiannian turned his head and saw the strange flowers appearing in the sky. Suddenly, his whole body became ill, his pupils shrank, and his eyes stared at the distant sky. There were thousands of fighter jets rushing towards the mutated birds. I can see the backs of these drivers, but I can imagine their resolute looks. Squad leader, Wu Xiannian murmured, and could only see the flowers blooming in the distance through the dazzling window. There are flowers blooming in the sky. These flowers are composed of white, yellow, and red. The moment of the explosion is white, followed by red and yellow flames. Next, these flowers also gradually lost their color, As if someone was erasing the scene with an eraser, the fighter jets rushed towards the mutated bird one after another. Each fighter regarded death as home, and of course a bird is not comparable to a flesh and blood body, so when it knocked down the fighter jet, its body was smashed to pieces, and the blood sprayed all over the fighter jet's body, but the mutated bird flew at such a high speed that it carried huge kinetic energy. After hitting the plane, it inevitably deformed the plane. Repeatedly, no matter how hard the steel plate is, it will break. There are a lot of mutated birds, tens of thousands by visual inspection. So many birds caught the zombies and were about to carry out an airstrike. As a result, they encountered a group of pilots who regarded death as home. After each fighter plane collided with a mutated bird, it would take away the lives of several mutated birds. The bird was smashed to pieces, and sometimes the bird's claws and beaks would pierce the bulletproof glass. The pilot's clothes were blown, and then an inconspicuous blood mist appeared in the flames of the explosion, and the pilot died. Flowers appeared in the sky, preventing the mutated birds from advancing. The mutated birds wanted to fly close to the ground and throw off the fighter jets, but the fighter jets would rather crash on the ground than let go of these mutated birds heading towards Yanjing. In the end, the mutated bird changed its direction of attack, scattered and entered Yanjing City from several directions. At this time, there were only dozens of fighter jets left. The suicide charge took effect, and the mutated bird changed its direction. There were only dozens of fighter jets left, and the mutated birds did not dare to rush directly to Yanjing. The pilots used flowers in the sky to tell the mutant bird that if they wanted to enter Yanjing, they had to step over our corpses. Chapter 249 Zombies from Heaven. In fact, when the pilots received the order from their superiors, they already understood what to do. They did not refute, but silently let hundreds of newcomers return to the city. These young people are the hope of the future. Just do it yourself. So the newcomers, including Wu Zinun, were able to return to the city, while the remaining pilots all rushed towards the mutant bird. The fuel of the fighter jets has almost been exhausted, and all the missiles have been used on the zombie tide. Today, 10 million zombies have been killed and injured, relying on the firepower from the sky, and these fierce attacking zombies can hardly bear it. It can be said that the tide of corpses is completely unable to resist the blow from the air, and there is nothing to do except being bombed. The corpse king can hide in the burrow, but the corpse tide cannot. But now the pilots have no means other than the fighter jets they are flying, and the so-called dogfighting is just an excuse. Now, the pilots are using their lives to delay the time for 20 minutes, and these 20 minutes are enough for Yanjing to issue an air raid warning. Woo! The air raid siren resounded across the sky above the city of Yanjing. Following the announcement from the broadcast on the street, everyone hid in their homes. The doors and windows were closed, the curtains were drawn, and the lights in the room were turned off immediately. Countless people hid in the at home. I dare not go out again. The fighter jets that had already returned to Yanjing also took advantage of this time to replenish their ammunition. When the fighter jets could use automatic machine guns, they said that no mutated birds could resist them. At this time, the mutated birds also entered Yanjing from all directions. After the mutated birds put down the zombies, they flapped their wings and left. Before it was completely dark, the mutated birds wanted to transport the zombies into the city again. At the beginning of the outbreak of zombies, Yanjing City was in danger. The survivors could only hide at home and pray for rescue to come sooner. Such hope was not in vain. A week later, the country mobilized troops to mobilize the zombies in the city. Kill them all, clean up every street. At that time, everyone thought Yanjing was the safest place, and among the 10 million people in Yanjing, most of them think that Yanjing is the safest place, so they come here. After all, this is the capital. No matter what, it is impossible to fall here. As the old saying goes, to live well is not to suffer from scarcity, but to suffer from inequality, not to suffer from poverty, but to suffer from restlessness. Only safety is the most cherished thing for people. In other words, survival is the most important thing. But now, the zombies were airdropped into the city by mutated birds. After more than half a year, the zombies reappeared in Yanjing. The people hiding in Yanjing also recalled the fear brought by the zombies, so they all stayed at home obediently. Pray to God, pray to God, pray to Buddha. Even those who believe in Christ have to pick up the cross and pray. Everyone hopes that the danger will be over as soon as possible. After the zombies were thrown into Yanjing City, they immediately spread and began to look for prey everywhere. It is impossible for zombies to break open the door, but it is still very simple to break open the glass. The zombies rushed over, and they were able to forcefully break open the anti-theft window and enter the house. What? Help! Someone help me! God! Bodhisattva, please have pity on those of us who are suffering. Don't, there. Were cries for help and screams one after another in Yanjing City. The windows of many people were broken, and the zombies rushed in like hungry wolves that had seen the prey bite. Zombies are virus-infected creatures, and their saliva also contains a large amount of viruses. Even if the human body has antibodies, if a large number of viruses enter the body again, they will still be infected. The capable can never be infected. The zombies that rushed into the room were not for the purpose of eating meat. After the zombies found the person who was hiding, they rushed up and bit them, and they would not let go until the human became a zombie. These zombies also had a unified purpose, not only to cause chaos in the city, but also to develop the number of people in the city. In a corner of the city, a corpse king with a scar on his face appeared on the ground. Tens of thousands of mutated birds entered Yanjing, and this corpse king also took advantage of this chaotic gap to enter Yanjing City. Throwing zombies into the city will definitely not have a great effect. Only with a unified command can the zombies entering the city explode into powerful combat power. There was an endless stream of birds flying toward Yanjing from outside the city. Each bird held either a zombie or two zombies in its paws. When they arrived in the city, they put down the zombies and turned around and left without any entanglement. Seems to be completely reduced to a tool for transporting zombies. Many people in the laboratory are also stunned. They have never heard that the Corpse King can control other animals. The Corpse King can only control zombies, and it can only be done by ultrasonic waves. Why can these birds be instigated by zombies now? This is completely unbelievable. At dusk, Shen Feng had finished today's task of guarding the city wall, and was leading his soldiers to finish their meal. Tonight's meal was still steamed buns and fried cabbage, with some meat stuffing in the steamed buns. Although the food was simple, the most important thing is that there is no limit. Everyone can eat enough, and everyone has no opinion. However, at this moment, a lump of bird droppings suddenly fell from the sky and landed on Yang Chang's shoes. At that time, Yang Chang became angry, pointed at the sky and cursed, "Bastard, I just wiped the shoes clean, and ended up being defiled by you." Seeing this, Lu Xian quickly hid the steamed buns in his arms, and said, "That can't make my steamed buns dirty, but the army doesn't allow food to be wasted, and when bird droppings fall on my steamed buns, I really don't like it. I don't know what to do." However, the strange thing is that Yang Chang, who has always been active, didn't say a word at this time, but just raised his head and looked up, and he was stunned. Yang Chang is not a very tempered person. He also likes to yell when he encounters troubles, but now, Yang Chang seems to be stupid, staring blankly at the top without any movement. Shen Feng couldn't help but look up. It didn't matter. He threw the steamed buns away. He stood up in shock, reached out to touch weapons around, and finally caught Barrett. He couldn't believe his eyes. The sky above his head was so dark that it was full of huge mutated birds, and with enhanced eyesight, he could still see the zombies in the claws of these mutated birds. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately reacted, "Too bad. The mutated bird has entered the city, and the zombies have also entered the city." Lu Xian also stuffed the steamed buns into his pocket, frowned and said, "Impossible. How can zombies and mutant beasts cooperate? I've never heard of it, and why are there so many mutant birds around? It's winter, no ghosts can be seen. The hordes of corpses eat whatever they see, even mutated animals, and zombies can still eat them. Therefore, many mutated animals in the city were forced to stay away from the city by the hordes of corpses. Similarly, mutated animals would also eat zombies as food, and the mutual hostility between the two lasted for a long time. But now, the zombies and the mutated bird are acting together, which seems very strange." Shen Feng's expression changed, and he got into his tent immediately, and found the illustration book given to him by Professor Niubai from under his pillow. There are many mutated birds in the sky, but the birds with the most types are swans, wild geese, and white cranes. It is certainly not a coincidence that these three kinds of birds have the largest number. There must be some reason. Shen Feng found the illustrations of the three mutated birds, looked carefully, and finally found the commonality of the three birds. They are all migratory birds. At this time, Shen Feng thought of the scene where he was forced to dead end by the corpse king Ma Jingshuang. At that time, Ma Jingshuang vowed that as long as spring came, he would be able to break through Yanjing. At that time, Shen Feng thought that this guy was just bragging, so confused self-confidence is nothing but arrogance. But now Shen Feng understands that the corpse king Ma Jingshuang is not arrogant. He has already planned the air raid on Yanjing. Why do you say that you can win in the spring? Of course, when spring comes, migratory birds will fly north, and at this time, the zombies don't have to hide underground because of the temperature problem, and the zombies will also come out of the ground at that time in winter. Due to food problems, migratory birds are covered with permafrost in the north, especially in the Siberian plains. There are no insects on the ground, so they can only fly south. After the winter in the south, they will fly north and return to their hometown. Exclamation mark. Moreover, now that the apocalypse is coming, human beings' grasp of the natural world has greatly declined. Migratory birds can take advantage of the current time to reproduce rapidly. After an autumn breeding, the number of migratory birds can definitely be called terrifying. At that time, the zombies got the chance to attack Yanjing by relying on the mutated migratory birds. The Corpse King, Ma Jingshuang, is so terrifying. He has already thought about the battle situation more than 3 months later, and used our inertial thinking to find the only way to attack Yanjing. Such a terrifying plan, he is simply a monster. Shen Feng self-mumbling. When Shen Feng was still learning ground tactics, the Corpse King's side had already mastered all-round combat methods. The ground was guarded by walls and guns, which were of course indestructible. There were also detectors underground exploring all day long. Trying to dig tunnels not being discovered is purely whimsical, so the only way to enter Yanjing is the sky. Previously, everyone thought that the zombies did not have the airstrike power, so they didn't care about the defense of the sky at all. After all, if the zombies could fly, they would have already entered Yanjing City. But now it seems that the zombies have not mastered the air attack power, but the time is not enough and it is difficult to use. Migratory birds all go to the south to spend the winter in winter, and it is impossible for zombies to fight smoothly in a low-temperature environment. If they fight reluctantly, they will all be frozen to death in the wild. Therefore, the Dead King deliberately delays the time until after spring. If they act again, they are sure to enter Yanjing City. When Shen Feng was meditating inside the tent, Lu Xian's voice came from outside the tent. Master, Miss Chu is still in the city, what should I do now? Hearing Lu Xian's voice, Shen Feng woke up instantly. Now is not the time to think about migratory birds. Chu Chaoyan is still in the city. If this is in danger, wouldn't it be a disaster? Although Chu Chaoyan claimed that her condition had recovered and she recuperated in the hospital for almost 2 months, Shen Feng still forced Chu Chaoyan to stay in the hospital. At that time, everyone thought that Yanjing City was the safest place. Shen Feng also thinks so, but now it's reversed. The front line is the safest place, because there are soldiers all around, and it is impossible for zombies to approach, but zombies appear in the city. Shen Feng walked out of the tent, threw Barrett to the side, and said to Guo Pinming, Old Guo, quickly make me 2 long swords. I'm going to the city, and I will leave the matter here to you. You guys, when Guo Pinming heard Shen Feng's request, he didn't dare to neglect. He found 2 steel pipes and immediately made 2 long swords for Shen Feng. Shen Feng's long swords had fallen into the cave and underground river before, so Shen Feng didn't have a weapon to use during this time, and now the situation is critical. Shen Feng is also worried that the effect of the wind blade in the city is not good, so he needs a weapon to participate in the battle. Shen Feng rushed towards the city with 2 long swords in his hands. His whole body turned into an afterimage, and disappeared in an instant. He was going to rescue Chu Chaoyan from the city, and he couldn't just leave Chu Chaoyan alone. He didn't even have any defensive weapons around him. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he was targeted by mutated zombies? Thinking of tens of thousands of zombies appearing in the city, Shen Feng felt shuddering. The enemy appeared in the city again. No wonder the hard fortress is often breached from the inside, but the hard fortress can only be breached from the inside. As soon as Shen Feng left the station with a weapon, Shu Daiping ran over panting with a dispatch order, and said while running, the headquarters has an order to mobilize superhumans and elite evolutionists to participate in the operation to encircle and suppress the zombies in the city. Mr. Shen, where's Mr. Shen? Why, didn't you see him? Lu Xian spread his arms and said, our city lord has a relatively high level of thought and has always taken protecting the people as his duty. So, just now, the city lord took the initiative to go to the city to participate in the rescue mission. You are late, Shu Daiping looked at Lu Xian and Yang Chang, and asked, what about you? As far as I know, you guys are also supernatural beings, right, Yang? Chang shrugged, pointed at the city wall and said helplessly, then I will disappoint you. We still have to defend the city wall. Besides, we are the ones who actually command the battle. If we leave, who can command the battle? So, the city lord is ready to go. Chapter 250 Yanjing Chaos. The fighter took off again after replenishing the ammunition, and it was getting late at this time. In the night, many migratory birds could easily collide with the buildings. Fighting in the night sky will test the pilot's ability, so the takeoff again. The fighter pilots are all experienced pilots. Wu Zinitun and a group of recruits stood in the distance and watched the fighter jets take off. The airport was illuminated by searchlights like daytime. At night, the lights are the best wayfinding tools. Wu Zinitun's face was calm, watching the fighter jets take off, and he was also expressionless at this time. Compared with other pilots who have experienced life and death, don't cry heart-piercingly, Wu Zinitun is extraordinarily calm at this time. Perhaps, calm can't describe Wu's state. It should be indifference, numbness, and loss of direction in life. It is a state of overwhelm, a state of dazed loss of faith and purpose. Wu Zinitun didn't know what to do after losing the squad leader. He remembered what the squad leader said before, that is to refill the ammunition and fight again, but after replenishing the ammunition, he failed to go to the battlefield. He's a recruit. For a recruit who doesn't understand, if he enters the battlefield in this state, the final result must be miserable, and he will definitely be killed by the mutant bird as a result. Wu Zinitun stared blankly at the other pilots taking off, but he didn't know what to do, and he turned into Walking Dead. At this time, he really hoped that someone could tell him what to do. Even if he did something wrong, it would be better. Can't do anything. Now I stand and watch others fly to the battlefield, but I just stay where I am. I don't even know whether I should go back to the dormitory to rest, or wait for the order from the superior. Wu Zinitun was completely confused, his eyes were empty, and he lost all his spirit after the fighter jets took off. They sprinkled flares in the sky one after another. Fighting in the dark must have a field of vision. Although there are radars on the fighter jets, the enemy cannot be seen in the dark night. Relying on the radar can only determine the enemy. The approximate location is not very helpful for shooting. When the flares fell, the fighter jets burst out with powerful combat power. In order to delay the time, many pilots charged with their lives and exchanged fighter jets and their lives for 20 minutes, and the flowers they drew with their lives were blown away by the wind. It is a kind of helplessness. If enough bullets were loaded on the fighter jets at that time, then the pilots would not need to exchange their lives for time. The pilots who took off again understood that they must avenge the sacrificed comrades, so all their anger was vented on the mutated bird. The bullet was shot from the muzzle, drawing a pale yellow line in the air, and the bullet was leaving the gun. After the mouth, due to high-speed friction, will burn on the surface, so it will shine. The mutated birds flew in groups over Yanjing, and they were immediately hit head-on. Hundreds of mutated birds fell from the sky. Even though these birds were huge, if they were hit by bullets, their wings would be shattered on the spot. Interruption. In just a short while, thousands of mutated birds were shot down. Cranes and swans were originally symbols of elegance and purity. People in the East like cranes, otherwise they would not use the word immortal on ordinary white cranes. In the West, swans are even more admired. The Ugly Duckling written by Anderson depicts such a mentality. When the swan appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. But at this moment, no matter if it is white cranes or swans, they are all throwing zombies towards Yanjing, which immediately aroused the anger of everyone. No matter how elegant these birds are, they are always harmful things and things that help others. You are not good enough to vent your anger. Bullets are constantly falling in the sky, and the hit rate of fighter jets is already very low, because fighter jets do not rely on hit rate to calculate their record, but rely on the number of shots shot down. Machine guns are constantly shooting. As long as they can hit mutant birds, then the mutated bird will fall to the ground immediately, and soldiers and evolutionists are being organized to fight on the ground. But the mutated birds suddenly learned to be smart. They found that the higher they fly, the easier it is to be hit. So they changed their tactics and flew at a low altitude, which is about 10 meters above the ground. The streets in the city are brightly lit. It was originally intended to illuminate the city, but now it is used to guide the mutant birds. The mutant bird is not stupid at all. After flying close to the ground, fighter jets dare not shoot at will, because there are residential areas around the streets, and the bullets used by fighter jets are still very large. If they accidentally shoot into the homes of residents, they may kill ordinary people. Under the taboo, all fighter jets dare not strafe the ground. After the mutated bird discovered that the tactics were useful, it immediately chirped triumphantly, as if provoking a fighter jet. What's more, the mutated bird would keep flying around the building, as if playing hide and seek. Zombies were thrown into the capital, And the zombies also began to destroy various facilities in Yanjing City. The Scar Corps King had already quietly entered Yanjing, and then ordered ordinary zombies to start disrupting the order in the city. The easiest way was to set fire to it. It would take too long to break into a human room. Setting fire is easy. As long as the building is on fire, then the people who live inside have only one option of fleeing for their lives. The mutated bird dropped more than a dozen self-explosive zombies in the city. As long as this kind of zombie encounters a violent impact, its whole body will burst immediately, and all kinds of oils in the body will flow away, and then a match can ignite a piece of fire. In this area, Scar Corps King used this strategy, starting to set fires in all directions in the city. The city has been under martial law, and the firefighting unit has naturally lost its effect. After the Scar Corps King started setting fire, it immediately caused huge chaos. Countless people rushed out of the burning house, and many people poured water on the quill. They will rush out in the future, and the zombies will take advantage of this opportunity to bite and infect humans. Scar Zombie King controls the zombies to keep driving humans away to create chaos. Even if there is a certain line of defense ahead, it will soon be dispersed by ordinary people. The streets are full of fleeing crowds, crying, cursing and calling into peace. As far as the eye can see, the lights reflect the fire. Adults and children are all running crazily. The zombie side played with the upside-down bead curtain very well, and specially selected slow runners to infect them into zombies, and the rest of them had to run desperately in order not to become zombies. In this way, the newly formed defense line will be broken up again, and most of Yanjing City will be in chaos. At this moment in Yanjing, there are fighter jets whistling in the sky, and mutated birds fall from the sky from time to time. Of course, most of the time, the mutated zombies will put down the transported zombies, and then fly close to the ground and leave the city. There are countless zombies raging on the ground, the buildings are burned by fire, people are constantly running on the street, the fire shines around, black smoke rises into the sky, the crying crowd and panicked faces all show that this is after the end of the world scene. After Shen Feng entered the city, what he saw was such a picture. Yanjing, which was once peaceful and united, seemed to have disappeared in an instant. It was just overnight, and chaos and fear had filled the hearts of most people. Fear is spreading, zombies are killing and setting fire, and the peace of Yanjing has been destroyed. Damn, this is too confusing, right? I don't know how Jianyi is doing now, but there must be nothing wrong. Shen Feng thought in his heart. Fear spread in the city. Originally, most people were hiding at home, but when there were more and more people running on the street, fewer people were hiding at home. Humans are also very blind. Although the IQ of human beings is definitely the highest among all species on the earth, as long as most people do one thing, the remaining small number of people will follow blindly and completely lose their independence ability to think. More and more people ran out of their homes and kept running on the street with the rest of the people. They all seemed to think that as long as they followed a big army, it would be fine. Zombies are still setting fires in the city. It is spring now, the sky is dry and the rain has not fallen for a long time. However, the houses in the city are very dense. There are indeed many high-rise buildings, and there are also many small buildings. One building is on fire. The fire could easily spread to the rest of the building if the flames are not extinguished for a long time. The turmoil in the city will not stop, but if the many zombies in the city are not dealt with, the chaos will not be quelled, let alone put out the fire. Shen Feng had no choice but to walk to the hospital on the street, so he could only jump to the roof of a nearby building, and kept moving towards the hospital from the roof. After Shen Feng used a company like the wind, he could reach more than 10 meters in one jump, and he was walking on the roof of the building as if walking on the ground. He could see the chaos on the street, but he didn't have time to stop it. Now what he cared most about was Jianyi in the hospital, so he immediately ran towards the hospital. When a disaster strikes, ordinary people have very little power, and there is no way to resist the disaster. They can only keep fleeing, praying to find a safe place. Some husbands and wives were lost in the crowd, and some mothers and daughters were scattered in the crowd. While running, everyone wanted to find their family members, but to no avail. The faces of relatives could not be seen in the lights and fire. There were children and old people who unfortunately fell in the crowd, and the stampede followed, and many people died in the chaos. And this kind of thing happened continuously in Yanjing. It is simply too numerous to count. When Shen Feng arrived at the hospital, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were chaotic crowds in the surrounding streets, the gate of the hospital had been closed, and the courtyard was covered with green mist. Obviously, Chu Jianyi made a move in this situation. Only Chu Jianyi can produce so much poisonous gas, and she is the only one who recuperates here. Shen Feng opened the Wind King barrier and rushed into the hospital. In the mist, Shen Feng often stepped on corpses. It seemed that some zombies wanted to rush into the hospital, but they were poisoned to death by chlorine gas. The yellow-green gas is actually Chu Qiaoan's method. When Shen Feng was about to leave the mist, suddenly there was a sound of wind, a cold light flashed outside the mist, and a sharp scalpel was stabbing towards Shen Feng. Shen Feng did not dodge. The scalpel pierced the barrier, and immediately stopped his movements. Shen Feng passed through the fog and entered the hall of the hospital, and then lifted the Wind King barrier, saying, "Don't worry, yes me, if I hadn't blocked the knife, wouldn't you be going to murder your husband?" The person standing at the door in the hall was none other than Chu Qiaoyan. She was holding a sharp scalpel in her hand. There were zombie corpses at the door. It could be seen that Chu Qiaoyan had been guarding the door for a long time. An order was maintained inside the hospital. Thanks to the presence of Chu Qiaoyan, it turned out that the moment the air defense siren sounded, the director of the hospital knew that something was wrong, and hurried to find Chu Qiaoyan for help. He also knew Chu Qiaoyan's strength very well. Most people can compare. Now that the chaos is about to arrive, the most important thing is to ask Chu Qiaoyan for help. Chu Qiaoyan didn't refuse, asked for a scalpel, and asked someone to bring all the normal saline in the hospital, and stood guard at the entrance of the hospital hall. While killing zombies, he produced chlorine gas, protecting thousands of people in the hospital. The people in the hospital are relieved a lot. As long as they are protected by the strong, zombies are nothing to be afraid of. When Chu Qiaoyan saw Shen Feng, she rushed over to give her a hug, and said coquettishly, "I know you are capable. How can the mere fog stop you? Why did you come here?" Shen Feng pushed Chu Qiaoyan away, handed her a long sword that he carried with him, and said, "The scalpel is too short, use mine. Anyway, with me here, the hospital will be fine." Chu Qiaoyan took the long sword and fastened the scalpel to his trousers. At this moment, he said proudly, "I'm a liberal arts student, so I've used a scalpel before. How about it? I'm good, right?" Chu Qiaoyan seems to be asking for credit at this time, and she is also very proud. So what about liberal arts students? Isn't it still possible to write articles with a pen and kill zombies with a knife? Shen Feng smiled, and stretched out his hand to pinch Chu Qiaoyan's face, causing Chu Qiaoyan's dissatisfaction immediately. Shen Feng looked at the night sky outside the window. Fighters and mutated birds had been fighting all the time. Some birds fell from the sky, and some fighters were falling. The flames in the city kept spreading, and the night sky was also dyed red by the flames. It seems that Yanjing is in danger, Shen Feng said in a deep voice. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.